The grand final is here, GLL Latin American Masters, Day 3. Now we get to know which teams will actually get tickets to GLL Grand Slam, or even the biggest prize of our biggest share of our prize pool, by the way. My name is Renee, or GRunner, however you like, and with me is the incredible Tobi. There we go.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. I'm excited to follow as many games as I can before Talha will come and take over. We've had the trio of casters.
And they're normally fighting in the back, so we're all fighting in the back all the time who's allowed to be on camera. Yeah. And this time, Talha actually...
This time I got here.
Yeah, didn't have the upper end.
He didn't have the upper end at all. He was benefited with different flight schedules, so therefore it is how it is. But we're here. We got 6 games for you guys today. 3 on Miramar to start things off, followed by 3 to finish things off on Erangel. And that is going to be a hell of a fun match. I mean, all matches, honestly, are going to be extremely good today.
We had an awesome day 1. We had an even better day 2 on Miramar.
Yep.
And now we bring all these 2 maps together. MX, like as you said, 303. I think it can't be better than that, especially since we saw that after day 1, there had been a slight chance that Team Singularity just runs away with it. But due to their second day not really starting that well, it's now ever so closer on this one. And I think the fight for those 2 top positions with the tickets to GLL Grand Slam, that's really on.
It sure is. I mean, we saw right now we got the Singularity guys a little up ahead, but teams like BitLove, teams like Furia, they came running back after them yesterday and all. And that's what I like about today's schedule, that we start on Miramar. So like it's the most fresh in the memory of yesterday. So the guys that played well on Miramar, hopefully they can continue to do well on Miramar today. And then they will know what's like. Then they will kind of have the whole layout of what do we need to perform, like what do we need to do on Erangel for those last 3 games.
I mean, it definitely helps that we had Miramar yesterday. As I said, it's fresh. You might still be in the flow for it, but if Miramar wasn't your best map, then you still have to wait longer, which might have an impact on momentum.
For sure, for sure.
Because you're like, okay, we really, really want to be better on Erangel, but we have to start in Miramar, so you might have not as good matches as you could have. But let's have a quick look once again at the point system, so you guys know exactly how this is played out. It's 10 points for first, then 6, that's a gap of 4 already to second place, and then it goes down 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and obviously 9 to 16, that's the important part. No points at all, and kills only 1 point each.
And what we've seen be the well, somewhat of the way to go is don't engage early, chill out, and then activate that beast mode later on in the game. You see the prize pool here as well, because not only playing for those spots, they are indeed also playing for their fair share of $50,000.
That's definitely a lot, and even second place, still 11k, I mean, you can't really complain about that. And these 2 positions also have the tickets, and that's on top of the 15k you get, on top of the 11k, and then all the way down to 1k for 8th position, which still means there are another 8 teams that basically go home with nothing. Yeah, so I'm absolutely sure that they will do everything they can to make sure that they at least get $1,000.
And one team I'm looking to do the spin around, get things going today is going to be Crusaders. They've had their short moments of getting things going. I mean, we did see them changing a player since they played the phase ago, but they changed Rao, who's now playing for Ray, or REI, whatever you want to call it, and took in Psychopada instead. Not sure if that could be a thing for them. Maybe there's just some team balancing that needs to get sorted. It takes a while to play in that new 4th player, find him, get him in under your system, get him rattled up with the guys. I mean, if the other guys played together for a long time, then adding that new 4th can sometimes completely disrupt the rhythm of the playstyle.
Team chemistry is an important factor, and as you said, when you switch out someone right in front of a major tournament that has a negative impact on the game, I'm not quite sure in terms of what we saw from BRC if that be the reason. Obviously, it's hard for us to spot because we don't know what they have in voice and how they interact right now. But seeing what happened in day 1 and 2, to me, their timing just feels slightly off. It's not when they really get into a fight, their aim can be great. We saw that yesterday, this fight around the little hill. I think it was that was Singularity later on. That was not BRC, by the way. Sorry for that. But they had good moments. They scored some decent points, but they have never been with BitLove or Furia or Singularity. Just because they never even managed to survive that long. And that's something that BitLove totally excels on.
And with that, let's take a look at exactly how many points these guys in Crusaders do need to make it up, because they're sitting in 14th right now, right? And that is, I don't want to say impossible, 6 games, a lot of things can happen, but if they want to make it into that top, that's a solid 40 points. They're trailing. So not only do they need to get those 40 points, that alone can be hard over the span of that amount of games, like 6 games, but having to catch up with 40 points, so you have to add on to whatever difference you get in the individual games. That is, yeah, that's really hard.
From looking at the board, I would assume that until position 8, that is what we're currently looking at.
Right now, for sure, yeah.
Mechanica and Furia, yeah, that will be a huge battle. We saw them yesterday fighting already.
Yeah.
Furious Gaming had a good day. If they can have that again, they might be further up the leaderboard. And you see that the difference is not that big. So until STDC, like 59 points, I would say all of these have a realistic chance to still make it in the top 2.
Yeah.
Because it's 79 points for Bitlov, and you see that 78 already only for Furia. But it falls off kind of after position 8. The Black Dragons had their moments yesterday, but it wasn't enough to really consistently score in the top 8.
And what is crazy to me is if you look at both Black Dragons and also PUBG, they're sitting at 44 and 34 kills respectively and 9 placement points. Everything they're doing is killing early, and as good as that is, because it does give them points, it means that they don't make it into the late game. And, well, I mean, that's just where those big points to steal from every single game are.
I'm wondering if that's because they're not picking the right fights. You know, sometimes you get a lot of kills because you're picking the fights and get 1 or 2 and then get annihilated from the map.
Yeah.
And it kind of seems like they're not using the right ones. They might get third-partied afterwards. They get spotted and all of that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a minute more patience. Show that, and you might be in the late game and have placement points to your kill points. So it will be interesting to see if these teams kind of adapt, or even if the start now of day 3 might even be slower than what we had yesterday, because everyone knows, like, okay, I want to be placement first before I start war. So we'll see if that has an impact on the overall game start.
Also, just little on the fact, and I mean, again, we keep talking about this, but every game matters equally. That's just how it is. There's like X amount of games, you can get so many points per game. But now that we're seeing things kind of shape up and these teams are realizing what's at stake here, getting that whole mental thing saying, it's the final day. Yeah. Not necessarily it's the final game, but this is the final day. There's no going back to the practice room and looking over things anymore. Now everything has to work. It has all come together. We've seen all the teams on both maps play against one another. You have everything at your disposal now in order to make a good game. And if you can't, then well, then maybe you just don't deserve to go to Stockholm.
I'm absolutely sure all of them have notes ready for that. And it's good that we're not switching to a third map, because that means after Erangel, they could look at it and you're like, okay, we want to do this and that differently. Then they had Miramar, they do the same, and then we have both maps in day 3. So it will be interesting to see if there's maybe one of the team, let's say, below 4th place, if they are the ones really picking up pace now, like going through everything, like, hey guys, we're still in this, we just need to be slightly better than we have been the first 2 days. So adaptability is something that you need to be good in esports, and no matter which game. And it's great that we can show that here in the Latin American Masters.
And it doesn't necessarily take a whole lot for a group to change up. It could just be that one team that played passive throughout the first 2 days, then they start going aggro on the last day, or could be a center team that says, you know what, today we'll play edge. That can disrupt a whole group of teams. So who knows? Who knows who will be that Joker team to go out and say, what, these guys did, like, looking through all the notes, like, when did they start doing these strategies or whatnot? We'll see. We'll see as the first game starts in just a short moment.
Yeah, I mean, drop locations are one of these things, right? We saw that in Erangel, they sorted each other. Same in Miramar, nothing happened besides the early fist fight that we had.
Yeah.
Well, we see the plane for the first game of today. So we are in day 3, Latin American Masters, the best of the best that the region has to offer. And we start on Miramar, that's where we left off yesterday, and we're going west to east, and then all down south, passing Los Leones.
It's going to be really, really interesting to see how these teams are planning on playing this one out. Crusaders, they'll be going up towards Monte. Furia should be going up towards El Pozo. No big surprises in either of those 2 regards. And overall, I mean, these teams, we didn't really have a whole lot of confrontations as far as dropping either. Neither on Erangel or Miramar, so I'm not assuming that would change up here either. But then again, I mean, we'll see. What I do love to see, though, gotta say it, Rani, 64 players in the server.
Yeah, that's the right amount of numbers. Right amount of numbers.
Right amount
of players. That's exactly what we're looking for. And you set BRC obviously off to Monte Nuevo. And yesterday they were kind of struggling with that because the plane never really left them at the circle.
They just did not really get there with the planes they were given. But that's of course part of the thing if you're somewhat of an edge team. That's why Picado and Pachinki and Erangel are such beloved places, because pretty much, I mean, I cannot come up with a plane path where you can't at least stride it to whatever city, like to Erangel or Picado, if you're either of those dropping teams. But now we see the first circle is going to pop wondering where we're going. And well, I mean, considering everyone jumped out early, they might would have wanted to sit around for a little while longer, because this one is going to take us up north.
Yeah, that is a very... I mean, yesterday we had the opposite. We went to a circle really far southwest, and now we go northeast, which is at least great in terms of the expected finishing circle, because it will be something new for us.
Indeed, and for these teams as well. I mean, sure, they've played games that ended up there before, but have they done it against these exact teams? Most likely not. Now, FK on your screen here, looting El Azhar, they will have an easy rotation. They should know that they're the most northern team, because they were the last team to jump out of the plane too. And we'll see what they get off of the opportunities that they had. Singularity, 3 guys in a vehicle, they'll be rotating up early. Currently our first place team. They normally loot down here by Hacienda, and I think this time around they've said, you know what, I mean, we know we're the furthest north. We might as well just go up and get ourselves a more center position early, and it's going to pay off.
So looking at Team Singularity, it seems like they went shopping for bike.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they can't put that on the back of their pickup. Look at that acceleration,
anyway.
man.
It does drive faster. So no reason to put that up anywhere. If you wanted to do something, you could put the pickup truck on the bike, but I don't think that's how
maybe
they're
just to save fuel, man.
Yeah.
No. But look, Singularity doesn't normally start there.
No,
but now that they know that the circle is over there, they want to be the first ones in the center. And obviously they hope that it pays off, but after seeing how well Furia played around the circle yesterday and how quick they move, if it will be a circle that's more in the open and less a city, I think I'm really looking forward to see those guys being as dynamic as they had been in day 2.
And you have to. I mean, especially on Miramar with these circle shifts, and we saw so many edge and hard shift circles yesterday, right? Even though you can take that center early on, there are so many circles yet to come. And if you lock yourself down too hard in a compound or play from a position where you might get your vehicles popped, like the tires destroyed or anything like that, you're just not in it for the late game. I mean, you might have a good compound now, you might be sitting well in it for the next 30 seconds, but once that new circle pops and you have to rotate, if you get fully blocked off in trying to do that, was it really worth it getting that house in the end? Then most likely not.
It is, once again, decision-making. We talked about that yesterday. Teams that want to be successful need to be willing to make decisions, because hesitation will definitely kill you.
That's just how it is. I mean, you have to be ready to make those rotations. And every single second, like every second you can cut off on a rotation. Because in the end, it's a race, right? You got to look at the start, the middle, and the finish of it. From A to B, we got to make this transition. Where can we cut off time? How can we make sure this rotation takes less time? If what you do is that as soon as that new circle pops, then you start looking around for, ooh, where should we go? How should we rotate? Then you're already beat to it, because the other guys will already be driving. We see, at least in the European and the American Pro League, we see actually teams starting the rotations a couple of seconds before the circle pops. Because if they stay in the circle, then they'll just like do a 180 and go back inside the compounds again. And if they don't, then they're already full speed moving forward, right? So, and that's what you're up against. I mean, you gotta be so quick with these rotations, because teams will beat you to it more often than not.
FK, Mufasa he found already Team Singularity, so they know they're not the first in the center of this new circle.
Despite being fast.
Yeah, I mean, even FK was really quick here with the rotation, but Singularity just decided to start a bit earlier, so they got compounds already. Mufasa, he's just taken his newly formed dirt bike and will look for a different place while the Black Dragons find STDC. Oh, he connects some shots in the end. Yeah. Maybe now with the Mini, trying to get some more connected. Doesn't look good. Nope.
This is where Berkshire needs to figure out if he wants to sit around here much longer.
Came out, I think.
Exactly. Jumped out of the vehicle. And we talked about this also yesterday, how it's all good fun that you see a car and you start shooting at it, but you always have to keep in mind, I mean, it doesn't really matter where you're on the map and what fight you're engaging. You always have to think, I might be able to line up with some shots here. That's all good. But what happens in case that guy stops and shoots back at me? Where am I? How am I positioned? Do I have any cover nearby? Because here, he had no cover whatsoever, and had both those vehicles stopped, he would have been caught miles out in the open and most likely been taken down.
Yeah, that is true, but obviously he at least delivered some damage.
Oh yeah, for sure. So, I mean, he kept them at bay.
I mean, if he doesn't hit it at all, then they're more likely to jump out of the car and try. But he laid down some damage already. That was good. Interesting now that FK is kind of split around Singularity. If you see Ribbo and Poma, then you got half of FK on top of it and half of FK below. And this is the big road trip here. The Black Dragons and STDC, they all go in the same direction.
Yeah, everyone's coming in from the west now. We talked about how everyone went south before, and a lot of them has decided to make that rotation further up on the western side. They know teams will be coming in from the southeast and follow the water along up there. So they're saying, you know what, maybe we'll just take it where there's less of a concentrated mass of teams. RDNX, we talked Furia as well yesterday, saying how well they had been doing as far as kills go. And, well, I mean, they get to start off the final day with the one right here. Duke goes down, and that's going to be a point secured for the Furia esports guys.
Definitely a start they will like, because they know in the end it could be down to 1 point. I mean, if we remember the scoreboard,
easily could.
There is only 1 point difference between second and third, for example, right now.
They have just tied for second.
Yep.
Technically.
If this would be the end, no one gets any placement points. Yep. Hypal manages to down his own teammate, Heino. I hope he will be able to pick him up again.
Yeah, we'll
Otherwise,
see.
it will be sad for them.
We will see. Everyone's rotating over the Valley of Death, as I like to call it, down here. Really steep on both sides, and can really make for some unwanted rotations through that dead man's land there. But it seems like Space Monkeys managed to get on over. They have not had a good finals here whatsoever, Space Monkeys. They've come off really weak. They've been killed on rotations early. They haven't really... I don't know what it is that leads into it, because I'll be honest and admit I don't know the team that well. But the rotations they've made, the fights they've decided to engage, even when they had the chance not to, it just seems like they don't have the same knowledge on their opponents that most other teams do. Like, they just don't seem to me like a team that maybe that is that experienced.
That could be a factor, obviously. It's just interesting to see now that day 3 and they're basically out. They can't do much.
Yeah, there's nothing.
They
can
might
get
have
money.
a chance.
They can get money. For sure.
That's it. And the question is, they got nothing to lose.
Oh yeah, that's where it changes.
If that changes their playstyle now, because they're last. And they definitely have nothing to lose. They're the only team that could just freely play, enjoy it, have fun, and maybe even come out with some money.
You never know. You never know how things turn out when you throw people into a game of PUBG, even more so when you throw them into 6 of them. So many things can happen. So many teams can step up out of nowhere on that final day and get 20 kill wins back to back, and all of a sudden those kill feeds and leaderboards, they're looking all different. Jutro, spotted up by Jonkosh. Does get hit as well. Just letting the neighbors know that new ones have moved in here and they're a little more aggressive than the ones that was here before.
Yeah, I mean, it's old school to go there with cake, and offer them some. And in the world of PUBG, you offer them some bullets right in the face.
Yep, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's what Junkosh did here. Interesting that Furia once again tries to do a long haul up to the north of it, behind BRC. And like I said, if they're in the open, as dynamic as yesterday, we're in for a treat.
We'll see how they plan on making that rotation on in from the west. Furious, they got themselves a win on day 1, trying to see if they can get some damage applied over towards BLG here as well. BLT currently sitting tight in that first place. That's Bitloft, of course. BLT trying to hold people away from that compound, because we talked about this compound as well on the second day. It's very good to play from. You have a lot of cover, but it's also really easy to get pinned in there. You can see they actually decide to leave it now.
Yeah, Furious Gaming on the way. And Mufasa, he was the first one that got spotted out by, I think, Singularity it was. Yep. When they tried to see if they can get Center Circle. And now they get into fight with BRC, and he wasn't really having any shots connecting, but the other way around. It worked a bit better for BRC. I think it was Annie or Rusbrew. I think it was Rusbrew shooting.
Yeah, I mean, they were just again letting the guys maybe have them think twice next time before peeking. You can see Ali liked the disengage here. The teammates are not in the compound, and he heard multiple vehicles come in. So he says, "Yep, you know what? I'm gonna back out of this one." And this is what we're talking about: disengage, over-engage. Other teams would have said, "You know what? I can get a guy out of the vehicle before he starts shooting." Sure, but what about the 3 other guys that come right after? Smart disengage from Ali, but FLKS. Did he spot him on the rock?
Yeah, I was wondering.
I don't think he did.
Ellie obviously wants to stay closer, because if they really start fighting and committing to it, he might be the lucky card and like the ace they have up the sleeve.
Off angle, yeah, exactly.
But he's now running away. All right, he's not going for that, because I was wondering if he could not just rotate all the way around the compound and then try from the back, as long as his team kind of gets them distracted.
The thing is, he can't really get over on that side of the compound, because there's a team sitting north of him down the hill that will have clear vision.
True.
You can see they're sitting down in the compound down there, BLT.
BLT.
Yep, sitting pretty well in it, and that will be a clear line of sight up towards him if he tries to do any sneaky plays.
Still, I'm not sure if it was a good choice to
To disengage?
Leave. Yeah. I mean, disengage, yes, in the first moment, you're absolutely right. That was the perfect move to do. But since they kind of tried to fight off at least a bit, I think it would have not hurt to stay a bit longer hidden.
Well, sure, but I mean, it's a compound that's not exactly the best compound to play from. It's one of those kind of not container compounds, but more trashy looking buildings, and they don't grant you the best of cover, and it's easy for other teams to push on up towards them. So so smart, in my opinion, that they decided to disengage, because now they have room to push both on the eastern side and go far west as well, should that circle force them up north. Of course, if they can stick around, then you can argue that maybe they'd want to try and contest that compound later. But this time around, again, rather just sit back and say, you know what, you can take this compound if you want to. We will we'll come fight you later if we have to.
Will be interesting now that Fura entered the hood.
Yeah, welcome.
In the circle, far up north, behind BRC, behind basically everyone.
Yeah.
And if there will be a hard shift up north,
they'll be happy.
Then they might get a lot of chances for kills.
We have 2 teams, make that 3 actually, with Ray as well, sitting on the southern side of this road that cuts from El Sahar over towards Hacienda. And that might become a few more in just a moment. Issue with this circle now is that we have a full-on 4-way intersection down by Bitloft, and the west side of that is a huge open field. Sure, you have the compounds, you have 2 or 3 of them over there on that side, but everything else on that side is going to be practically unplayable, because there will be so many teams up the hills where MVG is and where all the teams are making their way up there as well. They'll have such a good vision down towards them that it just practically makes that area of the circle unplayable.
Yeah, Fura are probably not happy about that. They need to move even more. Singularity slightly better position down there because they were already in the circle.
Yeah, they were center in the previous circle, and that means
Boss Esports will be on the back of BRC. Yeah. That probably gives them a chance because they spot Andy and Psychopatha now. Absolutely sure.
When do they start shooting, though? Do they get a shot lined up and then start powering off? Nope, they're shooting while they're still rotating. As you can see here, Ripbox is already out of the vehicle, trying to put some sort of pressure on towards the Crusaders guys too, and they're all of a sudden not exactly in the best position here.
Yeah, they find themselves between Singularity and Boss Esports, and that's definitely not a group you want to be between. And it won't help STDC on the other side. They can probably spot them, and then there's also the Black Dragons. This now like coming to a family party, and you don't really like any of them. You know, you're just like, there's the group with my grandfather, that's the group with my parents, and they want to talk about me, what I did with all my money, and that's gone. And you're just trying to maneuver through this whole family party right now, and they found themselves right in it.
Sounds like we're digging into some deep personal stuff over there.
Later on, we still got another 5 games, man.
Palm is going to try and hold off anyone coming in from the north. He has this side of the road to himself. Kobat tried to rotate. Weren't going to happen. Ray, they were sitting down there by the big old death road trying to hold them off, and indeed they succeeded in doing so. Noah will go down as well. So all of a sudden, with all the room these guys had to rotate before, all these teams starting to get on top of each other. And you can see now Roger actually wanting to go over and get himself some loot off should be able to do that too.
Yeah, I hope that they all got the loot now that they need, because there will be not much time anymore.
Oh, yeah.
No chances to really stack up on something. We see only 2 smokes still on Poma. And Handy who finds Nihibel. That's PG losing one of their mates. And another kill for FK. They're also on the hunt for the top 2 positions. They're already in the money, at least currently. While the Mechanicas, they fight Fury and they get Yagun down. While Panda gets involved there as well. So that's Singularity, Furia, and Mechanica, the top teams all in one fight.
Yep, they were trying to rotate around, but they just got caught off on the edge. You can see XX want to get over the top and get the vision down, but there are only 3 guys as well. Pams is knocked right now, and as you can see here from the backside, Space Monkeys of all teams are trying to charm in from over there. So even though they might not be in it to win it, then they sure can make things a lot harder for all these guys that are trying to get the top spot.
Psychopatha down a rougher, but we're still with the Mechanicas as they try to get kills on Furia, and then somehow Panda got involved on the side of Singularity. That grenade hit XX, but on the other side also RDNX got hit already. Poma gets his first kill against Furia right next. That will help them. Oh, absolutely sure, because Furia will be a threat all day long now.
They will, and they won't be in this game anymore, that's for sure, because they just went out in 16th place. They were sitting well in it, but this is not the start they would have wanted. And if you're Bitloft right now, sitting well in a somewhat decent compound down in the southern side of the circle, that is going to be you clapping your hands and saying, who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll get to make that gap a little wider and push ourselves further up towards that first place spot.
And Mechanica and Singularity both on 2 kills. They basically shared the ending of Furia Esports. We see that now BRC gets in trouble because Ribbo, he's just going. He's now finally in the zone. He wants to add another kill to his board. And they try to take down the Brazilian Crusaders. And we know the Brazilian Crusaders, if they want to have any say tonight, then it needs to happen right from the first game.
Yeah, they need to get a whole lot of things going their way and then a whole lot more. You can see Andy by himself trying to hold off all of SCDC, but that's not going to be easy, and he's paying for it with a lot of damage coming his way. Ripper, though, he's all by himself too, so if Crusaders do realize that there's just one guy up there, that could potentially be a chance for Crusaders to make a little push on this one. But as you can see here with the whole positioning, all of the other guys in Singularity have positions from where they will be able to provide
they run
him with
into
the info. But they
Ribble,
spot
I
him.
think.
Yep, they do spot him.
Oh, Ribble didn't saw
Wow,
that.
double headshot.
Yeah, the Black Dragons providing cover fire for Singularity here. Basically, while that grenade was pretty close to Ribble, he now needs to get back a bit. I think a bit closer to his teammates. He's retreating.
Raspudos got taken down, and all of a sudden things are starting to look a little more difficult for the Crusaders here, trying to make the rotation in from the north. Boss, they're sitting pretty well in it, but neither of them have found any kills so far. Vinny is trying to, well, hold off SCDC on their rotation. As you can see here, they could become a threat to them. They're forcing these players to really, really, really think twice and even 3 times before making any moves whatsoever.
Yeah, they got 1 kill already, and they're obviously down someone. And with that, SDDC is done already because PUBG got involved here.
Yep.
Oh, everyone is now third-partying and trying to join in for the kills. They know every point counts. And currently, it's a nice spread on the kill tracker if you look at it. Not only Bitloft has 0 kills so far, but that's kind of their story. That's kind of how they play.
They don't need kills early game. They'll get them late game if they have to.
Yeah.
Malvinas as well down there with the 0. Brazilian Crusaders and Furious 2 have yet to find themselves some kills here. Now Bitloft, they're sitting on the right side of the road, I guess you can say, as far as the circle is, at least for now. Ray, on the other hand, they have to make that crossover. Now, fortunately for them, though, there's no one sitting on that immediate edge on the other side. But we can see FG, Furious, they have to make a, well, the inevitable drive across the street at some point. You would assume, at least, according to the circle. But when and where and how are they going to do it?
Space Monkeys still alive, but we've also got 14 teams. So even with that smaller circle, there's still a lot of players running around. Bolita facing Mike C. Mike? Just go with Mike.
That works.
So I was wondering, I'm not sure if I ever heard you saying that name, so didn't want to go with that.
Could just be Mike.
Mike? All right.
Mike.
Mike.
Yeah, that could
but
be.
I really like, really, every single game we see BLT just chilling around.
Is this you?
This one?
Runner?
Runner? Yeah,
Runner?
but
Yeah.
I'm with an U, and he's with an O.
He's Runner. Runner.
Runner. My teammate.
Yeah,
him
Runner and
alone.
Runner. Runner and Runner. They will run you down, that's for sure. Captain Bubbalo will try to hold off all these teams on the edge. They heard the shots fired just before, and they know this fight will happen at some point. Do they third party, though, or do they stay here and wait for, well, whoever gets to survive all of that to come running towards them? That's going to be the big question.
Space Monkey seems like they need to run away a bit, but they're still off the circle, obviously, now with the new ship right in the center. That's great for BLT. It still kind of works for Ray. But I think BLT wants to get involved now with the Malvinas gaming one there. Yeah, we see Einkel. He needs to rotate. There are a lot of shots while Godzilla finds Troncoso from Puck B that is basically in between Boss Esports and Malvinas Gaming.
And this is an area of the map where you really need to know all your dips. There's just not a whole lot to play for. And you can see the circle somewhat centering up. There's so many teams that have yet to make it in. And Prone Tag him sitting in the compound right now. They need to figure out if they really want to stay there, because there's going to be a lot of teams coming their way, that's for sure.
Got 0 grenade in the hand already, but switching to the mini hits 2 immediately. Wasn't enough to drop, while we see Poma gets another kill onto the Mechanicas. So they're down to just 1 now, and if they get killed early, then the 2 kills they have so far will be their only points.
Yeah.
Oh, BRC, they try to push Singularity here. Look at this.
This is going to be interesting to see if he can get this one down. Andy is by himself, has players up in front of him, and he is going to go down. So that's going to be Crusaders with the need of having 4 majestic games in a row to have any chance here. That's going to be them gone down early. But even more so, the guys currently sitting in first place, Singularity, they got themselves 6 kills already, and they're looking to get some more.
Everyone wants to have more kills. And we see the Space Monkeys kind of fall apart. Same for Malvinas. because they ran into, we said, the Puck B, and on the other side it was BLT. While K-Bron still waiting for Henny-Hu to pass him, and that's an easy kill. He now needs to get into blue. I think he didn't even made it into blue.
Stood up and got immediately taken down. Now Loki does get taken down as well as Singularity taking some casualties in this fight.
I think Loki
on the west side as well, yeah.
Loki's got downed by blue and then died due to an enemy.
Yeah, he got stolen.
Because that was a bit unfortunate. They kind of slept over that blue was coming. High power, 1 kill so far. Once they had another one, but Boss Esports says no. And that's probably the end now of Puck B very soon.
Yeah, they're in for a rough one here, and Trancoso is trying to hold off the guys pushing on down there. It's just one player pushing right now, and honestly, if he gets this one down, that's going to give him some room. But as we can see with that new circle popping, he has to cross that road eventually, and that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, crossing a road in that moment of the game is always a hard thing, but look at Trancoso. He's really on fire right now. He gets another one. Even with all that pressure, but BLT, are they coming around the other side? Are they moving?
BLT are crossing, yeah. BLT are crossing the road now to try and get the finish up. I like the idea. They know that they will have to make the push in eventually anyway towards the circle. And you can see them now. They spot out a guy below, but Sizzle has to fall back now. He's starting to get shot from Black Dragons, and that's going to be them getting knocked down towards him. They were getting greedy, and it's costing them.
And the Black Dragons also picked up the kill. So it seems like both teams decided, hey, that's something we can get involved because that might give us easy points. And in the end, it was the Black Dragon stealing that away from BLT.
Got knocked again by the Blues. So there's no way in hell he's going to be able to get back on up. And they didn't get a single point off of it. Now, we have made our way into replacement points. So that's all good fun. But he could have had 4 guys alive at this point. That would have been so important. Nice nade from Youngkush down towards the guys in Furious Gaming.
Yeah, Black Dragons, they're still fighting with BLT. BLT losing another one. They're down to 2. And also Singularity, as we said, as we heard already, they lost 1, but also added another kill. So they should be at either 6 on the kill trace or but 7 already. That grenade was pretty close to Ribbo, and he falls to Relens. Not a good start now. Black Dragons, they get involved while Furious Gaming is out of this. The kill feed is all over the place. Also, Poma is out. Singularity falls apart. It seems like they got involved in too many fights at the same time.
Yeah, it's all down to Panda now on his own, trying to grind whatever's left to grind of points in this game. It's going to be difficult, that's for sure, because all these teams know exactly which side of the circle Singularity are coming in from. And, well, with them knowing that they're sitting in first, and that's the giant to slay, that would be them most likely putting at least the majority of their focus in that direction.
Now Black Dragon's now pushing already for Panda, and they're also hitting him. That's it. Done. Kill demo. Just making sure that Singularity has to
like, oh, we killed him. Damn it, I already cooked my nade. Oh, gotta throw it somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun throwing them, you know? It's like you don't want to... You don't want to not do it. Nor do you want it to explode in your hand.
Yes. Both of these 2 things could be interesting. We've seen it before, where they think they cook it just right, but then they end up nading themselves instead. That's never what you want to have.
Singularity just barely into the point of placements. Obviously, another 6 points due to their kills, while Ragnar falls to Rogi. It's Ray picking up another one. They're currently on 2, now on 3.
Raju are able to get a kill here. They used to play for the Crusaders. Now he is with Espadadore. He is doing a lot of damage right now. Has 2 kills already this game, and they have the entire southern side of the circle to work with. You can see the whole ridge line they have on the minimap in the corner. They have so much room to maneuver around. Shurk, does the circle go up over the top next, then that's going to be difficult for them. But for now, they have so much cover to play from.
And they're in a good position, it seems, and they're still 4-man strong. The same for the Black Dragons. While Bitloft also is out. That means first and second are out. Even third is out because that was Furia Esports. They're definitely not getting any placement points. So it's the chance for all the other teams following. Well, that grenade will hit them. Yep, that's another kill added to Array. Rogi gets the knock at least, but not the kill in the end. But it seems like they play strong right now. And as I said, all the top guys are out. That's now your chance to shine. You really need to make sure that you score as strong as possible.
Prone Tag and Black Dragons as well. When we talk Black Dragons, they can get those kills, but they've just not had that much success in getting their placement points with it. This time around, though, they do get 6 kills yet again. And also placement points, of course, is going to be tricky for them to do anything should Ray decide to push over towards him. But for now, they're staying put, and they're playing the more passive side of the circle, at least at this moment.
Interesting, Black Dragon decided for the right moments to get involved in all the fights around them because they are all of a sudden up to 6 kills. Now, Prone says, nope, we want to have some of that as well, and killing another one of the Black Dragons down to 2.
Yeah.
So the only full squads are Ray and a Pronet. Will be interesting to see now if they also make it to the end, because PG is in, but with only 2 players, it will be hard, especially since they got Ray right next to them.
See, GRunner is trying to maneuver around the side. He's going to get spotted out immediately by Lawrence. So 5 kills, could be 6 with a finish off here. Coming in, make that 6 kills. Look at the amount of kills on the top here. We have 4 teams that got 6 kills this game. That's pretty damn impressive.
Fellow Black Dragons are finally out. To blue, it seems, that were
Still 4th place. That's a 10-point game for them.
Yeah, still solid.
Good game, good game.
Yeah, they can live with that. But Ray now, they see their chances. They need to score strong here. And Pronet on the other side, they have the same. They all got the same situation now on the leaderboard. Basically, they need more kills, but they also definitely need the 10 points from the placement.
Yeah, and you can look at the way that Ray have split out right now. I mean, Raji and RDS on the west side, they have Lauren on the south, or the east. They have so much control. The only issue is that they can get all the control, know where the opponents are, but they cannot push center. They can't really utilize the control a whole lot from the position that they're in, because they got the center spot. I mean, it's just so damn open.
Yeah, as soon as they move over the ridge, they're visible for everyone.
Yeah.
But they kind of have to do a fountain point now, and like, see all the way south. They're in the circle there, but the circle will never become bigger again.
Yeah, that's true. That would be cheating, or a really weird PUBG game where you start with one player.
New update.
Start with one player, and then in the end you have 99, and then it's about not getting kills. Yeah, that would be
that will be the new Nation Royale format. They start one on each nation, and then with every
bullet
2
you hit,
minutes,
you get a player spawn.
Then it's every 2 minutes there will be another player, but in the end you need to kill all of them.
That would be
unless you do, if it's 6 versus 6 and you kill all 6, you've won.
Aha. Yeah.
So someone always needs to be alive.
That's the thing.
Back to Latin American Masters. Lauren Sid, he catches some bullets. Not a grenade for ya.
He throws a nade straight in the face towards Captain. That's going to get him down and out. So just 2 teams now with 4 on each side. And the circle, well, as we'd all love to see it, is going to go dead center, so fair for everyone. But Prone tag him, they will have to leave this compound first.
Yeah, Prone, they are in a good spot because they don't need to push as much forward as Ray has to early on. On the other hand, Ray, they got 7 kills. If they could add 10 for placement, with 17 points, they would make up a lot of ground on the leaderboard. So they will be interested in that, obviously.
Yeah. The thing for Prone is also that that they've been sitting in the circle in the compound for a long time. So Vests might be pretty well up now, of course. Villains does get taken down, so that's a bit of damage coming in there. But Vest might be doing well. You can see they have plenty of smokes available. RDS, nothing to throw. And I assume the other guys don't really have a whole lot available either, because they've been running around in the open for the last, well, I want to say 6 or 7 minutes. RDS taking a bit of blue, needs to make his way on around the side here. And they need to hold off Prone, and they cannot let them push further forward.
It'll be interesting if RDS now can flank them without Prone realizing it. We see Junkush, he's the only one that's really close. Junkush takes some damage already, so if RDS gets involved there now, that might be an easy kill for him to pick up, but he didn't spot him yet. While they know about RDS, they're sending grenades his way. Lauren Sit gets DT Zor. Okay, that's a knock at least. That's another knock coming in for Ray. Now they got the upper hand.
They sure do. 4v2, and they have a chance to make a push on this. And know they've made their ways inside the smoke, but they cannot overcommit to it. We know Necro sitting with the full level 3 gear and the Groza in hand as well. Deadly weapon, especially up close. Relance has gotten back up on his feet. Gets down 1 immediately, so now it's 3v2.
Yeah, this is not done yet. Junkush is still in there. Yeah, they want to finish him off, and they do so. So up to 9 kills, but RDS not seeing someone to his right. And gets finished off. What is it now? 2 versus
2v2.
2v2?
Yeah, indeed it is. Flashback thrown forward. Nade in hand as well. It's going to make things really, really hard, but they do manage to get that one player, Sirachi. Has a Prone on his stomach. He's fully flashed. He has no idea what's happening around him. One gets spotted around the side, and it's a 1v1 now.
Look at Necro. He's got everything in his hands, and he does it. Yeah, through the smoke.
Wow.
It's actually Prone tag him. Winning here, 10 kills, 10 points from placements as well. And with that, they're basically going hyperspace mode from the back of the leaderboard all the way through.
Very, very few teams even consider picking up flashbangs. And he had 3 of them. He threw the first one far. That prevented his opponent from getting the res up. When he then did go for the res, threw another flashbang. That forced him back down. And when he threw the third one, that was him trying to smoke off, and he ended up smoking off further away from him than he thought that he was, so he was prone and visible to the opponent. These flashbangs, I'm telling you guys, they're pretty damn viable.
They are. That's why they're in the game. I know sometimes there's stuff in the game that you don't really use.
But what?
Huh? But it just shows that there's still so much in PUBG you can come up with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because as soon as you work outside the meta, it's also you kind of work outside of what people expect.
Yeah.
And that changes a lot in the game, especially now that everything is so set already for day 3.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I mean you gotta find that different angle in the approach of every fight, and if you can do that, who knows? Maybe other teams will start picking up on what you did, and then you can be the creator of the flashbang meta.
It will be prone tag and bang.
Prone tag and bang.
Pro tag a bang.
Huh. I think that one
Might
needs a
be
little
something
more
else.
work. Yeah, that one needs a little more.
We're not done yet with that strategy. Will work. And we saw it. Game 1 basically was the nightmare for the top teams.
We hit Circle 3, and at that time we had 1 compound to play for. That's
still better than none.
That is true. I mean, I'm sure that Prone Tag would argue that. But look at these shots happening. I mean, it's just all over the place. Prone Tag, I mean, it wasn't just them hiding in a compound, having everyone else fight elsewhere. They were constantly out there trying to get damage applied, and they managed to succeed in doing so.
And they only picked the fights that they could really, really win. Even if it's single kills. They were involved in some of them. Killed one, traded, setting up new, making sure that they're not out in the open just to get a kill to then get flushed from someone else.
Yeah.
So this back and forth with where they played, they kind of always played in the same region, but they made sure that they moved in, out, in, out, in, out. I really like that. And I think that was basically the recipe to win here.
Indeed it was. I mean, they played it extremely well, and not only did they get the win, they also got 10 kills on top of it. So 20 points in the bag for them. That's going to push them even further up the leaderboards. We'll, of course, see that once we come back from the break. But one of those we will indeed take now. So stick around, guys. We'll be right back.
I've been feeling like a man out of time. I've been staring into space to get in tune. I've been waiting for the sand to fall behind. I've been looking for a face inside the moon. I've been looking for a faith to lead the faithless. Caught slipping trying to catch the speed of light. Every time I try to make a way out of my lateness. Pulled over, got somebody reading me right. Cause we've been chasing after hours, counting minutes second hand. Spending all of our tomorrows trying to come up with a plan. We don't call up information cause they don't know what we saying. No one knows, no one knows. We all woke up in the upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. Falling overboard, catch me off the side. Or maybe you just missed it. When you close your eyes, life goes in an instant. One hell of a ride. If you don't go for fiction, I'll get caught up in the lies while you was chasing after hours, counting minutes second hand, spending all of our tomorrows trying to come up with a plan. We don't call up information cause they don't know what we saying. No one knows, no one knows. We all woke up in the upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. False starts like roll it in the dark like stutter steps last breath. Staring in the void, feeling paranoid, thinking if you fall, you won't make a noise. Off an opioid, man, you got a droid, at least you got a phone. Fucking humanoid, why you xenophobe? Why you so annoyed? Why you tripping out? Who made you devour? Why we go this route? Can you do without? If you look within, here we go again. Hands inside the vehicle, you mad cause it's autonomous. You thinking you anonymous, but we upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. Feel like we've been missing out. Feel like we've been missing out. Feel like we've been missing out.
Vai na fé, vai atrás do que você quer. Quem tá na missão sabe bem o que é. Gasta a sola do pé, nunca será em vão.
Every move, every bullet, and every kill could be your last. Welcome to the GLL Latin American Masters. Day 3, it counts now. There's no other excuses available anymore for you guys to not score strong here. If you want to get two tickets to the GLL Grand Slam, and obviously 15k if you win. 50k in total as well.
Yeah.
And we just finished round 1, and that was won by Play.GLL.
Correct.
They also scored another 10 kills to that, so it's not like the kill came easy to them. Definitely not. And with that, let's have a quick look at the scoreboard. And we see them on top, obviously, for that match, because definitely no one that scored as many points as them.
Yeah.
Let's quickly go through our current leaders. So Singularity down to 5th, that's only 7 points, but they normally changed by charged by Mechanica and Bitloft.
And Fury as well. I mean, neither of them really got
Yeah.
anything going. So they'll be staying in first place for sure. But Play.GLL and the guys, I mean, they're
Another
making
game
it
like this,
closer.
another game like this, and everyone will have a chance to win this.
Exactly. No, but I mean, really, I mean, if we saw Singularity yesterday, two of their 5 games yesterday on Miramar, they had 1 point in total. Then they had a 4-point game, a 6-point game, and then they had that 19-point win. The 19-point win really, really changed things up. But other than that, I mean, they didn't have any really great performances on Miramar. So it's for sure, I mean, if teams want to catch up to them, looking at how well they did on Erangel on the first day, if teams want to catch up, they have to do it on Miramar, even maybe surpass them.
But that's Fury Esports that normally should score strong on Miramar in terms of what they did on Game 2. Singularity now the first team that crosses the magic line of 100 points. And look at that, Play.GLL just one good game to start off the day, and all of a sudden you find yourself in ticket range to GLL Grand Slam. 89 points on second, and Bitloft, yeah, they're down to 81, and then everything comes even closer. Fury Esports still 79 because that's where they have been before, and Mechanica right behind that.
You gotta give it to them as well. I mean, they're sitting right now at 64 kills. The closest one to them is down in 6th place, an FK team, and they're sitting at 56. I mean, they're 18 kills ahead of 2nd place. That just goes to show, and it's not because they go super aggro early on and start hunting kills. It's just them activating that killing spree late game, and also the fact that they don't have those 0-point games. Sure, they had 2 of them yesterday, right? But other than that, all the games has been at least 4 points, 5 points. They have been getting kills even in those games where they got things against them. Same thing going with Furia. Other than that last game, they've always made sure that if we get into a rough one, if we get caught on the edge here, we're gonna fight for it until the very last end, and they tend to get a couple of kills their way.
I just love that with round 1, everything became even more open. We could either end up with the top 4 once again being strong and then creating this storyline about who of them takes the tickets. But now with what just happened and with the favorites being among the first to be eliminated, everything is way more open than it was after day 2. And I like that because that means the next 5 games we see definitely be an absolute highlight.
It is going to be close, that's for sure, and even more so because we get to finish things off on Erangel after these 2 last games of Miramar. It's going to be really, really interesting to follow. And now we see Raid, they're going out early down to Porto Paraíso. They go. It's going to be, well, I mean, it's going to be pretty straightforward for them. Get loaded, get rotated, get wins, get tickets, win championships.
That's how easy it is.
Yeah, I've written a book on it, like how to win. It's just, it's 2 pages. The first page is get circles. The next one is get kills. And then the third is like equals wins.
Man, you're a genius.
That's why every team wants to hire me as a coach. Because I have a very basic strategy formula.
And it works.
It works every time. Get circles, get kills.
You should probably meet up with Frost and just explain it to him.
Yeah,
I think he makes things way more complicated.
Yeah, but there's no need to do that at all. You can just, I mean, it's pretty simple. As long as you get the circles and you keep killing people, then you will win games.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for enlightening us, Tobi.
You're welcome. That's
chat will appreciate it. So if you
Yes.
ever want to be here yourself and have a chance of winning that much money,
just win.
Message Tobi. He will write it down for you once again because that's simple. Can you do a diagram?
I'll do
so
like one tip per $5.99. It's gonna be
that's
like per
cheap.
tip.
But the question is, do you draw diagrams so it's a bit easier to understand?
I can do like a whole analysis strategy picture of it. Yeah, I'll do that.
Great. Usual loot positions for all of the teams. That was kind of expected. Well, Kazakh finds himself in a bit of trouble because there's someone shooting at him like a flak. That is not. What's the English word for that?
Dying.
No, for flak. You know, like in
flak anti-air gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it the same as in German? It's flak.
Flak cannon. Yeah, you can say flak cannon.
Flak cannon.
Yeah,
okay.
It's normally just say anti-aircraft, like AA.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Anti-aircraft.
All right.
Gun.
All right. But AA is also air-to-air missiles on everything that's flying, like a plane.
But it's still air then.
AA rockets and as obviously they are air-to-air missiles, right?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Such knowledge we provide for no one to care for. Yeah. That's what we do. That's what we do, Renee.
We're in a good flow today.
We are, indeed.
Keep
We are. The coffee is kicking in now. I'm loving it. I'm having a good time.
Keep going.
First circle, though, it has popped about a minute ago, and teams have started rotating on in Space Monkeys. Again, we talked about them last game, how they don't have anything to lose. They got themselves, I believe, 5 placement points in total and 9 kills overall. So not that they've got that going for them. And it's not to pick at them at all, because sure, I mean, they're obviously not playing to the level that they would have wanted themselves. They qualified here, for all sake, so clearly they have more to show than what they are right now. But it also just means that they are one of those teams that can go out and change up completely. Because at this point, having played now 7 games on Miramar in the tournament so far, teams have a pretty good idea of, like, pretty much no matter where the circle goes, how many teams will be playing on the edge, how many teams can we expect will try and crash center, and all these things. But all of a sudden, if you see Space Monkeys and you're like, oh, well, they normally do this, there's a chance that they'll just take a game where they say, you know what, this game we'll just do something different. Like just do what you feel like. To see if that can kind of rattle up everything, right? And that can really be that element that catches opponents off.
I think most pressure, though, here in Game 2 now will be on Furia, because they obviously came into Day 3 like, hey, guys, we're close to the top 2. There's a chance for us to do it. And then you start off with 1 point from a kill and nothing else. For a team that has such an incredible performance yesterday. So I think they will feel it now. And that sometimes changes the entire playstyle, because depending on the in-game leader and how he reacts to it and what he says to his teammates, this can change their whole day.
Indeed it can. I mean, they have to clearly forget about that game. I mean, of course, keep in mind what didn't work. They rotated extremely late. Holy lord, Jutra almost just got run over. FLG makes it easy. He jumps out of the vehicle. A lot of chaos there. I got scared for a moment. Like, oh, 3D glasses on, you know. FLG just denied the kill too. That's yeah, that's next level.
Yeah, but that still means STDC is down by 1 already. White Shudro jumps into the bullets of Boss Esports. Yeah, they pick up that. No, it's Swag picking up that kill.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. They say thanks, Boss Esports, for helping out, but we can handle this ourselves.
Look at this. All the other guys are crashing in now as well, trying to help out. Of course, it did lose FLG just before, so STDC, that one player, same thing happening for the guys in Space Monkeys.
Yeah, the Space Monkeys, they want to pick up a bit more kills here. But also, that's the same for Bitloft. What we saw of Game 1, definitely not how they wanted to start, and that's also not how they want to start. Flex from FG gets a knock on Ragnar.
Yeah.
So maybe we get that fight on camera soon, because Bitloft is one of the teams that really has to wake up now.
Yeah.
They can't start so slow again and then maybe even get taken out before all the fun begins.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't assume to see Furious Gaming or FLKS make a full-on push over towards Ragnar. He should get the knock-in, but I mean, these guys are still rotating on the far southern side of the circle, down just northwest of Los Leones. As I say that, though, he is running around in the open looking for people, but it seems to me like Ragnar, with his snail speed, is crawling back to teammates, and the rest should be coming in at some point soon.
He's trying to crawl to Harold to get picked up, maybe. And it seems like FG's not really fast with following up. No, they're shooting. BLT is shooting at Furious Gaming up the hill. They try to pick up Ragnar, and it seems like they will be successful with that. At least gets them back to full strength.
Considering that they're being shot at, I'm rather surprised that they decide to commit for this rest, like in the middle of an intersection. Like, how much more open could you possibly get other than being floating on a boat? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, be a man, rest in the open. I guess that's a way to lose games. Right, they're going to be rotating in again from the south. They'll be looking toward that eastern sort of edge rotation on in. Should be possible as well. Bus, they're sitting pretty well in it. Bus, to me, is one of the more... I mean, considering where they are on the leaderboards and they have wins, I believe they're still sitting in the right bracket, so 9th down through 16th, right? And they've just been inconsistent. I mean, they've shown us what they're capable of, but they just have not done it enough to really...
They're not following your grand scheme, that's it.
Obviously, they're not... Well, I mean, they are getting circles every now and again. They just fail to sort of get the bigger... Not the bigger
Maybe
picture,
you should get circles, get kills, and then also get the win as a third page.
That comes... I mean, if you do those two enough, then you will get wins. That's the thing. Think about it, right? If you keep getting circles and you keep killing people, then
that still does not mean that you win the round.
How do you lose if you keep killing people and getting circles?
Because it doesn't mean that that for eternity you're just killing people. That's not...
But there's not eternal people on this server.
It's not eternal people on the server.
Exactly.
RDS decides to get rid of GBL. Probably a bad co-driver. You know, when they are annoyed, they don't like your choice of music.
Yeah.
Then you try to get rid of them.
That's a fair point. I can see that. Yeah. Now you could hit him again if you wanted to. No? Okay, fair enough. I like how it doesn't move before he's revealed either. Just one of those, if I drive now, there's a chance. There's a chance that I would actually hit him. And then it would have gone from being a mistake to being one of those, are you actually kidding me?
I mean, that are legendary PUBG moments, basically, right? Everyone had that in their life. Yeah. Like killing their own teammates in very weird places and wrong moments. But look at the center of this circle. That's basically Summer Sale in the city.
And the main thing with this one is that in the very center of it, we can't really see it because of all the name tags, but it's actually a rather open hillside. It's not that easy to play from. And with this circle, I mean, if it keeps going center, that's going to force some of these teams that are out on the edge closer. And that could really take... Holy...
Oh, 140!
Swear word. That was a good headshot.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure if he saw him or just shot...
Yeah, he just shot at the window, it seems like.
Yeah, it was like... He was shooting at the car before, and then he was like, oh, let's get rid of the window as well.
Yeah. But with the next circle popping, just to quickly finish off that train of thought, I mean, if it does go center, fights could be happening much earlier than you would normally see them happening on a big map like Miramar.
Yeah, that's true. Everything is a bit closer this time. Kovac will probably be picked up again by his teammate because GRunner doesn't really find any chance to get a bullet in there. I mean, in there, yes, but not in the hat.
New circle pops. Where we're going, it's at least still rather playable. But if your team's sitting on the western side, like Fury right now, they don't want to make a repeat of what happened last game. You gotta get going now. You cannot sit around much longer. Sure, you don't have to be in the center right now, but you want to be in there at some point soon because it's a hard rotation to make. The entire southern side is a big open field. The north has that big evil road just crossing and over towards El Sahar, so that's going to be a bump in your rotation, a little more time taken off of that one. And the center is just a huge hillside. We've seen it before around Minas. It's not easy to play around.
BLT decides that they want to feel a bit more lonely. They will probably
Smart
enter. Yeah, they will enter around Impala.
They'll go up towards Junkyard, I would assume. Like
You think they will go that far up?
Oh yeah, they'll go up east now. There's no reason.
Oh yeah, they can't really go up the
exactly.
the street.
It's a huge open field. It's an open field. They can't drive into Ray like that. As we say that though.
Yes, they say that they do, and just drive over them.
Hello, hello. Oh, he's stopping to scout. There's a rock there you can sit behind. So Fury, they'll be going the exact same thing, just completely opposite on the side of the circle. Bitloff, they're coming in from the south. Fury coming in from the north, and we've got Singularity somewhat center. I guess that's the trio of a good end game here. And then you have Prone. They're actually sitting really center. They got full control of the Minas Generales area, and you got Relance on the wrong side of the road down here. Kind of interesting seeing how he's planning on really providing for his team from there, because the other guys, they're not exactly next to him.
Will be interesting if Fury wants to rotate all the way around, maybe even go to the crate up there. Well, we see Poma. He got 0, but so far it wasn't enough to knock him at least. BLT gets involved, and even if you said it, you see that they actually moved up there. They decided to do so, even if there's a long way of absolutely nothing. Well, the Space Monkeys make their day even harder. BRC now coming from the back. That might be interesting because BLT found themselves between Ray, Malvinas Gaming, and BRC.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Bitloft wanted to crash up there. I mean, I was really expecting them to go further around the eastern side and coming from that like full east side there, but no, they settled for the field. It can work well if the circle goes towards them, but if they have to leave there and the teams that are sitting in the circle have a clear angle on them, that's going to make for a really rough rotation leaving that area eventually. But now Prone, the winners of last game, got themselves 10 kills in that one. Of course, looking to repeat that performance because with that win, they got themselves up into second place. But there's still a bit of room up towards the guys in Singularity.
Yeah, Singularity, they're obviously sitting as the only team on more than 100 points. Well, I'll say that. Poma finds Znova from Boss Esports that could add another point to that.
Look at these hits.
What's really good for Singularity right now is, as long as they have somehow decent rounds, they will remain among the top positions. But, as we said earlier already, yesterday we saw that in Miramar, it's way harder for them to even have that decent round.
Well, I mean, they are the right now. They are the kind of the creators of their own story in a sense that as long as they stay on top, then I mean, they're gonna win the whole thing. Whereas if your team that's further, to me. I mean, but if your team that's further down the list, you're not only relying on getting a good performance, of course, but you're also relying on doing better than your opponents, and that's kind of out of your hand, right? So if you can just stay on top and get the maximum of your performance as Singularity, then of course, happy days for you and a ticket to Stockholm. I mean, I'm trying to keep it really simple here.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. It's like if everything in life would be as simple as you describe it.
Yeah, if you can just finish on top of the leaderboard, you will win.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you stay logical, you know? It's like, as long as they win games, they stay on top of leaderboard. Yeah?
Yes.
Seems about right. I mean, is that...
I mean, you can disagree with me.
No, I just wonder, is that the safe approach to make sure that chat is always like, yeah, he is right.
They will never disagree with me. Tobi never says something wrong.
It's like, I will also only go for those statements now. It's like, I'm saying, if FLKS shoots, at least there is a 50-50% chance that he hits someone.
That is also true. At least there's a chance. Not necessarily 50-50, but but a chance.
Yeah, but they are the only two options, either hit nothing or hit someone.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that doesn't...
saying that, Casson actually hit Burke.
Also, we saw that next circle shift, and it went back out west, so I guess it's good for BLT that it did not indeed got on the eastern side. Space Monkeys, 1 player remaining. What do you do here, Mike? You have a tough run ahead of you, when you've also been attacked by FLKS just now.
Yeah, small fights now breaking out everywhere. Well, it's already the end for the Space Monkeys, the first team to be eliminated here. It doesn't really run any better for them than the previous 2 days.
Not at all. They're really, really not getting a footing in this group at all, unfortunately. For them, trying to make a run on off there, but did not work out the way they wanted it to. FK, on the other hand, currently sitting second place as far as kills go, but they're falling a bit behind in those placements now. They have found Mechanica in the compound down here, and seems like they want to get that fight in, because they have some pretty decent 2-2 split, actually. 2 guys sitting on the buff, 2 guys sitting below, trying to hold them off, and ooh, that's a good little knockoff there. No, there's no way in hell you're gonna get rest.
But now the object is moving too slow for him. He doesn't hit anymore.
It's too easy. I can't hit those shots.
Yeah, I mean the hit down, the knockdown from the bike, that was impressive. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to follow up with the kill. And you know, for a knock, there's absolutely no point.
Yeah, ooh, he actually does commit to the knock. So the rest here, Vinny. Full-on committed. Gillyman trying to get his teammate back up on his feet. Seems to me like it's going to work out too. So despite a great knock coming in from Duh, he's not able to get the finish. Well, this circle can really force some interesting end games. If it goes anywhere north of FG, it's going to be in the open, no matter what, pretty much. If it goes south, it's going to be in the open. If it's going to go east, it's going to be all about Minas and the big mountain side. And if it goes west, guess what? It's going to go in the open. So any edge here except for east would force for open. Really tricky to play from games. Anything east will indeed force all these teams to go places they really would want to.
I would love to see an ending in the open again. I think we had the best fights
There's
there.
a big chance it's going to happen here. There's a really big chance.
Mufasa runs into Mechanicas, and the Mechanicas kind of trailing their performance from the previous days.
Ooh, he hit the bar.
Yep, that wasn't enough. That was basically just tapping him a bit. That car is...
Someone forgot to pull the handbrake.
The car's afraid. It hurt the shot.
No, it's a bait, you know.
No, the car hurt the shot, and now it's like, we'll just slowly go back.
I think he's looking for his vehicle. I
parked
remember parking out here, didn't I?
It's the moment where you should do a selfie with your car, just to be sure that you parked it there. Flakes hits one on Norin, but it wasn't enough to knock him yet.
Now, the circle did just pop and went up north. And you can see Singularity sitting dead center. That is going to be scary for everyone. But this is a compound that if you're really willing, you can crash into him. But well, kind of somehow sit 2 teams in. It's not going to be easy, but it's indeed doable. Knockoff coming in there, and everybody making their way. We can see pretty much from between FG and Singularity. There's no place to play. You cannot play in between these 2 teams. There's so little room in this circle. And we had 55 players right now. It's going to be something like 30 at most by the time this one connects.
Yeah, Fury are on the way to that circle, which means they either run into Singularity or the team above there. Oh, the Brazilian Crusaders, they pick up 2 kills in a row against Malvinas Gaming. That will definitely help their points out a bit while RDS gets onto Letty.
Important points coming in there. Now we get to see Angle taken down as well. The hold off from Crusaders is working, at least for now. But as I say, that Rusty does get taken down. Raspu has been knocked on the backside of it too. So Psychopata and his teammate Nandy, they need to somehow get out of here alive. And it just ain't going to be easy, because these positions from compounds, we talked about them before, that's where you want to be right now. And well, I mean, if you're not, then outside that you're in the open.
Yeah, BSC not really in the best spot right now, but if they get the rest done quick enough and so they can move on, might still be okay for them.
I mean, you can see the whole circle from here. Look at it. It's just one big open hillside. This is the circle.
Yeah.
This is the circle. It's one big open hill up towards Minas.
Oh, Prona Tagam lost Junkosh already. Captain Burblo also out. Obviously, Psychopata falling to Cassin. So BRC still not done yet over there. DT Soul with a strong run into that, but in the end he got tacked.
Yeah, Sliz looking around the corner. Now fights escalating on the hilltop too, and Prone Tag, and they're just completely spread of all sides. Andy goes down, and I believe that's going to leave the guys and Crusaders down to just 1 player on his feet now, because I believe that Psychopata went down just before as well. Relens from the hilltop trying to hold off all these inevitable pushes on in. He spots out Slizzle now. He starts shooting as well, and that's going to be the knock coming in. Great shots from a distance there coming in from Relens.
Relens, not a kill yet though.
What?
But he looks good for now. He dropped him there.
He even stopped. He even stopped scoping pretty much before he stopped shooting. What the swear word was that?
But is swear word not already a swear word?
No, it's just swear word.
Axe success as well, and picks up another kill. with that, Bitloft is eliminated once again.
That
15.
is a tough break.
These
for
guys,
them.
they will
don't
just
have kills
fall
either.
down the leaderboard.
I think they had 3 kills, right? No, they had 2 kills. We can see in the scoreboard there on the left side. 2 points this game for the guys in Bitloft. They were sitting in second. And, well, I mean, it's not going to be easy. Prone-Taggen, though, they're down as well. They're
not
the
sitting
current
second anymore.
No,
Isn't
they
it
were sitting in second. Yeah, exactly. But now Play.GLL surpassed them.
Yeah.
They've gone out as well, though. So this could be the game for Singularity to yet again rack up points.
All for Furia to get back into this if they find a way to rack up some kills, because placement alone will be not enough. Evan's pushing up the mountain, but that's not good. FK is ready for him. Ray also gets involved, but they get dropped by PG on the other side. Yeah, now it's like, basically as soon as you show your head, you probably get a shot from every single direction.
There's going to be like 3 or 4 teams that can spot you on. You see GRunner by himself. They've stayed alive for so long. They've fought through so many things. And yet somehow they have 0 kills so far. Singularity once again inside the circle. They're going to be all kinds of happy with that, because we do know them. They can get 9 kills in the matter of a minute. So don't take anything for granted, even if you see them with 0 kills so far.
Yeah, kills. That's what everyone's hunting for. Furious Gaming got 5 of them already. And it seems like it's running well for them. We say goodbye to Piantis Gaming also. So we come closer to the placement points that you want to have right next to your kills, because we saw it in the leaderboard, even having a lot of kills. It's not enough to be on top right now.
Not at all. Nate's now coming down towards Kassen. They know where he is, and he's running around all the CDC players. They're miles out in the open. Oops, Furia. Don't run over your teammate when you start your rotations. That's kind of rough. Flex trying to take out one of the players, but not going to happen. It's going to be Rasper to secure the finish off there. But he's starting to realize now that these Dragon players, they're coming really, really close to him.
Well, that was another time for Flex in there. It seems like, look at that, how many people are now sitting on this mountain, on this small hill, trying to get shots done everywhere. Fleiska has to turn around, but it's no chance for him. The Black Dragons are out because Furious Gaming is really finding their rhythm right now. 8 kills. There's no one close on the kill tracker right now to them. But,
wow.
That was that grenade still got him there. Okay, Nora is out. That's another one for Chicken. That's going up to 9 now.
9 kills for Furious already in this one. Look at Rasper's position. He's just trying to stay put, but it really is not easy. He knows that Rafa is over there. He has 4 nades. That's going to be the first one coming in. It's going to go, oh, just a bit short. And I don't think even if he wanted to, he could throw it all the way there. But he knows he's there. And now Quinton is spotting him from above as well. Chikritin is going to spot him from above, and that's not going to make things any easier.
Yeah, everyone just shooting into the smoke now. They obviously know that he's there, trying to heal himself. Furious Gaming with the long shots. Got 0. Gets Rafa in the end. That was the fight we just saw.
And we have, I mean, everything considered, we have yet to make our way into placement points. Now we are on Crusaders. They fall just short of that. So only 4 points for them this game. Pum, that's going to be the 2nd kill for him this time around. They know exactly where they have their opponents now. With the circle shifting down south, it's only going to force players even further out into the open.
Shots off in that smoke, but no, he tried. His teammate seems to be a lot more successful when it comes to that.
Yep.
And in the end, they get it. Furious now up to 10. Yeah, that's worth the killing spree animation. That's for sure. Chicken picking one up, and his teammate another one. Look at that! Look at that spread.
Look at the
information.
Look,
I like it.
Look at this. Look at the position they have. Right, they can see everybody. I mean, they're pretty much in a position from which they can see everything in this circle.
Beautiful how he controls the recoil there. And gets every bullet in that small shack down there.
This Southern Hardship is pretty much the best thing that could ever happen for Furious in this game.
Definitely. I mean, even from just looking at it, even if you have no knowledge of that map at all, besides where Singularity is, and Furia now, they are Furious on the way towards Furious Gaming, but there's still Mechanica waiting, and now they found themselves between Singularity, FK, and Mechanica. I'm not sure if that's really the place you want to be while Singularity takes care of PUBG here. They came close to their compound, but hey, someone owns this already. Someone lives here. You can't just come around and hope to get a place to live.
Singularity did lose 1 player though. Panda went down just before, and you can see another Loki's trying to throw some smokes through the, or nades through the smoke. Gonna throw him up forward. That one's gonna get close towards Swag, I believe, and then that's gonna be them taken down. Not a whole lot more to it. And all of a sudden, from just having 2, they now have 6 kills, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, and they all in the placements already. We said that the only team above 100 points. So another good match here just spreads that lead because Bitloff is out already. Furia is still in, but 0 kills. And Prone Tagim is also out. So that's a huge chance for Singularity to create an even bigger gap between them and the rest.
FK, they've been harvesting kills so far. 5 of those. XX nades himself. That's not what you want to have happen, of course, unless if you're trying to deny some points. But I don't think that was the case this time around. Furia, they will go out in 6th place with only 1 kill too. So that's just 3 points, despite all the effort they put into making those rotations.
Yeah, and FJ, they just add a number on top of their kills and add and add and add. Now they're up to 12 already. But also FK, we didn't have that much on screen in this round, but they sit on 7 kills as well, but there's only 1 man left.
Yeah, we got 8 seconds to go until we see that next circle. Where are we headed? Will Furious somehow be able to stay up on top of this hillside, or will they have to move down? Oh my lord, they actually get the hard shift. That is that's a fortunate circle, I guess you can say, if you've seen one. You can see Danny is sitting down here. He has no smokes remaining, so either he needs his teammates to throw them for him, or he needs players like FLKS here to land a hell of a lot of headshots. Vinny does get knocked there. There's still more players to deal with.
Yeah, they're still in that great spot, as he said. They just look down at the rest of the world, and they kind of in control.
Oh, don't go out.
But at one, yeah, it's like if you tap blue now, that would be an awful finish to this round. 13, I think the most that we saw was 14 over the last 2 days.
Yeah, something like that.
And they could add that 14th kill to it, but Chikitin also gets some damage on himself.
That's the thing, and that's why you saw them starting to make those moves on down before, because you know that if we sit up here for too much longer, it's going to be, well, us completely pinned once that circle, if that circle does shift away from us in the end.
Yeah, Poma tried to get involved in that fight there that FG picked before, but it seems like FG will pick up the kills. Look at that. Look at how they just sit there on top.
Kills.
Yeah, and easily get the kills because everyone has to move, and they kind of move into the crosshairs of Furious Gaming.
The thing is, all these players that are on the down plateau, they're trying to cover from each other, and that goes vertical, right? Whereas or horizontal, I mean, and that whereas to these guys that sit from above, they not only can they see over most of the rocks, but they also have the angle from the other side. I mean, it's so hard to play around. Now the run comes in the open. You can see from Chikwit's in there. He has absolutely nothing to fear in peeking this angle. Unfortunately, Mufasa for him stays alive.
Yeah, but we know how deadly that shack is because FG was killing people there basically every single minute, and with Poma sitting right next to it, also looking at it. Oh. He turned around at just the wrong moment for him. Kind of missed Mufasa and the chance to add another. Okay, he just wants to get rid of some bullets. Mufasa dies without anything.
Didn't want to give away points, I guess. Makes sense at this point of the game where every single kill can be the difference in whether you make it in or not. Ribbock's taken down, and now Singularity's turn to get bullets sprayed their way. And I actually like the aggression from Furious here, because they're realizing now, if this circle ends up going away from us, we're not going to win this one. But holy cow, that's a headshot.
Yeah, he tries to finish this now with that grenade coming down, but as he said, the shot before that was the real highlight. How he took down Noah. Now they also got Vinny, and they got the entirety of the team nearly.
Kills.
Yeah, they got another 2.
And look at the split on the team too. They all have 3 kills or more. It's very, very good to see that it's not 1 or 2 players doing all the heavy lifting here. Nope, they're all splitting out and getting multiple hits on in. 16 make that now and counting. This could be a solid game of 19 kills and a win if they can manage to take out both GOT0 and the last 2 remaining Singularity players.
16 is just unbelievable when you see that Boss Esports sits on 6 and Singularity sits on 6. Obviously, Singularity wants Furious to first turn to Boss Esports and finish that match, so they're definitely in 2nd position, but GOT0 is so far down that hill and probably not visible to Chikitin at all. So he might be the lucky one here. Poma finds FG. He comes a bit closer. He's creeping ever so closer. Tries to get some shots done.
That is some good spray control by Pum.
Yeah, it's not enough though.
They know they're up there. It's just a matter of being able to spot them out. You can see they know exactly where they have each other. GOT0, he could be the difference maker here. What's a little chest shot there? Maybe in the toe. 37 damage done.
His little finger.
Yeah.
It's basically shot there. But Flex really has this weapon under control. We saw amazing shots coming from him before. He already sits on 4 kills. beaten by Chicketon, and Chicketon adds another 6. So that means Boss Esports L and Singularity basically did what they had to do.
Indeed.
They came second. They add another 6 points to their, what is it, 6? Yeah, so 12 now. I think second position gets 6 points. Or
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 6 points.
Exactly.
So that's 12 in total, while Puma maybe even gets another one to it. Grenade coming down low.
Gotta say it in the end. Look at the positioning here. You have Singularity. They are closer to the dot. The circle is already closing. And if you're FG, you have to move now. You have to move because this circle is going to get on your back. And Singularity can still very realistically win this game. That's one more knock coming in now.
Yeah, they just have to avoid the grenades coming in. Yeah, they get Chicketon. That's a top fragger
2v1.
of FG. And Poma, low kicks, all of them are alive. Flakes is basically done. Can they beat FG, even with the position advantage FG had for so long in this round? Now it's a time for Singularity. They're sitting right in the center of the last bit of playable area.
They're playing it really smart, and that's one more knock on Singularity, looking to take this one home. 2 versus 1 here. Already sitting in first place. Those 4 extra points will be good. I think no matter what happens here, it's going to be FG getting that first place overall because of the kills. But this could be a very well-needed game for
Singularity. Had such a bad start in Game 2, and then in Game 2, Day 2, and then we saw them doing, oh, that grenade will finish it. It does. Just like I say, yesterday, what did they do? 9 kills and winning the round all of a sudden? Same here.
It happens again.
Same here. 9 kills and a win. That's 19 plus on top of their 102 that they racked up already. And it seems like all over the board, when it really, really counts, Singularity is there to do it.
They are. I mean, they know when to step up and how to step up. And we talked about them really needing some good games on Miramar because they haven't had them yesterday. Other than that, one, well, equal to here, 9-kill win. Well, I mean, they just gave us one more. So it's going to make things even harder considering how well they played in the Wrangler on day 1.
That's true. Their strong map, at least from what we saw in this tournament so far, is Erangel coming later. And I'm a bit sad for FG because they had the upper hand with the positioning. Problem was just, even with everyone getting involved in the fights, they couldn't get enough kills before they had to move.
Yeah.
What we saw, Singularity kind of played exactly that. It's like, okay, we just need to stay alive until they need to move the first time off that hill, and then we got them. And that's what happened.
FLKS from the very start of the game, hitting bangers across the map with that M24. Andy as well. I mean, what the hell is going on with these guys? They sure have stepped up their fragging over the course of this tournament. Look at this one. I don't even think Relance was expecting to hit those shots.
Probably not, but he did in the end. Flakes, we see him here down to 19, but he decided to bring in so much damage later on in the game down that hill. And this is basically the position they played of the entirety of this round.
This was when they really started fragging out. They knew, like, once they knew they had their entire back safe, that's when they could pull all their focus on that 180 leading forward and just start fragging out people all over the place. And Singularity as well, this were the first kills that they ended up getting. With a push on from PUBG and the other guys pushing on in. They did manage to get themselves into the good placement. I mean, you gotta give it to Furious though. They tried to split up. They tried to take that or send Danny further down to get into a position and have that center spot in the circle. There was just nothing to play from there. And in the end of things, they had the rock. It was on FG to make that push on down. And that was just not gonna happen. That nade right on the money.
Yeah, they played so well that they avoided all these grenades that obviously FG sent their way as soon as they realized that they have to push down that hill. So it's like everything they had, they just threw down there. And then there was a grenade that went up again that basically destroyed their game for Furious Gaming. And it seems like with Singularity's current performance that we kind of know who probably ends up with at least one ticket. Still a bit early, but the gap now is way bigger.
Indeed it is.
But for the second ticket, there's still everything in for
there's
all the
7 teams that can get it. I mean, right now, there's 7 teams that can get it. And there's 7 teams that have shown us that they can get it. That's the most important thing. It's not like it's 2 or 3 teams where one has been much better than the others. It's actually been really close as far as performances go. Everyone has had those really good games. Everyone's been had games where you're like, well, that didn't really... that was not what we've seen before. So who knows? It's going to be 4 games remaining, and who can step on in then?
Everyone's game still. Things are heating up here at the Latin American Masters. And we're back with Game 3 right after the break.
Vai na fé, vai atrás do que você quer.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Latin America Grand Finals. It is the Latin American Masters. My name is Talha. This is Tobi. I'm going to be joining in for the last 4 games. We are 2 games in. 3rd game starting soon. 4 more to go. And that gap, those tickets for the top 2 slots to the GLL Grand Slam is getting very, very tasty for some of these teams.
Yeah, it's going to get really, really close. And with that win for Singularity, probably in a situation where they weren't even expecting to get it, that's going to make it look really, really hard to get that first blood team. Let's take a look at exactly how many points it did end up getting in that game. 19 with the win, but those 17 kills for Furious Gaming. 23-point game. They will be loving that.
Yeah, that's going to boost them up the leaderboard quite a bit. But Singularity had a rough start yesterday. They did get 1 win on Miramar, but we can already see them coming out on top very early on today. So let's see if they can channel that inner demon that half their players possess in the last game of Miramar. But Erangel, it feels like they're more at home there.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? I mean, the fact that they got to get 9 kills wins twice on Miramar, and then we can say, oh, but it's not even the map they're good at. I'm doing quotation marks, you guys can see it. But that's not even their strong map. But look at this now. Yeah. Almost, they got 28-point gap down to second. That is a, I mean, no, 38-point gap, right? I can't count anymore. I'm going to stop counting now. It's a 28-point gap. 28. I should have stopped with what I said to begin with. That's going to be, if not impossible, then, well, somewhere near.
Yeah, I mean, already looking, ProNet, they are second with 93 points, Furious Gaming 87, and Bitloft fourth with 83. Mechanica, they were second place at the end of yesterday. Well, going into yesterday, sorry. 82 points. They've fallen off. For Fury, not that far behind either. The whole top 7 is very close in contention for the top 2 seeds.
13 points from 2nd all the way down to 7th place. That is insane. Then you have the 8th place in Boss. I mean, that's solidly 17 points added to it. That's probably going to be a bit too much. But then again, I mean, 4 games. We just saw a team get themselves 23 points in 1 game, right?
Yeah.
There's no saying in what can happen.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely juicy, Toby. It really is. And this is the closest PUBG I've seen in a while. Okay, yeah, Singularity, they're kind of pulling away from the rest of the herd. But 2nd place, that's still up for grabs. And who knows, these last 4 games, Singularity might not have the best of run in it. And it could change up everything. But going into game number 3, we're starting with the LATAM Masters. And it's going to be our final game on Miramar in this championship Sunday. And what a nice, lovely plane. Straight down from the north to the south.
Very, very, very vertical plane coming in there. And then, of course, I mean, if you're a team that likes going far west, then maybe it's not the best. But then again, I mean, you'll probably just get yourself a vehicle and make your way over towards where you want to go. We haven't really seen, as I said earlier today, a whole lot of confrontations early on in the game. Sure, some teams have been trying to take out other people in the air without succeeding in doing so. So I'm not expecting to see a whole other set of things here.
I'm liking this. Furia improvising, adapting to the plane path. Gonna go to Cruz del Valle, of course, and Tierra Bronca. They're actually going to split loot. Oh, no, Flux. He's going to get himself a vehicle and hopefully head over to Hyagin. But yeah, you don't really see these places getting looted up very early on. They're not really a drop place where many people go to. Furia going for a nice, secure looting phase.
Yeah, I mean, Fury, I mean, they normally loot El Pozo, right? And this plane pass, as we said, for if you're a Western team, might not exactly be the most optimal one for that. So with them going up north, it's going to leave some more room on the western side for teams to rotate. And with them, I mean, in all honesty, they haven't really had any success in rotating out of El Pozo today. So who knows? Maybe they'll be better off being on the eastern side of the circle. Well, I mean, they probably should have gone to El Pozo.
Well, with that circle, absolutely. But they still do have the northern side that they can rotate from. They know it's going to be clear. You've got the likes of Space Monkeys. They're doing a bit of compound looting. You can see Mike's. He was shooting a high pro as he was parachuting down, breaking the Geneva Convention. But it's PUBG. You know, play dirty, try and come out on top.
There's absolutely no rules as far as gentleman's sport in this. It's all about trying to lure those opponents in and slaughter them when you have the chance to.
Oh, this is optimistic from Vinny, but he gets a few tags off. AK-47, no scope. He's just running out. Tags up Feisco a bit, but they're going to get away in their buggy. So that's, well, a bit of damage done towards Black Dragons, but a bit of zone control coming out from Boss.
He was miles out in the open trying to hunt those kills too, and that's going to be, in all honesty, I mean, we laugh about it, but that's going to be more time that they could have spent looting.
Yep.
Gone down and force him to spend more time looting. That's going to force him to spend more time running around before he can start rotate. That's going to, in the end, make things harder. Now they are in the circle, but even so, I mean, they're sitting in San Martin right now. They have a chance of taking whatever they want in this circle, and them having just, well, I mean, lost Vinny to another 35, 40 seconds of looting. That could be other teams surpassing them.
Yeah, just looking at the circle currently, we've seen the circle yesterday, and it isn't as north as the one that we saw yesterday. Yeah. But I feel like many of the rotational spots that the teams are going to be going for will be in between that valley, because again, that valley where Crater Fields is and the compounds where PUBG are, it's just, you don't really know. It could go north or it could go south. It could even shift towards El Pozo as well, but you want to be in a good position for the next circle when it appears.
I'm going to tell you one thing, Talha. It can go anywhere. As long as it's within the white circle, of course. That's the only parameter we can set for this one. And we have seen hard shifts in the like every time where we go. We can just kind of tell the players, we'll say, there's no way that's going to happen. And then boom, it happens. I mean, no matter what situation it is, whenever you get that sort of thought into your head saying this is not going to happen, you have to have that backup plan in the big red boot saying, what about those places where it does happen? I mean, you have to be ready for it, especially in a tournament when you have 4 games left, so much on the line here. You just have to be ready for everything at this point.
Should write a circle philosophy book.
Yeah.
Outlining all the philosophies of a circle. Page 1.
Page 1, everything can happen.
If it can happen, it'll happen.
Yeah, exactly. And it can happen.
It can happen.
Yeah.
There we go. The looting phase, 3 minutes in, 4 minutes in actually. Everyone finding their own little places to loot up. You can see Feiska looting the little warehouse, the farmhouse. But the well, actually, stumbling my words. A lot of the teams on the eastern side should have vehicles ready to make that rotation. It's going to be a hard rotation for a lot of them. The western part of the circle hasn't been occupied as much as you can see there. There is a crate over there. El Pozo, empty. Crate fills, empty. La Cobriera, empty. You can see PUBG shooting towards Lokex from Singularity as well.
The issue here for the majority of the guys that are on the east right now is that sure they want to go over to the western side and push in from there. That's normally how I see with these edge circles happening. But because the teams that are center haven't moved further than they have, we talk Black Dragons, they're sitting center. We're talking Boss, they haven't moved at all. And then we have the guys that we saw just before on our screen with Vinny and company. They haven't made a move whatsoever either. I mean, they're still sitting out by San Martin. That's going to delay Prone Tagum, which is going to delay PG, which is going to mean that if you're Mechanica and you want to have somewhat of an edge circle there, you're not even going to get inside the circle because all these other teams have been taking so much time and get in there that that entire western side, as you set yourself right there, Tal. I mean, it's completely open.
Yeah, you can see Boss getting the vehicle, so they're opting not to stay in San Martin. I mean, it's one of those things where you don't really necessarily need to leave, but you want to get a better position in the circle rather than being safe when you're already in the circle. Space Monkey's going for that northern rotation. FK driving past Cruz del Valle near Furia. They're absolutely unawares, but it looks like RDNX, he's going to go out on the scouting mission while the rest of his team come up. Mechanica leading in the eastern. I keep forgetting my... I'm really bad at my compass.
You want me to write it down for you?
I need a compass with me all the time. It always messes with my
I can draw
head.
you one if you want me to. I can do that for you.
Just need it in the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
As I say, Mechanica are going to be going on the eastern wide rotation. It looks like they're heading towards the north area. So a lot of teams opting to go around the northern area, thinking it's going to be safe, but because of the amount of teams that are going there, it's not going to be a safe rotation for anyone coming in late.
And in all honesty, Boss, they could have gotten a much better spot in the circle than they do here. Of course, we never know. It's Circle 1. It can go anywhere, as we talked about just before. And this could end up being the compound to take. But I mean, you could play off of the statistics. You say the more center you are, the bigger the chance to have that next circle. La-di-di, la-di-da. They could have gone for circles that other positions that would be much better than this one.
I mean, the game where the circle did shift yesterday did shift this way. You kind of wanted that compound very early on because the hilltop that it's on is completely flat. So it makes sense why you take it, but it might be a bit too early to take. It's a risk that you're going to take. But also, with having said that, a thing that I've noticed is if you've got a compound that's constantly in the circle, you're not rotating and you're not really getting those kills, and people stay away from you mostly. Whereas if you're forced to rotate, you're forced to go for the fights, and that's how you rack up all these 1 kill points.
Yeah, I mean, you rarely ever see teams that get a lot of circles thrown on top of them get more than, let's say, maybe 2, maybe at most 4 kills coming into late game, like we're talking the last couple of circles. Because, as you said, I mean, teams, they know that there's been a team that they hold game, so there's no reason, like, they'll never leave themselves exposed to it, they'll never crash it, they'll never do anything of the sort. So yeah, true. I mean, you get a compound here, you can turtle down in it, but the odds are you won't get a whole lot of points until you start going out and fragging out yourself.
Andy shooting up Harold from BLT, bit loft. Harold gets tagged up, he's going to go. Andy just going to hold any rotational path. He sees another one, he's going to keep firing. No bullets connect though. We did see, was it Space Monkeys taking creator fields very early on. REI also rotating very late at the bottom there, just above Los Leones. So Space Monkeys holding the edges, the top hill parts of the crater. What's the top of the crater called? Just the hill.
There's crater fields and there's crater top.
Crater top.
I don't think it has a name. Now it does. You can get to name it, Talha. What do you want to call it? We'll call it that for the rest of the game.
I think, well, I'm pretty sure, like, you know, when a crater is created, there's a scientific term on, like, the outer ring. That's it. Scientific.
Should we just call it the ring?
The ring. So they're sitting on the outer ring of crater fields, and they're just holding the top part. You can see Cabron and Mike. They're taking the church, a very good area. Gives you immense vision over El Pozo and also that southern field that you can see over there. They might even be able to see Bitloft at some angle.
Only thing is that the angle they can see in the direction they can see, they can't see anyone. Because,
yeah,
I mean, El Pozo is a big city, sure, but there's no one in there. The entire southern side is clear as well. STDC, they don't have an angle on them from all the way up there, I would assume. And even if they do, is it worth shooting a kilometer down? Probably not going to waste your bullets and revealing your position for the sake of that.
Fury are playing very safe, going to go full northern.
I like it.
La Corbiera, very good. They're going to be, if they're thinking about going towards creative fields, then they're going to be driving straight into Space Monkey, Zoni, and you can see PG's just found Singularity, and now they have to use the ridge to take a fight. Lokex holding the little farmhouse. He knows exactly what's up.
Ooh, timing. Loki does even know that these guys are running up. I don't think they haven't shot yet. I don't think he's seen them either. This is just one of those, I want to say random timings of rotations, but he's parking here. He's going to go out of the vehicle again, and these guys know it.
Yeah, and that actually gives PG an opening to get into the compound, and I think Lokex, he knows exactly what's up. His teammate is close by. He gets sprayed up. He's quite close. Bronco at 50 HP, but I think he's just got out of death's range.
You know what I think this is? I think this is Pum actually spotting them from the hilltop. We saw him sitting up there with the bolt action sniper. I think he saw them running in behind us like, get the hell out of that compound. They're coming for you. So clutch information being provided by the eye in the sky there, because he had no clue. He was even jumping out of the vehicle saying, well, I'm going to stick around here for a little while longer. I'm just going to park the vehicle safe. Fortunately, Pum was there to get the vision on him, because he would have been down and out had it not been for him.
Yeah, and just before that little rotational mishap, Pum did get a knock onto Znova, who's been re-knocked again. See there by high power. Harold spraying down. Ooh, holding that spray. Susan gets Chicketon on the rotation. That's one member down for FG already, and the first blood of the game.
Exactly. Kill coming in at 10 minutes. We saw that second circle pop as well, went somewhat center. So majority of teams, they will be in already. Mechanica, they're coming from the north. You got Ray in the south, but pretty much everyone else are already in, or at least nearby that circle. Singularity, they've shifted a little bit further towards the side. They'll be sitting well in it here. And then you have PG. They got themselves a vehicle. Oof. They'll be seeing if they can find themselves a better place to lay low until that next circle pops.
Yeah, hide your vehicle from Singularity, otherwise you're not going to have any ties. And still, only 2 circles in, you want a vehicle because you have no idea.
You need the vehicle. There's no way in hell. I mean, there's no way you're going to make it anywhere in this game without a vehicle if you don't. I mean, okay, sure, if you're sitting in a compound, that gets shifted on, like for the next 6 circles in a row, but if nothing else.
Mechanicas coming in now from their immense rotation that they just did, coming in from the north of the circle. Judro and his teammate, Zoni, gonna just keep them at bay and make sure that they don't come up towards creative fields. They've got good vision here, but they are in the open, and they're quite easy to get tagged up. If anyone from Mechanicas wanted to just jump out, there you go, you can see Belita. If he just looks up a bit, might be able to get some shots on those 2 Space Monkeys. Oh no, they're quite far away actually.
They're sitting really thinly split too. You can see FK Kobat is up in the compound on the hillside, and Singularity, they're making the move in from the south. I don't think that any of the FK players have realized they're here. And to be honest, I mean, these guys in FK, this split they're holding right now, they have all the priority compounds on the eastern side, and it might be too much. I mean, they might be sort of grasping over a bit too much for them to handle here, because Kobat, go down to Belita. Belita, maybe go over towards Handy and Mufasa, because if that next circle goes towards them, there's no way in hell they're going to be able to stay alive. And Kovac, you can see he's making a move on it now too.
Yeah, and I think Poma has just heard that vehicle, so he's
for sure,
push down. And if you're FK, you're going to get sandwiched. You can see a crate dropping right next to Mechanicas, Access, and Pamps as they come in on that compound. Letty he's just going to go back. I think Ivan has lost his vehicle, so he has to go back and get his teammate by the looks of it. But it's a very good spot that Singularity have currently. I really like the little dip that Poma's in, and they're just laying pressure on PG.
The only issue could be if we get a hard shift towards the west, it's going to be really hard for them to traverse over there, because not only is it going to be a big distance, but there's also going to be a whole hell of a lot of teams to fight their way through. This crate is all out in the open. That's going to be one of those bait crates that looks so amazing, but in the end it's a trap, and you will most likely die trying to get it.
What's going on over there on the western side? Noran? I mean, the whole of Malvinas Gaming did rotate together. Wonder what he's up to.
Just chilling.
Well, he's going to get the church, so it's a good place to have. And the circle goes a bit south, but Donuts in mostly. So this is going to get very interesting.
Yeah, and for those of you guys who don't know the terrain around here, whatever is roads is the lowland. Whatever is not roads is high and above. So you do not want to get yourself caught on those roads. So even when you start rotating now, get off of those roads as soon as you can, because you're going to be a big open target for many teams to see.
Well, even with that on the highlands, you don't have much cover on the mountains and the rocks and stuff, so you need to just play the dips and the ridges that you can find. You can see PUBG, they're going for the, well, I think a very, very good compound.
Best compound.
Yeah, the best compound in that circle, and they're taking it really fast. You can see they're going to try it. I would be impressed if they go for a 2-2 split, taking each side of the road, but I think that's being a bit too greedy with all the teams that are around. In fact, they're going to go for a 2-1-1 split, taking every single...
Oh, sorry, continue.
No, carry on. They're taking every single side of that road.
And I feel like they need to, because you can play this compound the way they're doing it right now, but if they do allow for just one team to take one of those 3 sides of the road, that's going to be them being unable to peek anything, being unable to ever rotate. They can't get any info if they constantly have to worry about that neighbor sitting and shooting at you. So it's smart that they keep this split.
NRG finding the Brazilian Crusaders not having the best run for their money in the LATAM Masters at the moment, but they don't fall just about yet. Boss getting close to SDDC. And this is pretty much how you have to play. You have to try and find the biggest rock and just play around it, because that's your only cover, and make sure that your backside is covered. You can see GodZero already getting shot at by Black Dragons. That's Feisker. Just spots them as you come around that corner.
Yeah. I think that one of the key things in this area of the map is never have a fight that takes longer than, I want to say, 30 seconds at very most. Maybe 20, if not even less than that. You have to constantly look behind you. Every time you fire a bullet, you got to turn around and say, is anyone able to see me? What happens here? Because we're still 6. We have lost 2 players. This is the most passive game I've seen ever in this group of teams. It's 2 players down at 14.5 minutes. Whenever this next circle shifts, because as you can see here, there's pretty much room for everyone in it, because we have the edge of San Martin still. Whenever this next circle shifts, pretty much no matter where it goes, it's going to be crucial, because teams will have to cross roads. And we do know what happens when teams do cross roads. That normally means death comes to follow.
They get absolutely sprayed down. Trying to figure out exactly what Malvinas Gaming are trying to do. You can see them on the western side of the circle, still going north. So they're trying to go for a northern rotation into this 3rd circle. And the Brazilian Crusaders trying to do the best they can to keep every single person alive. You can see that one person knocked already, and the smoke goes down. And he's going to go in and try and get the res off. But STDC just shooting over the top there. They do have Boss right next to them and BD underneath them, the Spike Dragons. But, okay. So Andy gets res, sorry, and then gets re-knocked. And now Furia, they found Malvinas Gaming on their rotation.
You can see Furia, they're trying to hold off the guys coming in from above, and they need them down early. They need them down fast, because now the circle pops. As we can see, it shifts away from them. And they need them down immediately. Not going to happen, though. One knock does come in, but the needed help did not come at the time it had to, and Flux needs to run away from this one.
Flux has a nade, but the nades are coming out. Okay, it's a smoke. Oh, there we go, Huygen. There's a good nade. Needs to bounce a tiny bit, and it just goes straight into them, and that is Einkel getting knocked as well, and Kuzak, he falls very low. So that's 2 for 1 trade. Just right. Oh, actually, no. Ali and Noran, they're really close by, and Huygen is right underneath them, and they might have sort of an idea.
They heard him. Okay, they heard him. The thing is, they need to take this fight out quickly, because holy cow, that's a headshot. That's a 1-on-1! Oh my lord, the help coming in there. What a great play from both Flux and Hirgwin there, getting themselves all the finish-offs on towards the Malvinas team. That's the first team you see eliminated here in the last Miramar game of not only the day, but the tournament. And Circle, well, that hard shifted south. I was just going to say before that it was interesting to see nobody down around Power Grid. Well, now it's going to be a hell of a lot of players making their way in that direction.
Yeah, for Mechanicas as they're making the rotation on the bike. You see Ivan falls very low, and so does Excess. Ivan just gets taken out straight away by Duh. doesn't even get knocked, and now Boss changing their target onto STDC. And Brazilian Crusaders getting some knocks on bits.
This is a horrible, horrible setting we're just finding ourselves in. If you can see the map real quick, that's going to show you exactly how chaotic things are. Everyone's forced to make that way on down towards the south, and everyone was sitting and banking on the northern side here. These pushes are going to be so damn difficult to make because every single 50 meters you see is either a big uphill or a big downhill run, and there's just no cover to play from whatsoever.
No cover at all. You can see Brazilian Crusaders, they're going to make the push and try and keep that southwestern side of the circle to themselves if they can defend it from the inevitable doom that is the likes of Bitloft, but they need to get a few reses off as well. Singularity getting caught out on their rotation. And now Space Monkeys, they need to make this push. This is the only way in, and they've got STDC right in front of them. Cabron leading the charge, but Cassin's in a really good spot, and Rafa has a crossfire.
Gotta keep in mind that Furious Gaming, once again, like we saw last game, sitting in a position right now from which they should be able to get quite a few kills. We'll, of course, have to keep track of that. They're currently sitting at a solid 0 kills. So they'll need things going their way. Furia, they're rotating. They got 4 kills already, but they'll need a whole lot more in order to get back up into that top 2 spot. Now, see, running and shooting, shooting and running. A lot of it happening at the same time, and Space Monkeys are the ones to take casualties because of it.
Yeah, you take too long to make a push. You need to commit. You can't hesitate. And like that, Huygen comes up behind Space Monkeys. He does get the knock, but Rafa finishes him off. And just like that, STDC, they pick up the rest of Space Monkeys, and they go out in 15th place.
Completely slaughtered, and important kills coming in from STDC, because that means that their back should be somewhat clear, at least for now. Of course, they can't take it for granted. They need to hold it for a little while longer. But FK now pushing down towards Puck B.
Yeah, it's just Mufasa God who's crossed the road. BD, oh, that's a nade elsewhere, but you can see he's trying to defend against Mufasa God. The rest of FK coming across the road on foot as well. Handy Who making the charge for it. Melita coming in as well. Hayano, he gets tagged up, but he drops from an insane spray. It's going to be Handy Who also gets a knock with the grenade. Now it's just down to Duh and High Pow who are holding.
They holding each their angle. That's a nade right on point. That Bucky explosion helped him out a little bit, but in the end, good finish off there. Belita trying to hold the angle up close, but he's going to go down to the nade while he came in for the rest. What a big mistake made there. You can never run on over like that. That's going to be the most obvious nade to throw, but as we can see here, Blue is pushing him forward. One guy is up, one is not. Circle is going to force him right on the edge, and they're trying to go for the rest in the blue, and it's not going to happen.
No.
Handy, it's not going to happen. He's going to go down to the blue, and there you go.
Will this smoke help Handy Who to be able to make a play? He's just ticking away. He's
he's
getting
there.
a heal off. Dirt waiting. Which side of the smoke is he going to come out from? There we go. Like Huygen, he's just pushing on his own. What an insane second spray. Coming out, hitting a few of those shots, but he's still holding. He's wondering where Handy Who's gone. He's going for the long rotate, the long wraparound. Won't be oh, no, Dur's heard him.
Yeah, he heard him on the other side of the building. He must have heard him. There are 2 guys. You got to push this one together. Yep, they're coming together. And I like this play. They know exactly where he is. Oh, despite that, oh my lord, I was just going to see if he 1v2s this one. That would not be acceptable, but it fortunately doesn't happen. Singularity starting to rack up points now as well. They haven't really got themselves any kills so far, but we know they're waiting until late game to start getting kill active, and now they are indeed going to take out the guys in PG.
Yep, River just spraying the smoke, and hopefully a bullet or 2 will land. Might get a knock or anything, and now they just spot out 1 player. Ooh, Poma. Been doing wonders with that M24. Right now, it's down to keeping PG at bay. They're going to gatekeep them really high up. So they've got 2-2 split going on, one on the high ground, some on the low ground, making sure that they can't get anywhere else. Poma gets headshotted, and now SCDC trying to hold off from Furia, but Flux, he gets the knock, and he gets taken out, and just like that, Furia eliminated in 12th.
They did manage to get themselves 6 kills, but they're going to go out without placement points once again. They've really not had the day of Miramar that we were hoping to see from them. It's going to make it even harder with those 3 Erangel games coming up next, trying to take that 2nd place spot. Circle now down towards the road. We go once more. And as we can see here, a lot of open, some cactus every here and there, but overall, not exactly the easiest place to have a finish off.
Well, we did just see Pug B. 2 players remaining, but they're currently leading the kill tracker with 8 kills. Relance does spot Rai out. They're not going to make the push. They're just going to hold that little, little hill, little dip, Deathilade, that's what it's called. They're going to hold the top of that ridge, making sure nothing else happens. But STDC, they're making wonders on the other side of the map. They just wiped out Pug B.
Yeah, we got the STDC guys at 9 kills already, just 20 minutes into the game. Solid performance coming in from them. These nades, they're going high, they're going far, but they're not going to go on point, at least not right now. Rusty gone down. That's another fight happening elsewhere on the map. And despite getting 9 kills, they took casualties throughout all of those fights, and now they're finding themselves out in 9th place, just short of placement points.
So STDC also being eliminated by Singularity.
Oh,
yeah, it was.
They spot him. They spot him.
Loki's throwing a nade. Ooh, it might just bounce. They hear it, they see it, in fact, and they have enough time to react to that. But all the nades are going to be coming out right now. GodZero very low, can't really react much. Lokex gets taken down to 27 HP, and a second
running
nade.
from nade into nade. It's like heat-seeking nades just coming in towards him there.
Oh god, that just rolled.
Wow.
When you're down, you just see a nade like land like far away, but it just rolls to your face.
There are circle magnets and then there are nade magnets, and I think I want to know which one of them I want to be.
Well, that kind of opens up an opportunity for Boss to make their way into the circle as it starts pushing in. 28 seconds left before the blue starts being a problem. Now Poma trying to tag up Rai. You see Lawrence just keeping him at bay.
Yeah, I mean, Poma was looking far, but he had opponents up close. In that situation, he only has one first aid left remaining now, so he needs to be really conservative with his meds.
Boss,
Rotation.
hello. They're going to stop right in front of Ribbo. They're all lined up. 2 knocks, 1 person remaining, Noah. And now he's being shot from behind by BD. And they're just going to go and spray the vehicle as much as possible. And it's going to be Ribbo that gets Vinny FPS as well. Actually, no, it's Faiska.
Double steal, though. Faiska gets the vehicle explosion, and Ribbo gets the finish up on towards Vinny. So not the result he wanted off of those knocks coming in his way. Pum taken down, so all of a sudden Ribbo is all on his own down by the side of the road there. Black Dragons down there starting to see if they can get in some more kills. 6 already. They're not at all done shooting yet.
And have a very good concrete compound right now. They can see the entirety of Singularity. Ribbo, he has a little bit of a couple of trees, a couple of wood, as I like to call it.
They know exactly where he is, though.
Look at that. If he has to run across the road, it is death. It's
not
death
gonna happen. He's gonna stay here for as long as he can and hopefully grind some placement points with it.
Not many kills on Singularity's part. 4 kills only. But they are joint second. 1 player remaining on them and Brazilian Crusaders. But Black Dragons looking very strong right now. 4 players up and 7 kills, and they're looking for more.
And that's the thing. You can see both with Ray and Prone tag him. I mean, they're sitting with 4 guys strong right now, and they've yet to really make their aggressive plays. You can see they're trying to hold off the Black Dragons. Damage coming in on both sides here, but neither of the 2 teams have started taking casualties. Oh, Pitlov, does he see him? I don't think he did.
He definitely will.
He's right there. He doesn't see him now. There you go. It's like you got to see him now, right? You got to spot him out.
Well, this is important now. Is that Hidger or High Junior?
I just call him H11.
H11?
Sure. Yeah.
H11. He's made his way across the road, so now he can actually really be a nuisance to Rai.
Did he cross because he wanted to crate? Or did he cross because he wanted to get like one of their teammates on the other side? I hope it's the second reason, because if it was just for that crate and he randomly spotted out on one of the Bitloft players, that's probably a risk taken that wouldn't have been necessary.
Why did H11 cross the road?
To get the crate.
To get the crate. Good joke, man.
He's actually getting it now, too. Faiska is going to run on up. He knows Ribbo is over there, so what was one team looking at him before is now one team with a player split off, and that is indeed going to be Ribbo taking out Singularity out in 6th place. So we're down to just 13 players up on their feet, and it's quickly narrowing by the second.
Yeah, you can see Rai. They won't be expecting 1 player from Black Dragons to be across the road, but now you've taken a shot. You've got 2 players from Rai still on the other side of the road. That's Lauren Sid. But with this, they have a lot of information now with H11 being there. You can kind of just keep everyone at bay that's above them. And oh my god.
This is just so open to play around. It's really, really, really rough. And you see Plone Tech, and they're making that run on down towards that circle. They have 1 win already today. And there's a chance, of course, with 4 guys alive at this point in the game. Pretty good chance of getting things going, but Black Dragons, they have the entire northern side of the road to themselves, at least on the western side, and they can really start applying some damage here.
Oh, this is a good position for ProNet. Just luckily, there's just a valley that's available for them. It gives them cover from 2 sides, and they know there's no one above them on their south. Black Dragons, they get another kill, so that Psychopath gone.
Total.
Wasn't going to start up. He wasn't going to live any longer.
Yeah.
Very hard place for him to be in. But now, only thing is for ProNet is Black Dragons. Black Dragons have superior cover over where ProNet is, but ProNet has cover from Rai and, well, H11 as well.
The good thing for ProNTech is that they're sitting in the circle with a pretty big majority of it on the southern side of the road. So if they can force Ray and Black Dragons to engage in one another, then they could potentially get a good third party in. But the thing is, they really need to stay put and they need to stay alive. And you can see already now, the shots are starting to be hit here.
Yeah, H11. He gets a knock into GBL. So that puts Rai 1 man down and out of the fight for the current moment, so they can kind of focus on ProNet. I don't know if H11's position's been compromised by ProNet. He did take a few shots, so they might be expecting someone to be there. You can see the smokes coming out just for a bit of cover. And Black Dragons, they actually have a really, really solid spot right now in the circle as well. They're trying to get as center as possible without trying to the outer cover, whereas that road, if anyone gets forced into that road, it is just chaos for them.
CH11 still just trying to play it safe, buy himself some more time, figure out where that last circle is going, because if it should go back up north and the other side of the road, that's going to be them in a really, really good spot up there already. Now, it does take the bike. He knew he was going to take it eventually, but he's not able to hit the shots he needs to. That's unfortunate.
Oh dear, and now his cover's definitely being compromised. ProNet, they push around and they clear him out. So now Black Dragons have lost all information that they have on that side of the road. And H11 just being spot out. He overextends his position.
And this fault is not even on H11, it's on his teammates. Whenever he's looking at that angle, they need to have someone looking at above. And they were all three, like when there are 3 players over there, one guy needs to hold him from above, and neither of them did. And all those players were looking to the east, and it cost them.
Okay, and H11 actually gets stolen by Lauren Sid.
Yep.
So 1 point going over to Rai. You can see now finally ProNet and Espada do Rai. They get themselves 1 kill on the kill tracker. Black Dragon still up there with 10. Nice knock coming out straight away onto the next target. Gets both. Oh, no, he doesn't get both of them.
Finish off.
Yeah, finishes off Youngkush. But TT Zor's already very low, and you can see Roger Wow. He wants to go for it. He swaps out.
He knows he's in there. He saw him prone. He saw him prone on the backside. So smart shots coming in now. Circle is going to center up once more, and this game is going to end on the road. That's going to be difficult.
That's a big yikes.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. It's actually going to end a little bit on the northern side, and you can see all the Black Dragon players, because of that, completely splitting off now, trying to take full control.
Oh, good shots connecting. Ooh, I was going to say good shots connected for Roger Wow, but he does knock DT Zor before getting knocked by Fieska.
Yeah.
So that's going to put them out of action for a little while, but Black Dragons just have such a good spot right now. You can see the remaining members of Rai on this side. They've got themselves a few vehicles. 1 smoke goes down. They're going to have to heal up, and they just have to Hail Mary charge. Hopefully, ProNet doesn't shoot at them. But that's not going to happen, is it?
It's going to be extremely difficult, that's for sure. Fieska hitting himself his 5th kill there with a finish up on towards Roger Wow. Relans, good angle, but again, not able to land the shots he needs to. We're seeing too many of these mistakes happen.
There's a rock there. Relans sees the rock, doesn't get to the rock. Fieska just has the aim on point. You can see Kildemo finishes him off as well. Now it's just Rai. How long do you rely on these vehicles? You can see the circle's actually going to finish closer to Black Dragons, so this is actually their game to lose at this moment.
They have it. They have to have it. I mean, I want to see other teams go out and press here, but if another team wins this, it's not because they did it well. Most likely it's just because Black Dragons failed to take home the win. As you said, it's their game to lose here. Sure, they got 3 guys on the other side, and you got the players on the other side here too, but it's just, I mean, they need to win this game.
Yeah, there we go. You can see right. Whoa, what is that? A triple tap. Lauren Sid gets deleted and goes back straight to the main menu screen, and Burke gets a kill onto Necro, and Lauren Sid finished off by Fieska. And now BD, they're pushing up when they don't need to. They're going to get pushed by their circle last, but they just want to wrap up the kills, and they do take it. Black Dragons take game 3 of day 3, and it's a very, very good start for them. 16 kills and first place.
What a hell of a way to finish off those Miramar games. They had the good circle, they played around it, and they landed those shots when they needed to. Only fault on their side, losing H11 when they didn't have to. They needed that one guy to look above. They needed to dedicate one player to say, if you're sitting over there, I will make sure no one's shooting at you from above. They failed to support him. He was taken down, but fortunately, they get the win anyway.
And of course, even relaying the information that 2 players are pushing up top, he was completely unaware, just caught off guard.
He had no idea.
Yeah.
He needs his teammates there. I mean, they had the angle, they had pure... You saw as soon as he got knocked, they were just spraying up there, all of them. It was like, guys, I thought you had me there, maybe?
Yeah,
no,
there's absolutely no way that ProNet managed to do that without getting seen. They were just looking elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I think they had all 3 of their players looking at Rai because those are like the nearest threat. But sometimes you have to assess, are the players next to you the actual threat, or are the players across the street about 50 meters away the proper threat that you need to be wary of?
I mean, had the circle crossed on over to the other side, H11 was the only guy there to hold their whole rotation, right? So that was a crucial player to keep eye, but fortunately for them, the circle didn't end up going there, and they got themselves a 16-kill win in the end. And Fury, I mean, once again, to me, they've been fighting early, and it's been costing them. And some of these teams, I mean, in all honesty, yesterday we didn't see that many teams hug the edges we've seen today. Sure, circles, they have an impact on it, but Fury, they've just been fighting way more early game than they would have wanted to, and we see that with the scoreboard.
This is a very good push by FK, but just executed very poorly. Just didn't go in their favor whatsoever. It did look like that PUBG weren't going to win that. They managed to let FK come across the road. All of the entirety of the team that was remaining managed to make it across, and that's just
this one here as well. Double spray down coming in from Rippo, and then the vehicle explosion by Fieska. That's going to be his first double coming in there. Would end up getting 6-7 kills, I believe. Pretty damn good performance coming in from him in that game. This one.
Da-da-da-da. Let's go. Headshot.
I'd say a pretty solid finish off that. Get themselves the win in the end of things and 16 kills to it as well.
Yeah, so 26 points for the last game of Miramar.
Yeah.
That's insane. And that's going to boost them up the leaderboard whatsoever. Singularity.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Still managing to make their way into the top 10, but let's see if that gap that they have created will increase or decrease. But it's still a two-pronged race right now for that second spot at the moment. If Singularity goes the way they're going, they might lose that as well. So let's find out the last 3 games. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after the break.
I've been feeling like a man out of time. I've been staring into space to get in tune. I've been waiting for the sand to fall behind. I've been looking for a face inside the moon. I've been looking for a faith to lead the faithless. Caught slipping trying to catch the speed of light. Every time I try to make a way out of my lateness, pulled over, got somebody reading me right. Cause we've been chasing after hours, counting minutes second hand, spending all of our tomorrows trying to come up with a plan. We don't call up information cause they don't know what we saying. No one knows, no one knows. We all woke up in the upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. Falling overboard, catch me off the side. Or maybe you just missed it when you close your eyes. Life goes in an instant. One hell of a ride. If you don't go for fiction, I'll get caught up in the lies while you was chasing after hours, counting minutes second hand, spending all of our tomorrows trying to come up with a plan. We don't call up information cause they don't know what we saying. No one knows, no one knows. We all woke up in the upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. False starts like roll it in the dark like stutter steps last breath. Staring in the void, feeling paranoid, thinking if you fall, you won't make a noise. Off of opioid, man, you got a droid, at least you got a phone. Fucking humanoid, why you xenophobe? Why you so annoyed? Why you tripping out? Who made you devout? Why we go this route? Can you do without? If you look within, here we go again. Hands inside the vehicle, you mad cause it's autonomous. You thinking you anonymous, but we upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. Feel like we've been missing out. Feel like we've been missing out.
halfway through. 3 different winners on Game 3 so far. And on day 3, not on Game 3, but we have been after Game 3. And that's why we changed. Once again, I'm back. And with me is obviously Talha. Who else would be willing to spend time with me during that day, that time of the day? Hi.
I'm just looking. Am I like blending in with the background
A
here?
bit. You're like, that's the ghillie suit, but for casters.
Yep, I am just...
You're not that. You're not
You
that.
can't see me.
No.
You can't see me. Of course, we swapped sides as well. But yeah, that is Game 3 done. That is Miramar completely done in this Grand Finals for the LATAM Masters. And we have the scores after that. So let's have a look at what that's done to the scores going to Erangel now. So Black Dragons, they did win that game, and very convincingly, 16 kills as well. I think STDC got 9 kills, so they're the second highest. And then right there you can see PUBG with 8. But 26 points for them, and then everyone else is 9, 9, 8, 8, 6, 6, 6. So...
Sounds easy.
Yeah, sounds easy, but...
Doesn't change much, though, on the overall score, right? I mean, Team Singularity still leading. They're creeping away, not scoring big in Game 4, but in Game 3, but they're creeping away. 127, 99 now for Play.GLL, and 92 for Furious Gaming. Black Dragons, after that impressive match that you just talked about, up to 82, 89, and 88 on Furia. I would say, like, all these Play.GLL, Furious, Black, and Furia, and Bitloft, they're all still in reach of the second ticket to Grand Slam.
No, absolutely. And, you know, Black Dragons, they just went from being out of the top 10 into the top 5 just from that game. So this is how close it is for any of these teams. You know, STDC could have an insane game, and then they're in the top 10, and they've just kicked out a lot of those teams. But if you're Singularity, you must be a bit happy that teams like Mechanica and other teams that are just closely behind you aren't doing that well, because that confirms that you are taking that #1 slot, but you still need to have a stellar game yourself as we start game number 4, going into good old, not overcast, kind of sunny Erangel. Now, plane, starting at Georgia Pole, going down towards Milta Power. You can see Space Monkey's already going for that northern Georgia Pole, maybe Zaki, split loot as well. And Pachinki's going to be taken by one team again. I forgot which team goes there.
It's the usual. So Singularity will go over to Rushhawk. Then it should be, I think, BRC should try Pachinki as they normally do. And we might... Wait. We don't see PUBG going all the way down Snuff. Do they do? Oh, yeah, they go down now. All right. Because I was expecting them at Snufka Island. And that's where they currently had to. Furious Gaming, they're close to that as well. Ray will probably stay in Milta. And the FK guys will head over to Milta Power. And yep, definitely PUBG is heading over to the island. So far, on those 3 days, but only first day was Erangel, we didn't saw an island circle happening yet. So kind of feel like it's getting time, right?
I mean, you roll the dice enough times, it's going to land on a double 6. So let's wait for it. But it's not going to be this game, Rene. It's not going to be this game. It's going to go towards the north western side. And that's good for Space Monkeys. They can loot up Zaki. Zaki's very hard to loot because it's so it's got 2 different levels on there, so it does take a bit of time. There we go, having a nice, lovely view of Cube. So this will be a good spot for a lot of teams to take on the early rotation, so they can get some rotational kills as well. It's going to go to one of the teams that are on the crates. You can see Singularity. 1 player already up crossing the river. So it's all about which side of the river does this circle go to, because it can still shift south, but it's heavily skewed towards the north.
Yeah, it's definitely not ending towards Stolba, what we had on day 1, but that is the usual Singularity setup when Ribo is on the other side, kind of checking, getting a bit of loot, trying to make sure that they're in control. Furia in Yasnaya. Also, that is not really new. It's just now with that circle, they actually had the chance to head over to Saverni and try to be up north as far as possible. They could make that happen, but obviously in Yasnaya, also enough loot for just those 4 people from Furia. So that is a lot together, a lot to check out. And I'm pretty sure that they will probably have whatever they wish for in terms of their items.
That's the thing. You've got far too many buildings for the amount of players out there. I think S9 can be taken up by 2 teams. Furia, they're just not going to be able to loot all of those buildings, but I'm pretty sure within the first couple that they go into, they're going to be pretty looted up. You can see Malvinas Gaming already make the rotation in, and Ali notices that Cube is not taken, so he's going to take it and wait for the rest of his team to rotate. A very good spot to have, especially in this circle. It is currently center, and if you do go for a split, you might want to take the watchtower on that side of the road, as you can see, the lovely observers. Or yes, actually, you take the better thing, which is the God Compound, and then you've got information on either side of the road, and you can make the rotation depending on where the circle goes.
Got compound.
Right, okay. So I learned this from Tobi, because I did ask. Because I was always confused, because when you're playing, you have certain nicknames for certain compounds, and I bet Tobi's going to be like, he's totally wrong, he's forgotten everything. So a God compound is a compound that cannot be pushed easily by any size. There's not enough cover, and the only way you can kind of get to it is by crashing. And this compound, as you can see, absolutely nothing on either side, apart from the ridge on the other side of the road, but still it's a long road, a long flat land to go across that road to be able to push. So I like to think of that as a God compound, and it's very secure and safe unless you're being crashed. But even if you are, you're already ready, because you can see the vehicles coming from a mile off.
Yeah, that is true. There's a lot of visibility all around. So, all right, I will try to keep that in mind. So you learn it from Tobi, I learn it from you. So we're all learning from each other. Probably no one's learning anything from me.
Wait for him to walk through the door and be like, no, you're wrong. You're completely wrong.
I think you fell asleep already, don't worry.
Oh dear, Cassin, you're being caught out in the open of the fields by Chopsticks. Captain Bublo taking some shots. Oh, he finally does get taken down by Runner. And he thought he was away there, but he wasn't.
Yeah, that was actually surprising to me. I was sure that was done and dusted, but you see, there's a Jeep on fire. Unfortunately, it cost the driver his life. So that's one man down already while we are below 5 minutes here into Game 4. It'll be interesting. And we're not zooming in there. So, we see most of the teams already on their way to the middle of the circle. Interesting, though, that the typical ones that obviously are PUBG, they have the furthest way, I would say, like the longest way, the longest journey to get into the circle, because they're still sitting at Sosnovka Island. PG is kind of setting up on their bridge. And BLT, I'm not sure if they consider going to hospital, like trying to get around everyone, and then ending up at hospital. Could that be an idea?
Yeah, it could be. The thing is circle philosophy, as we were talking about. If it can happen, it will happen, and it probably might happen, whatever comes into your head. And you see a lot of these teams already crossing these bridges and going towards the north part of the circle. And I just think that, a lot of the time you are over-rotating. You can see SDDC, they're going for a bit of a split going on right now. Malvina still got that split as well, trying to take the bottom part of Everest, but you can see Andy's just spotted them out. He might not take the shots just yet. SLR with the 2X. You're going to miss a few of those shots, but someone's standing very still. And he's going to go for the shots in the car, and right now Noran and his teammate, they're just going to get out of there at the moment and probably go back to Cube, because there isn't really a safe place for them to be at right now. Brazilian Crusader is going to take Everest and just hold that. Gives them a lot of information. They can see all the compounds nearby, and they can just hold it. They can even fight Boss if they wanted to, but I don't think they have the scope to do so.
Singularity, they went out a bit further, now even up to shooting range, at least for Pommer, and FK is rotating into that. So Kovad is coming, and the rest of his team as well. Will be interesting to see their setups, and if we see such a dense inner circle as we had seen on the previous matches in Miramar, when the teams had the chance to go for the center of the circle. The Space Monkeys on the way here. They're at crash side currently. Yeah, that plane, you can definitely not board that anymore. So even after the crew went through it and cleaned it up, I'm pretty sure this one is not flying anymore.
Poma, he's absolutely insane when it comes to range. Give him a sniper, give him a DMR, he will hit those shots, especially on someone that's moving quite some distance away from him, and on a bike as well. So he's taken up the crossroads right here. The rest of his team going into different compounds. So they've got really, really interesting split compounds going on at the moment, because they're just completely unsure where the circle could go, and they're covering all their tracks. Wherever that circle will go, they've got someone ready on each side. BLT doing a bit of a little bridge camping.
I mean, they'll probably know that PUBG is over there, because they had always been over there, and Hypo will figure out soon that this bridge is not as easy to cross as it might look like, because he's nearly done. But as soon as he will kind of leave the bridge, he's right between BLT.
Ready.
And they
Absolutely.
are. There we go. Hypo gets knocked immediately. The rest of the team, they should have waited maybe a bit. But they're caught in the middle of the bridge. They want to get away, but everyone is shooting at PUBG right now. It seems like they will still get away, though, but that means they need to head to the other side of the bridge, because one man is down already. BLT up one.
Yep, BLT. They've got themselves a bit of a loot delivery, and I think they're trying to get that Darcy as well. Okay, no, it's blown up. Okay. They might have another vehicle. We saw they had a buggy there as well. Mechanicas playing very, very safe now. This isn't usual from them, from what we've seen. Look at their northern rotation. They've gone all the way from Milta all the way around Kameshki, and they're just trying to stay away from the fight as long as possible. They're really going for the placement points. And I think they know that they're more mechanically skilled when it comes to close quarter combat or in the last final few circles. So they're waiting for their opportunity to pounce out and become fully formed. They're going to take the little hill next to Severny as their rotational spot.
Look at this one. So you got Singularity here, you got Furious Gaming over the other side, and then you got Furia right next to that as well. So there are 3 higher profile teams sitting here and waiting for that chance to spot someone, kill them. Obviously, Furia up there on the hill in the woods, in the forest, and then it's FK down here. So that FK takes some shots already. FK is between Poma and the rest of his team, but there's also Furia between there. And then behind that are the Black Dragons. That's a really interesting line going from Rimmel up to Burke.
See, like Singularity, they had Poma and Lokex just sitting in a different compound just in case the circle went anywhere else. But the circle does not favor any of the positions right now as Andy finds himself GRunner just going a bit too far up the mountain on Everest right there. And the rest of PG, they're going to slowly follow suit. And I think Brazilian Crusaders are ready for it. Nope, Nehibol, he just gets out of there. And now Singularity, in fact, every single person sees a circle and they know, right, it's going to shift south, so let's just cross that bridge. This is what I mean by over-rotations. You can't be sure Captain Bublo,
he falls down.
He didn't bring his climbing gear. And, yeah, he's dead. He's going to go. The nades are coming down, and you can see Andy does spot it out. And picks it up nice and easy. That was an opportunity for Boss to try and nick that kill. I'm not too sure if they have a clean angle on them. Malvinas Gaming, they're all right. They're solid. They've got Norin on the other side of the bridge, so they can keep that secure if they ever needed to cross it again. And the rest of them are still up in cube. They don't need to go for a rotation at the moment, and they can actually hold it because a lot of people are going to be coming past to make that rotation, so they can just spray them down.
Why is Space Monkey's not going for Letty? Letty is all alone, but the Space Monkeys, are they looking in the wrong direction? Did they all look to the right while Letty went off to the left?
I think Letty was behind the building. They did hear him because someone was aiming.
They were still in front of the building. You can see that. They were basically side by side at one point.
I'm wondering where's Mechanicas gone?
They already rotated into it. Yep.
Yeah, so they're in the circle. I'm surprised they're not going for like Georgeable crates or something. Well, they're getting back to the vehicle, so they're unsure about the rotation. They're just scouting out before they do go, and you can see Space Monkeys going across Georgia Pole Bridge. And Singularity still on their rotation, trying to make their way in. Right, they've got themselves the yellow buildings. A good compound to have, but I'm not too sure it's going to be in the circle any longer when the next couple of zones show themselves. FG just making their way in right now, just above Pachinki. And FK following suit just behind Pug B as well. So a lot of teams conglomerating there on the southeastern side of the circle. And everyone playing very safe. You can see Black Dragons not opting to get any deeper into the circle. Neither is Pronet and Furia. They're not going to go for it. But you can see Mechanicas. They finally got themselves kind of deep into the circle, but they're still afraid to cross that bridge.
It's interesting to see how far out Singularity came now. I mean, they're all the way down there close to Gutka again. And BRC, they're sitting on their small Everest, and they want to shoot as far as possible from there. And they might even get a good look at Poma and Panda if they now would look there. Yep, Psychopath is taking some shots down there on that compound that Singularity just picked out as their new home. While the Space Monkeys want to come over the bridge. Oh, he nearly got Swag overrun there, but he was just ice cold sitting there. Keep shooting and shooting and shooting, and it paid off.
Yeah, I like that. If you just saw literally in that second, K-Bron was like, nope, I'm out of this, jumps off the bridge. The rest of Space Monkey Zonny is last alive on the bridge. The nade is going to come over. He doesn't have time to heal up or anything. He should follow suit just like K-Bron, but he doesn't jump over the bridge, and he's going to get completely taken out. K-Bron, the last remaining player for Space Monkeys, all falls apart for them on just one rotation. And STDC, they did spot them out before, and they held that bridge appropriately.
STDC, they're obviously still checking because they don't know that K-Bron is down there. They're now flushed. Yoni, he's gone.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay, so this is when I feel bad for, like, Singularity, right? They've just gone from a northern rotate all the way down to the south, and now the circle's like 50-50. We could go north, we could go south. It was looking like it was going to go south, but nope. Circle philosophy says no, and Black Dragons driving straight into Furia. They've got this hilltop here, and they can keep them at bay. Burke, he's going to be the first one to lead the charge. Doesn't get out of his vehicle. He's just trying his best to stay alive. And right now you can see the rest of Black Dragons. They have to think on their feet and find a different place to go to.
Yeah, it seems like Furia wants to move in at least. They now see the car rolling there, so Berg is definitely out. That's why they throw all those grenades, because they expect him to be there somewhere. Berg takes some damage. Weiska's there to pick him up. All we see is Singularity passing Malvinas, because they probably now running around like, why are we doing all that travel? Furia finds Berg, so he's knocked at least, while Logan from PG gets killed by Boss Esports. Also, Furia cleans up their mess. Another kill for them.
What's that Lokex in the No, it was Malvinas. Right, yeah, Noran. I thought Lokex managed to make his way into the Harry Potter there. But now Singularity, they're going to be coming across right in between the Malvinas sandwich that they have. Ribbo and a teammate going to just drive straight into the river. And now they're going to hold the ridge on the river. It's a good place to have, but not the best at the current moment. They've got themselves a rock, pandas underneath, but you can be shot at from literally either side. Well, the opposite side of the river, as you can see. And you don't really want to get caught swimming as well. That's literally being caught with your pants down.
It's true, not much you can do as soon as they spot you there. Easy target. But they try and at least. They create a setup that's a bit better than just driving around in your car and getting shot, because that's what they did before. While BLT is on the move, they might run into Nabel. He just came out of his building to get some shots onto the buggy of BLT. Ragna's coming, Harold is on the other side. They all got the quick buggies, it seems. Pretty fast here on passing the PG player.
It's good spray control, but it's not connecting at all now. You can see he has to fall back. He's very low. FLKS, he does fall. The nade just bounces just above him. The rest of FG are coming in for backup. But Brazilian Crusaders, they have themselves a nice sandwich on FG as they make their way up onto Everest. And this is not looking good. You can see Andy leading the charge. He spots one out. Now he knows exactly where they all are. He's going to come over all three of them. The nades are coming out too. He hears the vehicle. He's pushing. He sees one going really far away. There's one really close. Can he get the spray? Down 28 HP. Taken down from one of the players. NRG falls low. And another one now. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's a double, a triple. No, a double it was, as the car exploded. While Handy Who finds a Cabron, so the Space Monkeys are finally out. Cabron was the one hiding under the bridge before when they got picked up by STDC. So BRC pushing to Chikitin. Seems like Furious Gaming doesn't have the game of their lives here in Game 4. And Chikitin probably soon face some more bullets. Both trying to rotate around that still now. Get closer to Chikitin. He will hear them stepping, that's for sure. Rusty Zero decides for going up the stairs and trying to get onto Chikitin, but his teammate was a bit quicker. Psychopata came around.
Yep, the circle, it goes north and it shifts towards the northeast as well. Black Dragons are happy with this one. Letty getting involved, getting a kill onto SDDC. You can see two teams out. That Space Monkeys and Furious Gaming very early on. Now, Brazilian Crusaders, they have one heck of a rotation to do. How do you do this? You can see Rye, they're already going across the river. They're swimming, in fact, and Singularity is looking tough for them. But Panda, and I think that's Lokex, they managed to make their way just under Cube, so they can try and take Malvinas Gaming on if they do so wish to. But if they carry on running, no, they're going to go straight into the compound and fight Malvinas. And I think Malvinas are left with just two guys, and one of them isn't in the compound. Kuzak, he has himself a building.
And Poma dropped the other Malvinas player. Like Einkel just dropped.
Oh, so that's in the Harry Potter across the road. Yeah,
they got the other side as well under control now. Cobalt falls after BLT gets involved in that fight, and even Fury is taking it. Oh, Belita! That is not where you want to go. Harold, not even shooting at him. Did he not see him?
No, he did, but you've got some teams just above him.
Yeah.
So he does spot him out. Finally, he's going to aim, but he's just worried that someone's going to peek over the top of the hill. He's going to go for the nade, but Belita, he's escaping.
Work.
But Belita's losing health. Belita's losing health because he's running out of air.
That grenade will probably finish him
Oh,
off.
look at everyone.
Raspu is also diving in there.
Oh dear, what is that?
Belita is not a kill now for Bitloft, and they really need the points to get back. And BRC is in that water. Raspu is over there. Harold is not seeing him though yet. Now he spotted him. Yep, there we go.
Oh, a headshot into Raspu.
That was a quick reaction there.
And the thing is, Renee, when you're in water, you don't get knocked, you straight die, because no one can res you in there. So Brazilian Crusaders lose two players just on that rotation. Everyone just diving into the water. It's not when PUBG first came out, where water made you literally immune to bullets. Not anymore. There's a bit of penetration there. You can see Tranco. He's made his way across the river, but still BLT have the hard task of getting into the circle.
Yeah, especially now with 2 men down. While we see Psychopata being all alone there in the smokes. And BLT makes their way over, but there's still Mechanicas on the other side of the road. So you need to be aware of what you're doing there. While Furia takes on STDC, they got Rafa out of the way already. But there's still swag in one of the smokes over there. And they're definitely pushing. Look at that. There are 3 people on that hill. They want to go push back. They want to find him. I mean, they connect some of the shots, but still not enough. While the Brazilian players got eliminated. That was Mechanicus helping them to finally leave Erangel. And Swag falls to Z Flux from Furia.
Susan doesn't spot Heino. Heino's actually up. He can heal. Susan needs to just see his head. Tranco can come around and help him.
Did not see him?
No, he doesn't see him at all. And now Tranco's getting up in the action. There's a rock there. Susan. Heino falls from Harold. That's BLT coming in on the wingman duties right there. But, oof, duh. Oh, no, Duh gets knocked. I thought that Tranco got knocked there, but he didn't.
Got knocked by himself once again.
So now Tranco's all by himself. Duh will not be able to get rezzed. And now BLT, they're still not fully in the circle right now. Vinny tearing them an absolutely new one at the moment from the backside.
And now everyone can take a shot at BLT there. Right between 2-3 teams, basically. Interesting, though, that Singularity is still alive after they had to do those crazy rotations. I mean, BRC came from Everest. They kind of paid the price for that good position early, but BLT lost 1 man more. As I said, they really need everything. Buck B is out. Dren Corso done by a grenade that just rolled across. And the Mechanicus lose 1 as well. It seems like this is not an easy rotation for anyone right now.
No, Ali's still alive. He's in the Harry Potter on this side of the river. The Singularity, they've got themselves a mortgage and they're staying in queue by themselves. While Rogi Wow and the rest of Riot, they're pushing in. Rogi Wow gets tagged up very low. A nade comes out. Ribbo finishes him off. But now you've got the rest of Singularity not in the cube. They're holding the push from elsewhere. Lowkicks finishes off RDS as well. And looking for a third, Lauren Sid. He's all by himself now behind a tree. Not a great position to be in. And the entire Singularity are their boss. They see this opportunity to cross the river.
Yeah, of course, they need to react fast now. When everyone is still busy with fighting each other, they want to get into the circle. And Singularity also knows that they need to survive at least 1 more team because they're not yet in the placement points. A grenade even took out Snova. Barely stayed alive there. 5 kills now for Bitloff, so they did their fair share of work. Same for Furium, and then Singularity with 4 behind them. But Singularity, they could clean up Lauren Sid and the rest of Ray. But they need to be aware that Boss Esports is right behind them now. And with that, there's a higher risk to get third party, especially now with Ribbo crossing the street.
Yeah, this is a Singularity that we see more of in Miramar. Sorry, on our angle. Not Miramar at all. That's not their map choice by the looks of it, but they are coming back on form here on our angle. Ribbo, he does cross the road and he pays the price for it. About just out in the open currently. And Boss, they need to clear out Ali, who's just above. He's hiding in the smallest room as well. I think they haven't naded. Okay, right, Vinny, he does have a nade. We just saw it. It's all about the timing and the cooking it. And Ali, he does hear it. So he's going to move the nade. It might just bounce in. 2 nades come in into the room. He doesn't get tagged up. The second one takes him really low. Noah's going to lead the charge. Just spray him down. And there we go. Malvinas Gaming out in 8th place. But down to the top 7. Singularity changed the sights onto Boss.
Yeah, it's good at least that they finished 1 work before they started a different task. As otherwise, that might have been problematic. Boss gets taken out by Black Dragon. Letty gets Harold, but with that, Mechanicus is out right after because Ragnar decided to send them back home.
Yeah,
Bitloft up to 8 now. They really could catch up here if they stay alive a bit longer and score as they do right now on Ribble. But it puts all the bullets in the smoke, then Bitloft might be able to have a comeback on the leaderboard after this game.
Yeah, Singularity don't lose a single player. Their River managed to get rezzed, but now they know if they need to make this push into the next circle, they need to take care of Boss in that Harry Potter. And look at that, they're all just in a line right now. They do have vehicles that they can use, but it might be a bit too risky. Panda and Ribbo, they have themselves a UAZ as well. But it's all about what can you do in this situation currently. If you go over that hill, you've got everyone else like Black Dragon just looking at you. And there we go, look at this Boss. They're not going to use their vehicles. They're going to make a run for it across the road in the smokes. And they've got themselves the rock to look at. And Singularity, they just spotted out. And they know exactly what's happening. But you don't want to stand too high on that ridgeline because Black Dragons have good view of that.
Yeah, they were just laughing, basically. They saw him dancing on that top of the little ridge. They gave him a shot immediately while Feiska finds Ribbo. So they would need to pick him up again if they can do so. Chuck Pyra, he is getting on Junkers, and with that explosion of the car, Junkers is history. Another one of Prone Tagum is out of the game. Panda now falls. That will be hard. Singularity losing their first player. And Ribbo also running out. That's the second. Poma is down. Everything in Singularity falls apart all of a sudden. Low kicks behind the burning car, so at least it can't explode anymore. But is he able to pick up Poma? and get back into the game with the rest of the guys.
Yeah, it's just a rough position that they're in. Black Dragons have complete view of them as they peek up over that ridge, and they need to cross it. And Black Dragons is giving them complete hell. You can see Boss, their main enemy right now, their main threat. They've managed to make their way across the road, and that was their opportunity to try and tag them down. And there's just no way that they're going to survive from this. Low kicks across the road, in the smoke, behind the Dacia. But it's not long until he just gets sprayed up. And there you go, look, Black Dragons, they're on it again. They want to get rid of Singularity. They know that they're the top team. And Black Dragons, with their last win, they want to try and close that gap and try and go for one of those 2 seats available for the Grand Slam.
And they stole low kicks already from Boss. Boss Esports, they had a chance for another kill on the board. Well, was Black Dragon taking it? And now they're looking, who's the last one? Is that Poma? They're still alive. It is, yes. And Poma got 0. He's still alive. He's not like, hey, Singularity, that's a name for a reason. And if someone can do it, then it would be Poma from the other side. He takes down Noah. And this guy had his biggest highlights in day 1 on Erangel, but I think he stays a bit too long. Yep, that's it. Done.
No, he knows.
Yeah, he didn't want to give that point to someone else, right?
No, he knows he's going to die, so he's like, all right, I'm just going to get these confirmed points, flush them out, because there's no way he's getting across the road. Every single person on his team tried to cross, and they died to Black Dragons. So he's just trying to farm the points, and that is probably the best option that he had in that situation. But Singularity, they do go out, unfortunately, in 6th place. Boss still ahead of them. Furia, they've got themselves the only compound in the circle, and it's bang slap in the middle.
Yeah, that hopefully helps for them on the way to another win. There's still BLT waiting for yet a good match today, I would say. Didn't have the best of a start into day 3 so far.
BLT wrapping around. They've got themselves in the circle, up on the hill. It's a bit of elevation for them. Black Dragons that are quite a way away from the circle, and there's actually hardly any cover right there. So you can see on their rotation that they're going down towards the south. Relance, the last player remaining from ProNet, up there in the northern part. He's got a couple of trees for cover, but he needs to make his way down. I'm not too sure exactly when the trees end, but it might not be in the circle for him. And look at this, Black Dragons, they're using whatever they have the cover to come up behind Boss. They know exactly the Boss are there. They saw them cross as they were aiming at Singularity. And now Boss, they've got themselves 2 lovely snakes. And with the gun sticking out, they should be spotted very slowly. I think one of them got 0. He's dropped his bag. So he's going full snake mode now. It doesn't matter. He gets spotted.
I mean, it looked good, but Fleisco was like, hey, that's not grass. There's no grass movement. Let me quickly get rid of that. Fleisco gets found by Slizzler. That's another kill for BLT
that
up
is
to 9 now.
So lucky for Boss as well, because Fleisco was just shooting at him. Oh, okay, there we go. And Bitloff spot him out, so they know that there were a couple of snakes there. And Boss, they get taken out. Good for Black Dragons, as they don't fall just behind them. I think Black Dragons only have 1 player remaining that's up. Going to get smoked off and rezzed, but they're still not in the circle, Renee. They do have some trees in front of them that they can smoke up to and get in, but then you've got the whole of BLT up on that ridgeline. And
yeah, everyone's looking at them. That's the problem. Relance obviously just trying to stay low, not getting involved yet. 0 kills for Prone Tagum, but at least they want to get some more placement points. Islin finally finds H11 Junior. He's out. Kill demo is out, and with that, Black Dragons are eliminated from game 4 in 4th position, and BLT up to 12 already.
How lucky is this, Relance? He's running in, and just in the circle as he gets in, there's the last tree that he can use. He's got a couple to his left, but the next circle will show itself in 5 seconds. And Furia, they're pretty easy. They're pretty content with what they have. They have 7 kills. Bitloft, they have 12. RDNX finds Relance, so they didn't last that long, and the circle goes on top of Furia. So this is going to be interesting to watch. It's BLT's move to make. Furia need to defend the castle. BLT need to push it. And I think Furia know exactly where they are. So it's all about using your utilities, your smoke. If you've got the flashbangs, use the flashbangs. If you've got the mollies, start throwing them. Mollies actually do go through doors, Renee, and they spread inside. So that's one way to flush out rooms and stuff. But I think right now, with the time that BLT have, they're just thinking about what to do, and they're going to go for a full-on crash.
Yeah, they either crash or they could rotate a bit more, but that doesn't help because as soon as they rotate, they will just be spot from a different direction. And then they have the same problem as well. Ragnar is already a bit closer, it seems, to the compound of Furia. There they go. The Star is attacking, but Furia takes up Harold already before he even reaches the compound. Slizen goes in to get Jürgen, but Slizen being taken down by RD and Axie, who helps his teammate out there on the middle, and now they're just rotating around the compound, trying to find the rest of BLT, but Ragnar is still behind them. Jürgen takes around, comes around, but Ragnar takes him down. Flux needs to do the last kill, and they do so. With that, it's Furia Esports taking win in game 4 and putting another 11 kills on top of it.
Yeah, 21 points for them. BLT, they did have a lot of kills on their belt, so they will get the first place position on that. Let's see if I can do maths quickly. 5 plus 4 is 9, so that's 10. That's 12 kills, so they have 1 kill extra on top of Furia Gaming, but it's about the placement points. You get the extra 6 points from first to second place, so it's going to be a very close game for the leaderboard there. But my god, Furia, they rotated at the right time. They got that compound, but BLT, unfortunately, Furia just ready. They were just ready for that push.
I mean, they have been waiting the last, what, 2 minutes for this to happen? They had the compound. They knew, like, okay, if we're lucky and we really get the last circle here, then everything falls in our hands.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. BLT knew that. That's why we didn't saw any rotation coming out of them. They were just like, all right, guys, let's make this quick. Let's go over there. Maybe you get lucky and get 1, 2, or maybe even win this. But in the end, I think they got 1. Was it 1, or did they stay on 12 at that moment?
I think they stayed on 12. The thing is, what I really liked about that last push from Furia was, okay, they got 1 knock, and every single person from Furia just came up and they formed a front line, making sure that BLT cannot, in fact, take any of those buildings. Because once they're in the building, they do have cover to play with, and it becomes increasingly harder to try and defend that spot. And here are some highlights from the last game. You can see this is the fall of FG. Furious Gaming go out to Brazilian Crusaders. They're getting back in form. But I don't think it's enough at this stage of the game. This was game number 4, and we've got 2 more games remaining, Rene, and they're both going to be in a wrangle. And, with Singularity having a game like they did, okay, they didn't get great placement points, but they got a few kills as well. They might be able to keep their lead if they try and be consistent like this. But if teams like Furia Gaming, who aren't that far behind, are getting massive, massive kill points and first place as well, they're going to close that gap, and they might potentially throw Singularity out of that first place position. And second place is still up for grabs for anyone, in all honesty.
It's definitely like that. Singularity has that gap. But if Furia Esports or any of these teams just keep pushing and get lucky and have those consistent, huge kill streaks and a good placement like a win they did in Game 4 on top, then there might still be a change up the leaderboard. We will see that in Game 5 and Game 6. It's GLL Latin American Masters on the way to the Grand Slam. All of that and more right after the break. grand finals time at the Latin American Masters. Talha and GRunner are back with game 5 on our hands, and once again there wasn't a winner that we had before today, which means the leaderboard gets... I got the feeling with every game we get, it gets more open who's in.
Yeah, and the thing is, Singularity, they've got their one game from today, but if they keep up the performance that they had, they just went out of the top 5 in the last game, and they're not really bagging enough points to keep that gap any bigger. So that gap from first place to everyone else is closing, and the gap from second to everyone else is already very little. So let's have a look at the scores from that last game. Game number 4, we've got 2 more games after this one. And Fury Esports take first place, 21 points, so that's good. Oh, look at that. Black Dragons 9 points, so they're still getting enough. Bitloft in 18, second place with 18 points, and Singularity only 8 points. So that gap, Renee, is going to be closing a lot, and Mechanica, they're just falling off at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like it's not the day for Mechanica. Not at all. They had such a good performance on Erangel on day 1. Came to day 3 now. They're a bit struggling with that. We have another 3 teams joining the club above 100 points.
Oh, boys.
It's Furia, Prontagam, and Bitloft. They're all chasing Team Singularity, but the gap is still bigger than 20 points. And we know that is like, if you have a really good game, 20 points is what you're in for. Winning plus a lot of kills.
Absolutely. You can get 20 odd points in a game. We've seen it time and time again, even in this LATAM Masters, and it's actually bewildering. The last game is going to be absolutely insane. Teams are going to be trying to get the kills as fast as possible, because look at that, 109 points for second place. That second place, draw a line underneath. If you're above that line, you're going to Stockholm. You're going to be sitting, representing South America on a world stage at the GLL Grand Slam. And you also win a portion of the $50,000 prize pool. And it's so close for all these teams. And it's going to be heartbreaking if you lose out by just a couple of points.
Yeah, even Black Dragons is in there. Furious Gaming will be a bit harder for them. With only 92 points because they didn't score it in the previous one. But we see a plane up on the beautiful sky. That means we're in Erangel for game number 5. And we get a plane that starts in the east and then crosses over, like passing Milta and then all over Quarry. And then it's the end on the south, on the west side, by the way. South side, that would make sense.
Yeah, well, the plane is very, very low down. So a lot of these northern parts are going to be very hard to reach, like Kameshki, Stalba. Yasnaya is reachable. You can fly there, but it'll just make your loot phase just a little bit quicker, because you won't have enough time to loot up exactly what you need. But all the compounds have good loot, so it doesn't really matter. PUBG, they can get to Sosnovska Island, a military base, fairly fast. Georgia Pole, North Georgia Pole might be out of business by the looks of it in this game. And a lot of teams that usually go there should think about going somewhere else. Brazilian Crusaders going towards Pachinki. Rozhok is going to be for Singularity. And I think ProNet, they're looking to go towards apartments this time round. Apartments and schools. So it can be very close proximity to Singularity.
And we know that apartments and school both are nice place to loot at, but it always depends on where we get the first circle. And PUBG once again over to Sosnovka Island. They always go there, and they got a bit unlucky lately with what happened afterwards for them. So it'll be interesting to see if we get a soul circle, and it happens.
There we go. Now this is what PUBG have been waiting for, and they're going to get it. Thing is that when you're PG and you're looting places like Ferry Pier, you need to look at your replays. You need to see which team is going to be going to Sosnovska Island. And they've noticed it, and they played it really well. They bridge camped, and they punished them for going to that island. But this time, it's going to be PG having to come down very early on. I think they might just do it straight away and loot up the petrol area here and get onto the island and find themselves a good compound on the south side. And I'm going to say, I love myself a Millie Island. I really do. You can already see Logan. They get themselves just the one gun, and in the Darcia, off they go. You want to be very quick to get across get across onto Military Island, and that's exactly what PG are going to be doing.
I just want to ask now, seeing that Dacia, right? If they ever include the feature of actually repairing a car, wouldn't it be great if you could also drop it and maybe get some bigger tires on it?
Or customize the Darcia mid game.
Yeah, so that it just becomes a bit quicker, maybe, and easier to handle.
Tire level 3 over here.
You never know. It's like, oh guys, we got everything ready, but I'm missing one spring for the back.
Well, what is actually really interesting on the new Erangel 2.0 is the new vehicle that we had a little sneak peek at, which is the amphibious vehicle that can turn into a boat and is armored as well. So that's going to give teams a lot of opportunities, different opportunities, to make their way onto Military Island. A lot of teams don't like it when the circle does go south, but it's in the game, and it really changes up the playstyle a lot of the time. You either rotate very fast in, very quickly, or you rotate very late in and you get shot at, or you use boats. But this new vehicle will open it up for a lot of these teams. You can get across safely. Let's see how much health it has, first of all, because, of course, something that's completely armored and impenetrable will be a bit too OP. But it's very exciting to see that PUBG are adding new ways to change up the meta game in this. You can see 2 boats already there just under Milta, so they're going to be primed for picking for not Brazilian Crusaders, FG and Rai, who are there, just who gets there first. But it looks like they're going to get themselves into vehicles. And you want to be first across this bridge. BLT, they're going to be coming in very slowly. They're just going to use the yellow houses and the ridgeline there. Oh, they found themselves a boat. What a nice place to find a boat as well.
It's always good when someone leaves his yard there, right? You can just take it and go with it. But for Singularity, they are now the team furthest up north. Well, BLT, there's another buggy coming down there, so they can be picked up by the boat. Awesome, all of the team in just one vehicle, and then they're heading over to Snufgar Island. And I'm wondering what happens to all the teams now going for the bridge. Here's STDC, there's Prone, tag him right behind them. And obviously there's a team waiting on the other side already. It's PG setting up there on the bridge on the other side.
You see DT Zor, he sees Kassin in the UAS up ahead and he just puts the brake on. He slows down a bit. Doesn't want to give away his position. He's only solo. So if Kassin does notice, he can just get out the vehicle and spray him down as he comes down on that bridge. PG already taking the first couple of compounds as you get across the bridge. And TT Zor, he's going to start tagging up swag. He knows the rest of STDC are coming in, and that's just an easy headshot and an easy 1 point going towards Pronet right there. And loot delivery as well. You can see nade and smokes. No health at the moment. No first aid kits on that body. So very risky, very risky. But this enables Pronet to make their way across the bridge very safely. Kassin, he's going to be holding it. And I think Captain Bublo, he heard the vehicle. He still hears it. And he can push up. He can try and get another kill onto SDDC. Not a good start for them if Kassin falls.
Now that is definitely true. And we're only about 5 minutes in the game now. And they lost one already. SDDC, Kassin runs into that once again. There's probably on the other side. Everyone's shooting at him. Captain Bublo, he didn't want to take a shot. I mean, he's only on a Uzi right now. It's not really the weapon that you want to use for long-range combat. Obviously, the Space Monkeys, they took the boats from Primorsk and heading over to the island as well. Singularity is still in Rozhok, though. And also Furia is still in Yasnaya. So these two teams are probably the last one to rotate in the circle. Why was Snowa fell? And BRC just picking up 2 kills, it seems. What happened there? Someone fell? Somehow?
Yeah, so
and then Rusty Zera got the other one.
It was on rotation. Rusty Zera was holding it. He sprayed them out. I think they might have been on a bike, so we can't see it at the moment. And one of them tried to get out very fast, fell, or did get knocked off. But just, you don't need to reload if you're Rusty Zera. You just take out the SKS and you burst fire it. He spots the rest of boss as well coming in. And this is what I mean. This is what happens with the military circle. You're either fast over onto the island, or you're slow, or you'll play like Brazilian Crusaders and you wait and try and get any points as you can on the rotation. Slizzy and landing a nice headshot onto Kassin, and he's just having a rough time. He hasn't found himself a home on this side of the island.
Yeah, he's desperately searching for that. Now he got out of his vehicle. Slizzon's still looking for him. Maybe he can find him. But I think that's more than unlikely right now. But Kassin, he is at least in the circle, and that's a start. And now he needs to med up again. He's far below health already, far below half health.
Yeah, look at that. Right in that motorcycle helmet. So that's going to be very low. That helmet will be very low. And when you lose a bit of armor when it's low, of course it does dampen the damage that you do take. But when the durability is low and you lose it with a shot, you do get a bit of a knockback, a kick up. So it does make you flinch. So you want to ideally have fresh armor going into a fight so you don't mess up your aim just because of that. And sometimes I've seen a lot of players, they do lose a fight just because they lost that armor and their aim went a bit astray. Black Dragons, they find themselves a nice lovely boat and they're sailing across to the military island. Pretty late. Singularity.
Nope.
They're going to be swimming.
Yeah, seems like that. That was a nice way of dropping down there. It looks like they're actually filming for Hollywood right now. Wow. All right, Panda knows how to do it. He was even landing the right way around. I mean, if there will be asphalt down there, that is 12 out of 10 points.
Well, that's the thing. You kind of, I don't know why the others got out of the vehicle and try to go down that hill. You don't want to be swimming for that long. So if you've got a run up onto that, use it as a ramp. Try and get as much ground as possible, like Panda did and Poma did as well. And you can just swim that little bit shorter. Malvinas Gaming, they have made themselves. Oh no! So okay. I was like, where are they? Okay, they're in farm.
Yeah, they're not on.
Yeah, they're not on the island, and
yeah.
they spotted out Furia Gaming. So they're just holding the rotation at the moment. They're gonna try and get in a bit deeper. I'd be surprised if a team decides not to rotate in and just hold this side again. If that circle goes north, I'm going to be very surprised.
Furia would be happy if that happens, but as you say, it's very unlikely that this would still work, but who knows? Singularity nearly is at the coast of Sosnovka Island. We see BLT moving into military base. PUBG is set up there. No one is really in military, though, right now. Prone Tagim is shooting at someone down there. Wasn't able to catch the name immediately. Kassin, he actually made it.
Yeah, somehow still alive.
He's still running. He's still going, not giving up yet. Kudos to him, that's for sure.
Right, so the circle does go onto Sosnovka Island fully, slightly to the west as well. Furia Gaming and then Malvinas Gaming, they need to start making their way across. And I think Malvinas have got themselves a little trap going on for Furia as they come into crossing that bridge. And everyone else, they're rotating in. We're going to see Sosnovka military base being taken up by many different teams. And Furia, they know something is up here. Yeah, they've read Malvinas Gaming perfectly. The nade goes off, so they know that they're trying to be ambushed at the moment. So they're going to find a different way in, leave a few people behind to try and take some shots off. STDC. Where's the rest of STDC, actually?
Yeah, Kassin's in military, and then the rest is slightly south of military base, where they're currently trying to tear apart Prone Tagim. They killed a Necro already. That was a kill for Ruffer. And it seems like Prone Tagim is not in the best of states right now. Junkers is joining his teammate Relance. But STDC on the other side, that's a 2 versus 2 now. Great setup. And PUBG is on the other side, but they don't really get involved right now. And we see Kassin, he wants to make his way onto FLG and everyone, but there's now FK coming his way. Covert is in front of him already. Henry Hu and Belita on the inner side of the fence there. We see Malvinas Gaming have a bit of boat and a trip here over the water. They try to find a way, and it seems like they want to completely rotate around as Sosnovka Island.
Yeah, and the blue's coming in, so they're going to have to be very speedy on that one, but it's not going to do that much damage to them as they try and get in. Furia Gaming, they don't have a boat and then be spotted by Singularity, so this is going to be very rough. Your best bet right now, boys, is to go across that bridge. Malvinas Gaming is no longer holding it, or go across the other bridge. It is safer to go across the east bridge, but they need to really decide what they want to do. There's no boats nearby, and if they go for a swim, Singularity, they've already done that, and they're holding it.
Oh, one of the hangars is taken by
Mechanica.
Mechanica. Sometimes I'm just looking at... The problem is I was looking at Ray at the same time. It was like, what? No, it's Mechanica. It's the guys with the Dutch flag representing the Netherlands. And Ray fighting here at the south part of military base. And Lauren City takes some... That hits from PUBG on the other side, isn't it?
Oh,
look at that. That's PUBG's shooting.
PUBG and Mechanica raining down Hellfire. So you've got a 2-2 split on the hangars going on by Mechanica. And then PUBG have themselves the ATC tower. Black Dragon's trying to get involved. You're going to get a bit too far forward. Somehow Burke doesn't get tagged up. He is now. Needs to get back. And Faiska's going to get picked up to live another day regardless. But you can't overextend on the ridge like you just did there. And they're still being tagged up. Look at how many people can see him.
They thought they could get the easy kills on the fence down there, but didn't realize that FK was also waiting, having a clear sight on Black Dragon Esports, and they had to kind of retreat once again. Mufasa still taking some shots, and someone else is actually connecting them. Getting some hits done. Cabron found Faiska, so that's 1 down on the side of Black Dragons. Mufasa takes that small gap in the fence to now get to the airfield here. It's a Sosnovka military base.
Yeah, FK got their...
doing a circle.
Sorry, FK has got their 2-2 split, so it could go either way. It could go deeper into military base. It could also go down south towards the plains. So they've got military base and plains on lockdown at the moment. And BLT, there's just sitting in the hills, and Singularity just gatekeeping Furia. They've made their way into the circle. They crossed the river, actually. Sorry, the bridge. Cassin, all by himself, spots that one player, goes around, flushes out Handy Who. Other than that, the rest of FK are coming in, and he's just not going to survive any longer, and he gets taken care of very fast. Mephasigod finishes him off, and just like that, FK, they're one person down, but STDC, they're down to the last 2.
Yeah, not really state they want to be in, and just saying, we still got 16 teams on our hands.
Yeah, surprising for a military circle as well.
Yeah, like everyone is still alive. Not in full force, though. All of the top teams that got the kills, they're down already, besides Brazilian Crusaders. There's still 4. And Singularity without a kill so far. It's kind of surprising. Furia without a kill. And the Black Dragons without a kill. So they all want to kind of get involved. Same for Bitloff, by the way. So it seems like all the top teams, besides Pro and Tagem, try to be a bit more on the safe side at the start here of Military Circle in our Game 5.
Black Dragons conceding that area to the last remaining players of STDC. They're going to try and take C block over it. You can see Furious Gaming. They've already got the northern block to themselves, and NRG and co have one of the office buildings down there to the right. But Black Dragons, they're 4-man strong at the moment. STDC need to make their way in just a tiny bit more, get into hard cover, because those crates, they're not that great when it comes around to the side. You can still get shot on by the west and the eastern side. Furia, they're doing the best they can with the situation they're given. They're very late into the rotation. You can see now they have to resort to hillsides and trees, not buildings like everyone else in military. You can see Mechanicas are holding their hangars, and they've let Rai in, surprisingly. Rai have managed to make their way into one of the hangars, but the hangar they're in, I think that's one of the closed hangars as well, so they don't have much cover. They're kind of exposed to, well, everyone else.
Rafa and FLG, they have a bit of fun with the containers around there. And just behind those buildings, they find FK, but that's too far away yet to get involved in anything. The Black Dragons on the other side, they're in the bigger houses there. And it seems like the hangars are still a hot zone here while Hugin finds GBL. That's another one down from Ray, and that was also the last one. So we found our first team that's eliminated from Game 5. The Mechanicas still hiding in that hangar, still trying to just stay alive, because they only, if I see it correctly, 2. No, that's a split. You said that before. True, it's Evans on the one side and then Pamps and Letty on the other one, but Melvinas tries to move into that one now. And Junkosh from Prone Tagem, his teammate, they're still on.
Oh,
really?
Dear.
Really?
Singularity and BLT get gifted the circle so hard. Now everyone needs to make their rotation up there. No buildings, just all hillsides and trees. Malvinas Gaming, they're above Mechanicas. They need to take care of these two. They should. Mechanicas should have a vehicle in there so they can just bust out of there as soon as they want to. And now this is FG's moment. They've been behind all game. They can get into a nice spot before everyone else does. So that works in their favor too. You can see Space Monkeys coming in straight from the south. They need to get in hard and fast, and they're going to go straight for one of the nuclear, whatever that is, nuclear lids.
Is it?
Well, I presume that's what they are.
You think they launching rockets from down there?
Well, I mean,
I don't think so.
But
what else should there be? Like,
yeah, what else are those
It's
for?
a huge trash bin.
It's a huge trash bin. I presume there's going to be like a nuclear rocket in there when you open it up. But a crate right in the middle.
But why does it have 2 locks then? Look, it has the upper lip, and then it has this thing.
Well, what could it be for? Okay, I can't see a nuclear, like, anything.
No.
Is it like a filtration system?
Be a weird one, though. If anyone out there knows what that is, please tweet it to us. It's at GRunner TV, and what was yours? At
Call me Talha. Put the hashtag GLL.
Yeah, please.
Casters don't know their stuff.
we want to learn more about what's to find at Sosnovka military base. But you're right. I was always wondering what these things are, but when I was dying there, I didn't even care, you know? I was just dying.
Yep. Well, you can see everyone's making their rotation in. PG managed to make their way under BRC and BLT as well. GRunner, he's unlucky. He gets taken out just at the last second there before getting to cover BLT to finish that kill off, so steal it straight from Brazilian Crusaders. And now Logan, he does get tagged a tiny bit. He's got a rock to take cover behind. And Space Monkeys, you saw them rotating very early on, and they've managed to get themselves a kill as well after making that rotation.
There'll be a lot of open space there for the circles. Kill Demo finds FLG, so STDC is still only on 2 persons, but they got 3 kills already. Now they're down to 1. Still, Kill Demo is flushing out FLG. Burke, he finds the last STDC member right next to him. That's Rafa. Oh, is he with Belita? Does he know about Belita? Oh, he does!
Oh, he climbs!
He didn't know he jumped into the window! Oh, Belita was like, thanks, man. You can't even hold a weapon when you dive in there. Oh, dear.
Yeah, FG, they're going to hold that northern C block. They're not going to make their rotation in. Singularity have got themselves some nice, lovely buildings and a bit of a hill. Nahibul's going to pop on over. Scout is out. Furia Gaming, they're in close proximity with Malvinas. I think they might have heard the vehicles rotating, so they know exactly where they are. So it's going to be a fight that's not going to go down well for one of these teams. As RDNX, he comes up behind, takes down one, spots that Einkel as well, who's behind a tree, and now Hyagwin, he's going to push in, spots out another player. He's going to get knocked eventually. Einkel finds RDNX, but Einkel falls eventually. The grenade bounced just a bit too far as Malvinas Gaming down to the last 1 player as Flux finds Noran. And Malvinas Gaming, this is the beginning of the end for them. And right that, Hyagwin, he spots that one more, but you're in the open, my buddy, my friend. And Malvinas Gaming drop in 13th place.
Yeah, Furia now up the kill tracker, up to 6 kills. That really helped them. And the small skirmish down there. And the circle gets ever so closer and smaller. And we see that PUBG is kind of struggling to get in there because they got FK in between, they got FG in between. Though, Mechanicas, they found themselves in a not so bad spot. They could move in, but right next to Furia, and no one wants to move into the circle next to Furia.
Well, Furia, they've managed to make something good out of a bad situation. They managed to make their way across to the island, and now with that circle, they've been gifted a couple of kills, and they can make a rotation in and further. I think they've got themselves a nice top 5 spot right now by the looks of it. Look at the density of players and teams still in military base, unable to get out because no one wants to get out of there. It's FG that's gatekeeping. If FG leaves, then FK can leave. Then Black Dragons can leave, and so can PUBG. No one can leave at all at the moment because FG are holding. Letty says, I'm going to help out and try and get them out, but Pams and Letty, they're going to jump in through different windows. Pams goes down, and Danny, he's looking for the second one. NRG's holding the angle, making sure he can't get in, but somehow Mechanicas, they're down to 1 player. And he's in. Letty just needs to hold the door. But I have to be careful about grenades and mollies coming straight in there. Now, I'll be surprised. While FG are currently... Sorry, FK. FK should try and make a push from where they are, because they should know that FG are currently busy with something else. And Furia, they've got themselves a nice hill. A nice high ground hill where they can see literally everyone in military base. They can just get some free kills here.
And they will try what BRC did before when they were sitting on Avarice, or even what we saw in Miramar. But on the other hand, like currently Singularity doesn't get involved in any of those fights. There's still 4 of them. They're full of their full strength. Right now, while Relance finds the last, no, it's not the last Space Monkey. That was Judro that just died, and Heino got denied after he actually flushed out one of the teammates before when he dived into that building. But what I want to say is, like the northern teams right now, they're not really getting involved in all of this.
Because
like,
no
they
one
let
went
them
north.
clean them out.
No one went north. Everyone went south. And look at this. The fight is happening here. Black Dragons, they need to make a push. They get 1 knock and they finish off Cabron. And now oh my god, guys. PUBG, he's trying to lay down some fire on top of them. And now Black Dragons, they need to make the push into this compound. They're going to be pushing in straight into Belita. And Mufasa God comes down from the stairs and take them out. And I think that's Black Dragons eliminated as well. That FG, there's no stopping at the moment with the fights. Danny, last one standing. Oh no, sorry, there's 2 standing for FG. NRG falls. Oh god. Tranko holding that doorway is making it really hard. He's got himself a nice little hole as well to get a spray down. Jumps out.
It jumps in again.
Jumps in.
He's going for the fight. Junkish gets knocked by Sizzlin and then also cleaned out. So there was another one from Prone Tag him. Dire High Power is slowly bleeding out with FG right next to him. So there will be no one that can come to his rescue. And also falls to fight. So seems like PUBG, they have the last seconds and there they go. And was Chikitin looking around the corner.
Yeah,
But
Letty.
it was the energy getting the kill, right? The last kill, yep.
Now FK are getting involved. They know FG have just taken a bit of damage and they want to try and make use of that, and they're pushing in. 2 fall already. That's Belita, and Chikitin gets finished off. Mufasagos coming in. FLKS, he's on the second floor. He can hold it. But Letty, he's in a room that cannot be entered from inside, only from the outside. Relan spots Zoni, the last player from Spacer Monkeys. Doesn't get the headshot quite right, but the circle is going to force him out. And in fact, the rotation that he has to take might be close by to all these teams fighting. And Mechanica... Oh, sorry, that is Letty. I was going to say, there's 3 teams. I think it's down to 2 teams now in that
building. Yep. I was just wondering, like, Relance just missed the first 2 shots on the last Space Monkey player. That was what kept him away from actually getting the knock or even the kill. Well, Logan is finding Raspu from the Brazilian Crusaders, so they're also down by 1 now. Furia, 6 kills. FK team is on 7 or 8 now because they still have their building. While Poma, Singularity finally gets involved. They knock 1, but no kills so far. Still without any, and they're the only team besides Mechanica without a kill, but Mechanica is down to only Letty, and he's close to FK, and the rest of the team still fighting in the building north of Military. Oh, yeah, look at that.
Singularity, they've made a 3-man push. You can see Lokex up there in the north still. He's laying down fire, and he's actually getting a kill onto Logan. Gets that stolen by BRC. Oh, sorry. He steals it from BRC. Relance, it's just, what do you do here? He's going to steal a kill onto Flux. Singularity need to take care of Furia, and that's exactly what they're doing with help from Pronet. As he starts getting tagged up 1 HP, can he make it to any sort of cover? No, he can't, because Harold has good sight of him. And he takes care of him, and that is Pronet tagging out in 7th place. We're in the top 10 now, the top 6 actually. And you can see Letty somehow has managed to make his way alive closer to that wall, but he has to get... Oh no, he's in the circle as well. And Hyaguin, is he going for the crate here? Yeah, he is. Trying to refresh on that level 3, and this is a bait crate.
Yeah,
we've never seen
is
one.
On top of that. Look at that. BLT's shooting down at him. He's still open the package though. Like it's all looking good for him. Letty's still hiding behind that fence while Blue is moving in, but you said he's actually in, right?
Yeah, he's in.
All right. We're down to the last 5, by the way.
And I think the smoke, that second smoke's kind of given his position away right there. Hyagen noticed, oh, okay, there's a second smoke there. There is someone there, and he's snaking on that wall. But he has the cover. He has the cover from that concrete wall at the bottom and a bit of the fence as well. But he's got a long way to go if he wants to make his way into the circle. And right now, Hyagen, the last remaining player for Furia. Oh, there's going to be a nade. It doesn't bounce. It's cooked a bit too much. The Singularity, they're just above Hyagen. So Hyagen, this is just him trying to get an extra point before he dies by the looks of it. And BLT absolutely dominating the zone. Look at them. They're pushing up. And Singularity still 4-man strong. They need to start wrapping around and trying to take down some of these BLT players. Brazilian Crusaders managed to make their way into the top 5 as well with 3 kills. So yeah, the last 2 snakes are down there at the bottom.
Yeah, but Blue's moving in now, so that he definitely has to move, and he will run in Furia, which is a problem, but also they both get spotted by Sizzlin. Sizzlin wanted to pick up Letty, but it's Blue that picks him up, and the last Furia player tries to run away. Sizzlin wants that kill. They want to add another one that will be 6 for them, and that are important points while we end nearly close to the end here. Of the Latin American Masters Grand Final. So everyone wants to pick up kills. Poma did. He found the last Furia player. He stole that from Sizzlin.
Oh.
Up to 3 now.
I like this. I like this. So they take care of the 2 snakes, and both BLT and Singularity, they just wrap back round, try and go north and group up with the rest of their team. You can see Unzexa. He has the building, one of the buildings in the circle. And he's holding up Brazilian Crusaders from just across the road. So it's not long before Brazilian Crusaders find themselves in a very hard spot. The next circle is going to show itself in 20 seconds. It really decides, will it be in favor of Brazilian Crusaders, or will it force them to go out in 3rd place?
BLT once again checking if there's no one behind him. So Blue can come in without any problems for them. There's Andy still hiding behind that huge rock. And he probably hears BLT moving into that compound. He's got Psychopatha with him. And we see a split from Singularity. So they got one north-east and then one southeast. Will they team up again? Or do they hope, actually, that BLT kind of clears BRC first and then they get involved as soon as they spotted the others. Because no one really wants to stay in the obviously on the center of the circle because there's nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, to our lovely observers, can we just get a topography, a bird's eye view of this circle? Right. So the center of the circle has a couple of trees, and I think that's in favor of Singularity right now. Okay, it's all well and good as BRC start fighting Ragnar. It's all well and good that you are BLT and you've got a compound, but I think I can see some elevation up there.
Yeah, Singularity has the only hill available.
Yeah.
Poma and Ribbo, so it helps a bit. Obviously, it's not nothing at all, since they are trees, but there's not that much change in elevation there. You can hide behind it, so you only got the trees, pretty easy to spot. And there's this one compound that BLT is currently sitting at, but with the help of having that bit of a hill, they might be in control and could spot easier what's happening on the other side, and if they want to get involved or not.
And this is the problem. BLT, they're in the unlucky spot where the next phase is going to push them out of the compound into those trees, and they don't have much cover for about 50-odd meters as they start making their way towards the center of the circle. And they also have BRC behind them that are currently snaking. Look at this, BRC, they're going for positions right now. They're not overextending their positions at all, only going to go for kills when they get pushed. They're trying to play spoiler, but they're waiting for Singularity to try and make the move onto BLT. And BLT, they must be very, very worried right now. They need
I like that BLT is still checking. Look at Ragnar.
Yeah, they need to take care of these two players. There's only two. They need a full-man push this, get rid of them, and then they can take a full fight against Singularity. But now Singularity, they've understood the terrain they're playing on, and they've pushed up. So look at that gap in the middle. Yeah,
but check Harold. Check Harold all on top of this, on top of Ribbo and Poma. If Singularity concentrates on the compound, and now on Sizzlin running out and all that, they might totally overlook Harold there, and that will be a huge problem for them.
Okay, Sakapata, he spotted out Ragnar. He's really close. Look at this, he's slow walking towards the last two BRC players. He's going to run back and try and get some more ground. The circle's going to start pushing everyone in closer together. Panda gets knocked into Ragnar, so he's out for BLT, down to 3 players.
Can they rack up as many kills as they did back then in the other games where they came in late, didn't have that much kills early on, but finished off tired teams, and Poma finds Harold, so that problem is done and dusted. Sizzlin on the other side, Poma tries, but not really getting anything connected, but now they know where the rest of BLT is. Molly's coming in to kind of keep them away. They got Harold, so that's up to 4 kills now. BLT is obviously on 5, but everyone's pushing now. Poma got the kill before. Psychopata finds Ernzix from Ernzixel. I'm not sure to be honest on that one. Earn. And he didn't earn that. He earned the kill here. Ragnar got killed by low kicks, so the Brazilian Crusaders out. Bitloff is down to 1,
Susan.
and that's probably an easy one now. They're just looking for him. He's in the smoke.
Where is he?
Behind you. Yeah, there we go. Probably heard him stepping and like coming out of the crouch and going up. And with that, Team Singularity wins. Only 6 kills, though. I mean, I say only because normally when they win a game like that, they get all of the last kills.
Yeah, so that's 16 points going in their favor. Okay, it's good, and they've got themselves a second win for the day. So they're trying to keep their slot as first position currently on the leaderboard, and I think they've done a great job of doing that going into the last game. This was what, game 5, right?
Yeah, last game is
I was
coming
starting
up.
to lose count because we did 5 games for the last 2 days. Today is going to be 6 games. But a very good performance. A very quiet game for Singularity. They didn't have a boat to get across. They still managed to make it across. But very, very... I hate to use the word lucky, but it's very fortunate for them to get that northern shift of that circle to get everyone away from them. So they don't need to make a rotation into everyone. Everyone had to rotate towards them. And they managed to play that as perfectly as possible, especially with all the pushes that they needed to make.
Everyone got caught up in military base, and there were huge fights. And obviously, yes, you're right. They're fortunate that they had never been part of that. They never had to waste utility there. They never had to lose anyone. So they were 4-man strong when the last circles came, and that was Panda with this beautiful shot. Look at that. Would be on the tires. Would be on the tires.
Panda.
Yeah.
Panda.
He can do it. He can not just kill a lot of people. He could also be stunt driver. Hollywood maybe should try to contact Tenor Faust. He will probably get him a job there. So, Relance, that was on Sosnovka Island already. There were all the fights that we saw close to the military base. Obviously, we had that southern circle finally happening.
So the thing is, all these teams that are still in contention for that second place spot, they're still getting a lot of kills. Furia, we saw them get a team wipe and get a couple more kills as well. So they're not letting all these other teams that are coming up top from them run away with the points. They're still closing that gap, and they're trying to play as consistently as possible. And it's going to be very, very interesting going into the last game.
Definitely. I mean, everything is still open. I kind of think that Singularity is more or less safe.
I think they have secured this
At least for top 2, probably also for the win. But behind that, once again, everyone is changing positions so often. Someone has a really bad game. The next team that was a bit lower, like 4th, 5th position, has an awesome game right after. And with that, it opens up this vast amount of teams that could grab the last ticket to GLL Grand Slam, in case we think that Singularity has theirs secured. We'll find out and be for sure right after the break when we come up with Game 6.
I've been feeling like a man out of time. I've been staring into space to get in tune. I've been waiting for the sand to fall behind. I've been looking for a face inside the moon. I've been looking for a faith to lead the faithless. Caught slipping trying to catch the speed of light. Every time I try to make a way out of my lateness, pulled over, got somebody reading me rights. Cause we've been chasing after hours, counting minutes second hand, spending all of our tomorrows trying to come up with a plan. We don't call up information cause they don't know what we saying. No one knows, no one knows. We all woke up in the upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. Falling overboard, catch me off the side. Or maybe you just missed it when you closed your eyes. Life goes in an instant. One hell of a ride. If you don't go for fiction, I'll get caught up in the lies while you was chasing after hours, counting minutes second hand, spending all of our tomorrows trying to come up with a plan. We don't call up information cause they don't know what we saying. No one knows, no one knows. We all woke up in the upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. False starts like roll it in the dark like stutter steps last breath, staring in the void, feeling paranoid, thinking if you fall, you won't make a noise. Off of opioid, man, you got a droid, at least you got a phone. Fucking humanoid, why you xenophobe? Why you so annoyed? Why you tripping out? Who made you devout? Why we go this route? Can you do without? If you look within, here we go again. Hands inside the vehicle, you mad cause it's autonomous. You thinking you anonymous, but we upside down, turning inside out like we've all been led astray. We've been standing on the outside in, trying to find our friends like we're all just castaways. Feel like we've been missing out. Feel like we've been missing out. Feel like we've been missing out.
do pé, nunca será em vão. Se correr pelo certo, não mudar de...
A last time that we will visit Erangel. And that's also the last time for all the teams to score points, get kills, win rounds, get placement points, and get the ticket to the GLL Grand Slam, and also have the share of the 50k prize pool. 15,000 for the winner. And currently it looks like Singularity might have that, but there's still Furia, and like the Furia, Bitloft, and Black Dragon Esports, everyone is still in this. Let's just go straight
Let's
to
have
the
a look at the scoreboard. I had a quick sneak peek. Singularity currently... okay, right, let's have a look at the... I want to get onto the main scoreboard already. But Singularity, they got 16 points on that game. Bitloff for 13 in second place. Furia, 11 points. And Brazilian Crusaders down there in 9th. You can see Mechanica not doing that well, but this is the important one. Going to the final game. Singularity... 31 points ahead currently from second place, so they've confirmed their spot. Unless they have a really terrible game and another team has an insane game. Well, two teams need to have an insane game.
That's like 31 points.
Yeah, 31 points. We've seen it done before. We've seen it done in the first ever game for the Pro League for Europe. It was by TSM, but let's see if it can happen again. But Fury Esports with 120 points, Bitloft 117, and Pronet Tagum 110, and Black Dragons on 100. 4 teams. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. Yep, I'm right. It is 4 teams. 4 teams fighting. Furious Gaming kind of in there too. So make that 5 teams fighting for that second place spot. The second ticket that's available to go to the GLL Grand Slam. Oh my god, this last game is going to be absolutely insane, and I can't wait to get into it. Honestly, I want to... you either play this safe or you play this aggressive. I really, really want to see all these teams, these top 4 teams, going aggressive. As soon as you hear a fight, as soon as you know that someone is there, go for the kills, because that's what's going to make the difference in this final one coming up. Fury Esports have really, really climbed their way up to the top there, and so has Bitloft. Pronet Tagum, they're still in running, only 10 points behind, so it's not that far to go for them. And the last game for the LATAM Masters I'm going to say Grand Slam already. Let me try that again. The last game of the LATAM Masters Grand Finals is underway. We are going to game number 6 on Erangel. The plane starts down at the southwest, going towards the northeast, ending at Kameshki, and this is everything or nothing for some of these teams.
It definitely is, and when we saw the score, I mean, there's only a 3-point difference between Bitloff and Furia, and I have to say, Furia, they impressed me so much, because on day 1, we didn't really have them on the radar immediately, but they played consistently. They came really strong over to Miramar on second day and showed us like, hey, we're a team that you have to count on, that you have to keep in mind and have your eyes on. And now they're in second position. I mean, no one is basically talking about Mechanicas anymore. And they had been so good on day 1. So all of that changed over just a weekend here in the Latin American Masters. And it shows how good these teams are and how great the action is that we're actually witnessing.
You can have one night where you play absolutely insane PUBG, but if you can't keep it consistent over the course of a tournament or a group stage, then you're going to fall down, and that's exactly what we've seen with Mechanicas. Unfortunately for them, if they have an absolutely stellar game, they might just surprise us all. But right now, everyone's talking about who's going to take that second place spot, and representing South America right now, you can see PUBG already going really aggressive onto STDC Kassen. It is just a game of SMGs at the moment. Vector and UMP. Fun fact, they swapped the ammo rounds that was used, so now the UMP is .45 and the Vector's 9mm. But look at this, coming straight in with a shotgun. One tap, you are gone, you are out, Cassin. STDC falls low, and there we go. High power, being a lamp.
Yeah, we talked about it previously already. It's a great decoration object. That's for sure. When we get in Eastern Circle. All right, that means Singularity's still in, Furia is in, as they always in Yasnaya. By the way, PUBG, first time that they're not at Sosnovka Island. So they definitely decided for a new landing spot here in the Game 6, trying to kind of mix it up a bit. And with that, it looks way more dense on the southern mainland there. Because there are a lot of teams around, and I'm not sure what the Mechanica guys are up for here.
Yeah, Pamps landing in the middle of the open. He's unsure. Guys, there's no buildings where I am. I can't really loot anything. Okay, there's one. There's the yellow houses. He could have probably made it, but it's just the 2. I'll be very surprised if he gets anything. I think he might just be standing there now. Yeah, not really going for anything. But Mechanicast, they're going to try and take the S compound. As you can see, a little split loot going on towards the western side of farm. Singularity rotating in. They should be fine. It's all about trying to keep their top spot right now so they can play it safe. That's the only team that doesn't need to take fights, so they don't need to. You can just play it safe, try and get later on in the circles. You can be sitting there knowing that no way can a team get 30-odd points, and whatever points you get in this game just increases those odds in their favor. Ever so slightly, Furia Gaming, though, with Yasnaya as a place to loot, they should be well looted up, find themselves some sort of level 3 gear, and also enough ammo to try and take the inevitable fights for them that are yet to come.
Yeah, definitely. Yasnaya is always a nice place for shopping. We talked about that previously here. This is our 3rd visit of Erangel tonight, and so far Furia played very well. But as I said, it's 31 points they would need to take off everyone else, and Singularity would need to be at 0, but even more important for them is they only got a 3-point advantage over Bitlov. So BLT, that's the team we currently have on the screen. They need to come short if Furia wants to take the last ticket to the GLL Grand Slam, with that have a chance to play on the big stages and represent South America.
Honestly, it must be just the greatest feeling once you know that you're in the top 2. Oh my God, we get to go to Europe, we get to go to another continent and actually play a game that we love and represent our portion of the world that we also truly love, and try and play some absolutely great PUBG against some of the best teams in the world. And right now, that 2nd spot is up for grabs. Well, it could be the 1st spot. This is the thing. I really think that both of the spots are up for grabs, but Singularity have created enough of a deficit where they can be sitting nice and easy. Right now, Fury Gaming, they're under pressure. They're under pressure to try and hold that seat. At the moment, FK just above them, going to be rotating in.
I mean, we can definitely basically say that Singularity will go to a GLL Grand Slam.
Yes.
Because even if Furia does those 32 points in a single
plus
game,
whatever Singularity get in this
let's
game.
say Singularity gets 0, even then.
Yeah.
Even then, if Furia would do 32, it would be 35 on Bitlov and more than that. And let's be honest, it's very unlikely that 2 teams do that, especially since they would kind of need to share all the kills to make it happen.
Yeah.
So I expect with every kill that we see that's not on Bitlov or Furia's side, it's more likely that Singularity is definitely in. So even if they get 2nd, they would still be okay. So I guess the fight is on for the 2nd ticket.
TV28, a lovely gun. Don't really see it get used much in competitive play. Nice to see someone using it with a 4x as well. A good gun for range for 7.62. And also with 47 bullets in it, all it takes is, I think, if I'm right, it takes 30, either 28 or 32 bullets. I think it's 32, because it's more than a magazine of an AK. It takes 32 7.62 rounds to blow up a buggy. So, rather than using an AK and having to reload for those extra 2 bullets, if you hit everything with a DP, you can blow up a buggy with one magazine.
Yeah, but you also need to hit all the bullets.
Yeah, you need to hit all the bullets. That's one major factor. You need to hit all those bullets. But it's actually really interesting to think, okay, if it's only 32 bullets from 7.62 that takes to blow up a buggy, and you have 4 people on a team that are all shooting, then definitely it won't take that long.
Running into Necro from Prontagam, and I think they rotate right through Prontagam, and it seems like Poma might get shot out of the Dutcher. He gets away with just a bit health left. Unbelievable. They're still shooting at him, though. Does he get away? He does. Yeah, beautiful drift around the compound. And now he's back with his friends. Oh, bit further away.
Still going. He is low. That one headshot really worried me there, because at that point, you need to get headshot one more time. But he makes it in, and now it's Panda's turn. He's getting shot at, but he's got himself a nice wide berth from everyone else from Boss.
Yeah, it seems to be way easier for him than it was from Poma. Singularity avoided here the worst. Panda. Yep, he's parking in style. That's exactly what... Oh, 53. A good spot. While we see Space Monkey lost 1 already. And it's PG putting himself up the kill tracker as the first. Oh no, Puck B also had 1 already. Excuse me. But that's it so far. That means that's 2 points already gone for Furia and Bitlov.
counting it down right now. Brazilian Crusaders getting to a fight with PG. They do down Ronnie, and Andy takes them out. Gets himself another kill. Rusty Zero finds Captain Blue and finishes him off as well. I mean, there's no one there, but it's good just to blow up that buggy just in case someone needs to use it. And Logan falls as well. Malvinas to Raspu, but Malvinas Gaming coming in from behind to steal that kill. And PG, not a great start for them. They're down to 1 player in this final game. Coming in, oh god, Space Monkeys. Judro. Is Space Monkeys down to 1 as well? No, they're not. They're down to 3, but Judro, he's found himself not in the most ideal of positions. At the moment, you've got 2 very big teams above the hill, and they are currently in control of it. Nehebol, he goes down and he just gets S compound for himself, and BRC, they're not stopping anytime soon. They're straight away onto Malvinas Gaming, while Furia, they have spotted out Boss and they want to take this fight. These are points that they really, really want to get, so you will try and take this fight. It's a good nade. It's going to bounce, it's going to land, but Noah, he just jumps away from it, so he doesn't take a bit of damage. Throws a nade over of his own, but now it's all about how many nades does it take to actually knock someone.
You remember this game that you play in school where you throw the ball from one side to another, and if you hit someone, that one is out? It looks a bit like what they're doing here, right? In German, it's called Völkerball.
I don't think I've ever played that. That
Really?
That sounds like a form of bullying. Wait, so you're throwing a ball.
I mean, sport lessons are kind of bullying for some of them.
Oh, you mean dodgeball? Yeah?
Yeah,
dodgeball. That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Dodgeball. Yes.
I was wondering. I was not remembering the English
I thought you were
name
just
for
on the playground, like everyone has tennis balls and they're just throwing it over. It's like, yeah, we hit him.
No. Oh man, your childhood must have been horrible.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
We just kicked the ball out of a wall.
It's okay. Tobi also tried to talk with me about my family already, since we thought that should be a topic. So
Okay.
we do some stuff here. It's all good.
This is interesting. You can see the rotation up there. Singularity have just found themselves getting rotated into by Furia Gaming, who've taken the hill on the upside. Furia Gaming is not a fight that they want to take, but they do take Singularity out. Oh, actually, to be honest, I think Singularity are better mechanically skilled than Furia at the current moment, and Furia have a compound to use. And now God Zero gets in and takes down Hyaguin from behind. So Furia need to get back in the vehicles and get out there and get into a better position. FK, they can now fully see Furia.
Yeah, they could have taken on Singularity, but with having FK in the back, that's not really how they want to start. And River was just like, oh, let me finish this, because that's another point. That's 152 now for the Singularity guys. Check in real quick. Furia's still there. Panda really wants this.
Yeah.
They're not giving up.
The way he's playing is, right, that's Furia. Let's go and ruin their game. We don't want them coming to GLL with us. Let's go and be as aggressive as we can. And just like that, look how far Poma is up as well. There we go. Furia, they get in the vehicles and they get out of there. Chickerton, he doesn't really have a vehicle at the moment, but he's going to be he's going to find a way to get out of it.
That looked like the great hunt is on, basically. You're right. If they stop them, that gives Bitloff the chance to step into the Grand Slam. Obviously, only from the Space Monkeys being killed by Swag. So once again, not really their game. Fortunately, to see these guys not really succeeding right now in the Latin American Masters. But still a strong showing from all the teams. Let's see. Einkel from Malvinas Gaming. See, alluding a bit. Check in. The Prontagon guys on the other side of that. It's the first skirmishes that we see here, while Black Dragon Esports is taking some shots. But Furia is also on the other side. Who they're shooting at? Is that... Whose logo is that?
I think that's FK. No, that's not FK.
That's not FK.
That's FG.
No, that's Boss Esports.
God, my eyes.
FK is orange and FG is white. I tell you that.
I'm colorblind.
You don't make jokes about that, man.
No, I actually am.
You really?
Yeah. Which is why playing PUBG is absolute hell for me. Because they're like, there's a crate over there. Where? I can't say it. Or he's behind the red...
For real now?
Yeah. A lot of the calls are like, behind the red roof house. I'm like, which one's that? You need to be a bit more specific. But yeah, enough about me and my colorblindness. It's all about Black Dragons, because right now they need to get these points because they are also in contention for the top... the second seat available for them. So they're trying their hardest. Look at that. They're trying to go for whatever they can. And I think it is Mechanicas. Ivan steals that knock.
Yeah, Mechanicas also involved in this. So they want to pick up some points because they're still in the positions to actually get money.
Yeah.
As we know, I think it's 1,000 for 8th. That's the last place. And Mechanicas, they want to make sure that they get as much money as possible for them right now. Furia is down, let's see, they're down by 1 already. Same for Black Dragon Esports, 2 down for Boss Esports, 3 down for STDC, and Malvina's down by 1 as well.
Furia, they have been forced to split up. You can see Chuck Pira just on his lonesome in between. He doesn't have a vehicle, so he can't catch up with Flux and his other teammates over there. And they're playing very cautious right now because they know that Singularity is nearby and they don't want to get into fight with them. But the circle does pop and everyone's rotating in. Luckily for Judro, S is still in, but he's got the likes of PUBG coming up. And you can see Tranco leading the charge at the moment, trying to clear everything out. Right behind you see BLT. Ooh, where are they going? I think they're going for a long rotation around the circle. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in for the long run, it seems. They're turning all
And
around south to the west of it. Yeah, there's so much space available, while around Singularity, there's a huge party going on. Everyone tries to get involved. I mean, all of the teams that are second to sixth place, they would need to get rid of Singularity first.
Yeah. Yeah, and before they get into the top 8, where they start getting points just for their placement.
Yeah, or getting rid of Furia, by the way. Because Singularity is too far away already. I think Furia would be a best target to all the teams that are chasing. And then they can take care of the rest. GBL, Chris Harley on FG over there. Danet. The grenade's not long enough. Nope.
Would have been, but Danny's moved out of position there. You can see it's all falling apart for Singularity. That's 1 out of the game, 1 knocked. We saw Poma get knocked earlier. So they're not having a great time rotating in. But they're coming in right behind FG, and they're trying to clear them out. They get a knock onto Danny, and straight onto the Harry Potter, where they see the rest of FG sitting and hiding. Panda gets knocked as well, so Singularity, they found themselves literally in the middle of this party that they don't want to be in.
Space Monkeys eliminated. 15th out of 16th place for them. Once again, not really what they were looking for, but that seems to be their story of this tournament. Roggy checking Harry Potter Tower. And GBL still on a bit of fire here from BRC that tried to get involved in that with the long shots here.
Yeah, so Rai, they pushed up. They want to try and take this Harry Potter away from them, but they've got BRC coming in, just holding the angle from the side. Tranco gets knocked and might get finished off from the position that... Oh, no, actually, it's not Tranco. Sorry, Tranco's not part of Rai. He's down there in S compound at the moment. So Rai is okay for making this push. Psychopata, he's taking the fight with PUBG at the moment. They've got themselves a little mansion-y compound just down there in the south. So they're fighting on 2 different fronts here at the current moment. Singularity get knocked again. Panda, I think that's his 2nd knock. He can get picked up. FK, they've got someone getting rezzed as well. Look at this Kovad. He's looking for the flush, but won't be able to get it. In fact, that's a really impressive shot with a 3x, to be honest, from over there.
Definitely not an easy shot to take. The grenade looked a bit easier to get that in the window, but unfortunately it didn't work. So FK now, I think they gave up on sending bullets towards Singularity. That was a flashbang to get rid of Flex over from FG. He's still alive though. Next grenade being cooked. Let's see if this hits. Yep, that one hits, but still not enough to knock him.
No, he moved into the other room, so you heard it. It would have been a good nade if he baited it with the sound over there and then went over and cooked it a bit longer and threw it through the front of it. You can see FK making their full rotation in with their vehicles, going straight into the forest area where Singularity and Boss are currently hiding. Singularity very close with Boss, but Singularity, they're going to push up. They hear the vehicles, going to try and take the fight. Furia, they've managed to group up, but they're not in the circle right now, and they've got 3 teams ahead of them as Pronet. They take down 1 player from FK, that's Belita taken down, and RDNX, he finds Lokex. Panda gets a nade onto Belita, finishes him off, but Furia coming in on the backside, they're trying to clean up everyone and get themselves some points.
Yeah, Furious Gaming is already out. That was a quick one, but seems like Singularity under a bit of pressure here from everyone. But Furia, 1 kill now, but they need way more than that. They want to make sure that Bitloft has absolutely no chance in catching them up and stealing not just kills here on our angle, even worse, the GLL Grand Slam ticket they're currently holding. Furia losing 2 players already. They down to... No, that was
it's Black Dragons. They're in a fight in the blue. Black Dragons.
So close.
And Flux, he's the last one remaining. He's so low. He needs to heal, but he won't get it off. He gets pushed, and that's Furia Gaming out in 13th place. They might have just lost their seat. to Stockholm in next month. And that's Black Dragons doing. And then Black Dragons go out straight away afterwards. So the two teams that are in contention for second place drop out of the top 10. But did Furia get enough points to try and keep their lead? I really don't think so. Black Dragons got a couple of kills there and they wiped the entire team. So they've definitely closed the gap and might have overtaken them.
Play.GLL is still in there. They are on 110 points. They got 4 guys in this match. So still a full squad, and they would need 11 points to get on the level of Furia, because Furia, they are out on 121 points. At BitLoft, they would need 5 now to take that position. It seems like PUBG and Boss, they all gonna need some damage here. Poma, he's now all alone for Singularity, but they got 4 kills, that's 4 points. They're running away, so they're not really part of this whole storyline anymore, so what's going on? It's now just Furia, that is 121 points, secure it. So BitLoft, Play.GLL, that are the teams we need to look at right now.
Yeah, PUBG, they get taken out. Poma, he manages to finish off Vinny, but Poma, he's the last one remaining for Singularity, and we've seen him kick off 1v4s all the time by himself. Rogi Wow gets caught out just a bit too far on the ridge, and so does RDS. He goes for the spray, doesn't get it on Andy, for 21 HP. Psychopath has fallen, so he's got a bit of cover from there. Might be able to get his friend up. At the moment, he's going to go for the heal first, just in case, and he's not going to push in Rusty's area. They're just going to hold the angle. They are on the edge of the circle at the current moment. GBL, sorry.
Oh, grenades coming in. GBL's probably... Oh, he was nearly running into the next one. And that was thrown over by BRC. They're slightly pushing because they want to pick up Psychopath.
Oh, he's in the blue. They won't be able to get the rest of... Yes, RDS was in the blue. He took a bit of damage there, and it looks like GBL might fall. No, he doesn't. Lauren said he does eventually fall. And so RDS, he's very low. He has to get the res up. That's a good nade by Necro, and there we go. Singularity is out in 9th place, just out of the money. Well, not out of the money, but out of the points at the moment. Now, 8th place and 7th place will get 1 point currently. Can these teams do it? If you're BitLoft at this moment, and you've seen Furia and Singularity get wiped, you should be looking very happy. And now they get involved, and they find themselves 2 knocks. Can they convert them into 2 kills?
Yeah, Play.GLL and BitLoft, they were both waiting. The team's on 3 and 4 right now. They were in full squads, and then they get 2. That's good. Rusty Zero falls to RDS. So with these 2, they're on 119, and they would need another 2 to get across Furia and make it happen. But wait, BitLoft is 2, Play.GLL got 1. All right.
Yeah, so it's between BitLoft and Play.GLL right now. And I'm going to just say that both these teams will start getting aggressive. They're on different sides of the circle. They need to start cleaning up, and they're competing against each other. They know that Singularity and all the teams above them. Swag! Wow!
BitLoft just needs to survive 1 more team. Because Play.GLL is down to 110, it's unlikely they would need to win and rack up a lot of kills to do this. But Furia is on 121, BitLoft 117, but they have 2 kills already. That's 119. So they only need 3 points from the placements.
Well, Ants, how have you managed to survive from that? My God, 1 HP. Holy moly, Ali. He's given away his position. He's going to fall as well. So that's Malvinas Gaming out, with thanks to Necro and Swag taking both those players out. Einkel and Ali couldn't survive a bit longer. And there we go. Top 6 at the moment. And Pronat and BitLoft still looking strong with 4 alive currently. Rai, 10 kills. They're doing their best right now to try and get up on that leaderboard. And there are only 3 players alive. Mechanicas, oh, they're playing very safe. Very, very safe. And now look, Swag is the last one remaining for STDC. And eventually we're going to see a fight between BitLoft and Play.GLL.
Yeah, but as soon as STDC is out here, BitLoft secured 2nd place, as long as Play.GLL does not win this. Because if they win, that's 10 points, that's 120 then. And then they would just need some kills, and they have some on their side already. 2 so far. With that, they would overtake Furia and might even overtake BitLoft. So BitLoft just needs to wait for STDC to be flushed from the map. And then these guys just stole Furia the Grand Slam ticket. Oh dear.
That's a nasty headshot and a tap to the chest. Gets you down to 10 HP. The circle does shift. It goes down to the south. So luckily for BitLoft, they don't need to make much of a rotation. It is Pronat. They need to make their way in. And STDC Swag is the one standing in between them. Actually, where have they gone?
There's only BLT and STDC currently in the circle. Everyone is out.
Okay. They're
BLT
still on the edge.
probably launched off to the side to make sure that they're really close to the edge of the circle, but the second duo stays in the middle. All right.
See, Pronet, they need to start racking up their points and kills. So they need to make an aggressive push into the circle, find where Swag is, and then try and cut off Mechanicas getting in. That's an extra 4 points for them, and take on the fight with Rai. Any sort of knocks that BLT steal will not be in Pronet's favor whatsoever going to this final bit. And Letty, he's leading the rotational charge at the moment in this vehicle, trying to get in deeper in the circle, trying to close that gap. And Swag just trying to survive as long as possible. He's got still some level 3 gear. That'll be 55% damage reduction to the head. And if he's got the armor, that's to the chest as well. Now you can see Pronet, they've split up. On all fours, they're looking for Swag as they make their way into the circle. It should be pretty obvious he's behind this rock.
I fear that Prontag nearly needs to kill everyone right now to still make it, while GBL finds Mechanicus on the other side. Pams falls to Roggy. Seductia stopped. They now want to pop it, obviously. Ray up to 10 kills already. These guys are already going through this like a warm knife through butter, it seems.
Is this the ridiculous game that we get from one of these teams? Just making it all the way down from 9th place, all the way to 2nd.
That would be so cool, man.
That would be insane to watch. DT Zor lines up a headshot. Did he get it? No, he hit the chest in excess. He falls really low, and I think he might be able to get the knock as well. Switches out to his M4, goes for a spray. Can't get the second knock either. But Pams falls to Rogiwell. And now Necro, he's falling. Swag runs a bit too far forward, but Relance manages to take him up. And just like that, Pronet down to 3 players going to this last final few circles. And Rai looking very, very strong. Just 3-man strong as well. They're doing wonders and they're doing work at the moment. How many kills are they on? 12. They dead down excess. He's going to fall to the blue, and they're going to be able to get some more points there.
Oh,
they find DT Zor.
He tagged Letty, but obviously he didn't know. We knew. But he finds DT Zor. And might even kills him. Tries to clean him up, but getting him. Access falls to blue, though. RDS next to his Dutchia. That's another one for Rogi.
Look at this. Bitloft are not getting involved. They know. They're not getting involved. Bitloft, they're just trying to stay away. They're just waiting. They know they've secured themselves a 2nd spot here. They just can't. Seeing these knocks on Pronet must be making them a bit happy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're sitting currently on 120 points with the kills they racked up already. And that plus their placements, they're definitely past Furia. Furia's on 121. And they're not getting any placement points. And they also only got 3 kills. Wait, they got 3? Wait. Something went wrong here. They got 3. That's 100.
Calculations were wrong.
Yeah, 123 points. Well, yeah, Mechanica is eliminated as well. It was 3 for Furia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 123, so Bitloft is currently off by 3 points, but they definitely get more than 3 points in the current placement because we're on the last 3 teams. So I would say they can kind of start celebrating, but you still want to end this on a high, right? You want to end this on the win, and they're the only ones that are in full force, full players, so they want to show off. They definitely deserve the ticket to the Grand Slam. And also then 11K of the prize pot.
Yeah, working your way up with all these 16 games that we've played. They did have a rough start on the first day, but they've definitely climbed that ladder as hard as possible. And right now, what stands between them and securing that 2nd place is Pronet and Rai. At the moment, Rai with Rogiwell and his teammate. They're making the push in on the circle. They're just going to hold it. We're in phase 7, phase 8. We'll get everyone in a bit closer. And there's only a limited amount of trees that you can hide behind. You can see Ryan, they've got themselves a smoke screen just covering from BLT. And can they increase their kills? 15-9 on Rogiwell for an RDS.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 15 is so impressive from Ray. I was wondering where that was coming from all of a sudden. But they had a great Game 6 here, that's for sure. Ending it with a bang. They could even put a win on top of it. I mean, that's 15 already, plus another 10. That's 25 points they could rack up, and that should shoot them up the leaderboard in terms of the prize pool.
There a bit loft. There were 3 kills, so 3-3. Pronet down to 2 players, and they're being spotted out by Rogiwell. He's landed some insane shots so far. Can he keep it up? Can he keep it going? The circle's about to appear in 3 seconds, and this is going to be everything or nothing for Pronet and Rai. And oh my god, BLT, they get it again.
Yeah, definitely circle on their side, it seems. because they don't need to shift at all. They're still on the side of the circle, and they need to see Ray and Play.GLL to actually move into the circle. Great shot for Relance. I think it was a hat shot. Did he really get the hat there?
I don't know, I didn't see the headshot marker, but it was.
Yeah.
It did enough
it
damage.
No.
It did enough damage. It did 50% damage, so I don't think he has a. His chest armor's just gone for the 7.62 rifle to be able to do that much damage on ROGWOW. But just having a look, RDS aiming, spots out Youngkush, tags him up through the smoke, hits him twice. Relance is there. Relance takes down ROGWOW. RDS is the last remaining for Rai. And they've got the longer way to move into the circle. And right now, yeah, there we go. Look, Pronat, they know they need these points, so he just goes straight for the flush onto ROGWOW. And as Pronat slowly creep into the circle, they're peeking for RDS again.
Third position is 5 points, if I see it correctly.
Yes.
Should be, right?
Yeah, so it's 10, 6, and 5. And there we go. Relance picks up the last remaining player from Rai and get themselves those 2 extra points. And now BLT, they need to take care of Pronat. There are 4 points on the board ready for Pronat. Only 2 more for Bitloft.
Yeah, but it's now important for Play.GLL. They basically need all the kills, because then they could even steal another position from Furia.
Yeah.
They set on 123, and currently with placement it will be 119 for Play.GLL, so they need to get the kills onto BLT. Now for BLT, it's basically, it doesn't matter anymore. They're in, but Harold, he says, like, that's not enough for us. We also want to win Game 6. He finds Relance, dropped him. There's Youngkush on the side. That's it for BLT. Harold takes the last kill, and with that, BLT will step up on the leaderboard, and I'm absolutely sure that they just secured themselves a ticket to the GLL Grand Slam right next to Singularity.
Yeah, that is an impressive final game coming out. You'll have to be so lucky and so happy that the likes of Furia went out in 13th place. And so, who else was the other team? Black Dragons in 12th place as well. The 2 teams that were up there in the top 5 that were contending for 2nd place. BLT really played that to their advantage. They played very slow, methodically, and then when they knew that those teams were out, they went in and went for the kills that they were available to get. But my god, did Rai play an insane game. 15 kills. I'm actually really afraid that they might have just taken, like, they might be 3rd at this point with all of that coming through.
Unfortunately, I only wrote down until Black Dragons, so I don't know if with the 15 kills they had and a 3rd place, that's 15 plus what is it, 4 points. If that's enough, they probably overtook Black Dragons though.
Probably.
Yeah, but not Play.GLL. I mean, they're on 119.
See, this is the problem. You have Singularity really close to where Furia was, and that really messed up Furia's plans for their rotation. And they couldn't. They lost like 2 vehicles there on that initial rotation. So they would. This is the problem they fell into. And they're fighting Black Dragons. And when you're fighting Black Dragons, they are going to go for the push because you're Furia Gaming. You're holding the 2nd spot. But Black Dragons take them out, and it just was unlucky for them because it was just a fight that, okay, it was rewarding because you take Furia out, but you also died in the long run. So you're not able to increase your points after taking down the 2nd place team.
I just loved how Play.GLL was waiting and looking at that grenade that was coming. Like, all right, I want to see how I flush is Singularity from the map, and these are the last kills that we had on the more smaller circles with Ray just racking up kills left and right. I mean, they went up to 15. They really had mechanically everything under control there. In the end, it was fortunately not enough to kill everyone to even get the win here on Game 6. That was left to Bitloft, the team that actually claimed 2nd position. At least that's what we're thinking. And here's Harold. He took the last 2 kills. He just rotated around a bit because they got a new angle. Bit of a flank here on Play.GLL. And with that, everything was in the books for them. Look at this, coming around. Youngkush the last one. And that easy shots, easy attacks to get them the win. And with that, sending his team over to the Grand Slam.
I just swung around on the chair and just knocked over a radiator.
It's a heater, by the way.
A heater. Yeah. Well, I'm just getting really excited. I just can't wait for the scores to come up right now.
Should we do drum roll?
Yeah, we can do a drum roll. I'm just currently...
Bring it up. Where is it?
Well, we have to wait. They're just implementing everything. The API is very good. God,
we still have a look at we still have a great look at the future esports arena here. That was the shot coming.
Okay, so what I was doing was I was trying to fix the TV, and I just knocked over the radiator. I couldn't find the remote for it.
Peter! This is not a car.
Sorry about this. Technical difficulties, of course. It happens.
We can just get closer and then no one sees it.
There we go. Yeah,
Easy.
okay. Right.
Fix.
Just got a little thing. Can you turn off the TV? Turn around. Okay, cool. Okay, that's the problem. But the TVs nowadays just don't have buttons. It has no buttons on it, so I can turn it off. But that's fine. All right. Okay, as we're waiting for the scores to be added up, it's definitely all right to say...
That's the score. I have it here already.
There's your leaderboards. Singularity definitely has taken the first spot. And by default, I think, from what we can work out, it is BLT. I really, really want to see where Rai ended up on with those 15 kills.
It's just great that on the last game they had such a strong performance. I mean, that's how you want to end the big tournament, right? You want to get out of it thinking like, we really did our best. Okay, we have been unlucky in between, but we showed the world what we're capable of, and they definitely did so in Game 6.
Yeah, of course. It's also... this is like a platform for you to be able to show yourself how good you are at PUBG. And my God, if I had so much fun spectating and commentating over the South American region, whether it was Wingman or the LATAM Masters Grand Finals. Honestly, it's some of the best PUBG I have ever seen in a very, very long time. But, ladies and gents, we have the scoreboard ready for you, so let's get it up. The drum roll, please. And here it comes. First place. Oh.
He couldn't wait again. He's just like, every single time Talha's like, no, I want to change how this works at GLL.
I was about to lose it. I was like, they've taken first place.
Once again, this is obviously the score of Game 6, and as far as Duray, they took 20 points, 5 from placements, 15 from the kills. Bitlov took another 15 with the win. That's 10 points and 5 kills, and so on. Prone tag him only 11. But this is the score, and this is how the GLL Latin American Masters come to an end. It's Team Singularity taking the win, 15,000 cash plus the Grand Slam ticket, and another 11,000 and the Grand Slam ticket goes to Bitlov with a strong performance in the last game. They took it away from Furia, 132 points. That's now nearly 10-point advantage over Furia.
9-point advantage. If Furia just survived that much longer, they could have done it. If they just didn't have such a terrible rotation there, if they didn't run into any sort of problems early on, they could have done it really well.
Want to hear a heartbreaking story?
What?
15 kills for Ray and that position, and
Yeah,
they are 9th. That's the first place without any money.
No. Oh, really?
Yes.
No money for 9th?
91 points to 94 points in FK team.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no. 61 kills.
So, what, if they managed to get 2 more kills, that would have been 3 and an extra point, they would have been 94. Oh, my God. But, I mean, that's PUBG. If you're not consistent enough throughout 16 games, then you're going to fall off. It doesn't matter if you have that one insane game. You need to play insane every single game or play more consistently. Singularity, they had a few insane games, but they played consistently throughout the rest, which keeps them up there at the top. They only managed to get 5 points in that game, but they still secured that first place position. But Bitlov, coming in second, get themselves 11k, and also that second seat to the GLL Grand Slam. Going to be seeing these two teams over here in Stockholm next month, and my God, will be an exciting major.
Yeah, the Grand Slam will definitely be a huge HMN to look at, but saying that Mechanica is, by the way, the best placed team with only 47 kills. Everyone else has way more than that. There's no one in the 50s on the top 8. Everyone is 60 and more. And they did 47 kills only, which really shows how well they played the survival game and made sure that they score big even if they're not killing everyone and are the big hitters.
Yeah, they really, really dropped off in the last 2 days. And just looking at this kill count, my God, did Furia have an insane... I think Furia hold second place in kill count right now is 78, 94 for Singularity. And honestly, in this point system, in the super point system, it is all about how many kills you can get. And because of how many kills Singularity got, they managed to secure themselves that top spot, and they're going to sit there, and they should be proud of themselves. And in fact, Bitloft, they climbed all the way from the bottom, and now they're here. They're going to be going to the Grand Slam as well, and they should be equally as proud, representing South America.
And definitely, you can be proud of getting that ticket, can be proud of whatever position you have here, because all the teams showed great performance. They gave us a lot of entertainment, let's be honest here. South American region, that was just a blast throughout the last 3 days. I absolutely loved it. And I'm more than happy that we had such a close finish and that we actually had the last change for the last ticket right in Game 6 instead of having everything sorted before we went into the last games.
Absolutely. It makes PUBG a lot more interesting when it comes down to the wire, it comes down to the last game. And right there, you're holding your nerves, especially for the players, you know? You don't know until the game is fully finished and then the scoreboard comes up. I mean, we can work out the maths here, but nonetheless, it's one of the most exhilarating feelings in the world.
And never trust me when it's about numbers.
Yeah,
that also means that the GLL Latin American Masters come to an end. The grand final is done in the books. We're finished with everything. So thanks to all the players that were actually participating in organizations that were helping in doing this. Obviously GLL for organizing it, all the players, all the fans out there, audience watching. Thanks to you, Talha, for being here with me on the desk. Thanks, Tobi, even if he's currently not here.
Of course, but, he's got a plane to catch very early. Yep. And thank you to you, Renee, GRunner, for being next to me and looking ever so beautiful.
Thank you. Even if it's hard for me to compete with your shirt, I can tell you that. But Latin American Masters are done and dusted in the books, and we're finished. That means there's nothing else to say for us other than goodbye and see you next time for more PUBG action.